Hello everybody and Borodar, welcome to your Alpha Live broadcast of round 3 of the 2024 Club 100 Senior Sprints Championship, coming to you live from Glannygores in North Wales. We're in the county of Conway, about midway along the A5 between Betsy Coed and Corwin, or the other way around if you're driving westerly, and we're looking ahead to a fantastic day of racing here at one of the premier kart circuits in Wales, indeed in the United Kingdom. My name is Howard Mitchell. I'm from Double Dash Motorsport Media. It's my pleasure and privilege to be in the comms position to talk you through the action today, alongside a man who I don't think I've been in a comms box with for 5 years or something like that. It's a pleasure to be with him again. Chris Zora, how are you, sir?
Delighted to be with you again, Howard. It has been a while, I think. I think it was Wilton Mill or somewhere it would have been, but delighted actually to be coming along to a Club 100 meeting. I'll be honest, it's my first ever time experiencing one of these meetings in the flesh. It's a series I've always followed from afar, and delighted to be here at Glannygores. It's on the old stomping ground in North Wales as well, so by Welsh standards as well, I think the weather's looking quite good as well.
It is, but to be fair, by any standards at the moment, the weather's looking nice. It's once again blissful sunshine, as we had for those of you who were following along with us last weekend for the cadets and the juniors. No rain forecast at the moment for the day, which is interesting actually. We're getting the thoughts of some of the drivers early on in our paddock walk, which you'll see later on in the lunch break of the broadcast. Some of them actually wanting it to have been a wet weekend here at GYG, so it's an interesting one.
I would just say there, Howard, be careful what you wish for here in the rain. Some of these background footage of the practice here give you an idea of what the track's like. It's got the nickname, of course, of the Welsh Nürburgring.
Yes. And
if you've been here as a driver, it's you can see where it gets that nickname from. There's not really a flat part of the circuit anywhere. It's a lot of off-camber corners, and that third sector, I should say, very tight and technical. There's some really nice little flowing corners on there, but very difficult to get right, and no real margin for error either.
Yeah, absolutely. And 1.1 kilometres this lap, and it's a bit of a driver's favourite, this one. You've got the height undulations, but that make it really interesting. But again, sort of similar to Buckmore Park, which was the last race meeting that these drivers had. That too has a height, significant height change in that circuit. But a challenging lap definitely to string together. You've got no tarmac runoff here, and if you make a mistake here, you're going to know about it.
Yeah, it's the grass here as well. It's very hard pack and very slippery as well, so struggling for traction if you get off the course. And in a sprint format, of course, you've only got around 7 minutes or so for a race. There's no real time to claw that back. So the heat races that are coming up shortly, they're going to be very important. And so the key thing is, of course, in these heat races is not to throw it away. If you're looking to get into the A or B finals in particular, you don't want to be going to the repecharges and gambling on the last chances either.
Absolutely. So let's just talk, because we've got a couple more minutes left on this practice session that the drivers are out for right now. A little bit about the format of the day. We're going to have, so the Senior Sprint Championships are split into two classes, two categories. We've got the lightweights and the heavyweights. They're essentially going to run one as two almost separate parts of the day, I suppose you could say. So we're going to do all of the lightweight races and then have the break, and then we're going to have the heavyweight class later on today. So we've got action all the way through the day for you here. It's something like 30 races on the schedule that we're going to get through today. So a packed schedule, and I have to say, just early on here, fantastic to see so much strength to the grids here in Club 100 here at GYG. Talking to John Weiger and to Andrew Mather of who's the social media guru for Club 100, and of course, as many of you will know, my friend and colleague under the Double Dash Motorsport Media banner as well. And we've not seen grids this strong in the senior category in GYG before, so that's fantastic to see. It can be a bit of a long-haul round for some competitors.
That's what I was going to say as well. It's the thing to consider here as well is, I've always seen this as a local track, but for a lot of people, we're in this part of North Wales, we're on the way to Betsy Coed on the A5. It's a long way for a lot of people. You've got to come out to the Midlands and then traipse across from Shropshire into North Wales from there. It's not the easiest track to get to, so I think the fact so many drivers are here this weekend really does show how the series is growing and how popular it is.
Absolutely. So to go back more into those formats, so we've got that lightweight section of the day and the heavyweight section of the day. So to focus on each of those, they'll both run to exactly the same format. And if you were with us for the cadets and juniors, it is an entirely different format. So stick with me on this. in each of those categories when we run them. So we're going to go into the lightweights. We're going to run a series of 12 heat races in order to determine the grids for our trophy finals, our C, B, and we'll have 3 of those, finals C, B and A, with A being the top ranking race of the day for each category. That's the one you want to be in. That's the big points on offer in that race at the end of the day. The heats are there for the purposes of determining those grids and who goes into which tier. But there are also championship points on offer in those heat races as well. 25 points for a heat race win, if I'm remembering correctly, this year, which is a change from last year. They've changed the weighting of the heat races relative to the finals compared to last year. So 25 points, that's down 5 from last year. So you do still want to be winning those if you at all can. Those 12 heats you can think of as 3 rotations of 4. So by the end of the 4th heat, each driver will have contested 1 race. By the end of the 12 heats, each driver will have contested 3 races. They'll have 3 results. The points from that will determine the grids for those finals. Random grid positions for these heat races as well, such that across your 3 races as a driver, you'll have the same average grid position to keep things fair. And that means you usually, you will have 1 race where you go from towards the front, 1 from the middle, and 1 from towards the back. So it's about maximising your position across each of those heats to maximise your points and get the best possible spot on the grid. We have got subclasses as well. Your class 1s are your red number-plated drivers, and then we've got classes 2 and 3 as subclasses which are carrying black number plates. If you're tuning in to support a particular driver, it's a really good idea to make a quick mental note of their race number because they keep that throughout the entire season. And if in the heat of the moment we are referring to a kart, we may have to quickly refer to it by number. I think that's all of the housekeeping. Let's look ahead to our first race of the day then, which is going to be heat number 1, appropriately enough, for our lightweights. Let's take a look at your grid then for Heat 1 here today as they're getting ready on the dummy grid in the pit lane. It's going to be Bryn Olban. That's an appropriate pole sitter for the first race of the day here at the Welsh Round, as you'll see from his helmet design in a moment. Bryn Olban will take this one away from pole. Azara GYG alongside him. James Scanlon and Jason Kirk are on row number 2. It'll be Rihanna Percox and Ed Bars for an all-class 1 third row of the grid. Sabir El-Zayat and Andy Orford are on row 4. Sam White and Dante Dillon round out your top 10. Thomas Northcott and Harrison Kirkham, your Class 2 champion from 2023, will be on row number 6. Then it's Steph Theodoru and Alfie Hell. Lewis Merchant and Christopher Foxon are on row 8. Row 9 is going to be Jasper Fitzgerald Wolf and Alex Rule. And I should say the blue number-plated drivers on this grid are the Class 3 runners. And then Ricky Goodwin will round out a 19-kart grid. So just to clarify on that one, we'll show them as blue number plates on your timing. I'm pretty sure on the kart they still actually carry the black number plates. The key thing about our Class 3 runners, so these classes are subclasses within your lightweights, and we have subclasses later on in heavyweights as well. This is to do with your experience, prior success, to give everyone a nice even playing field, something to fight for, no matter their level of experience in the championship. And we will have everyone's scored on the same points. That's the key thing. It's not separate point systems within each of those subclasses, so every position counts. If you're a Class 2 runner and you win a race, you get those points bagged against your score. So, that's a crucial thing to bear in mind as well. And all in the same machinery as well, these lovely CLUB100 Rotax Evo karts.
Fantastic bits of machinery, aren't they? Fantastic bits of machinery, aren't they? It's essentially it's a spec series in that sense. They turn up and the carts are supplied ready to go. Like you're saying with the C3 drivers, for example, you've got different ability levels in the race, and for people who are looking to get into this series, like you say, it gives you something to aim for, even if you're not at the level of the top guys who are incredibly quick, of course. You can still go out there and get something from the meeting and look to progress up the ladder. Absolutely.
To be clear, the Class 3 runners are always going to be, you'll have noticed all the blue number-plated drivers on that grid graphic were towards the back of the grid. That's standard. One of the, pretty much the only sort of regulatory difference between the Class 3s and the other classes is that they are put towards the back of the grid. They will still have the same random grid position system, such that within their subclass they have the same average starting position, but they are put towards the back. That's just to ensure that we don't get a Class 3 driver starting on pole. It's their first ever race meeting with CLUB100, and suddenly they've got everybody breathing down their neck as they lead the pack.
That's a sensible idea, I think. I think I was turning up here for the first time, looking at some of the pace and some of the top guys. I'd be a little bit anxious about starting at the front in my first ever meeting.
Yes, indeed. I have a story on that years ago when I competed in what was then known as the BUKC Rookies, the British University's Karting Championship Rookie Series, which of course uses the CLUB100 machinery, and that system wasn't in place back then. And I had this pole position in my first ever race meeting, and I completely stuffed up the first corner. And for my sins, I think I also probably took a few people out.
That sounds a bit like I got the whole shot once in the British two-stroke motocross championships somehow against all my idols, and I think the phrase "elephant up a tree" springs to mind.
Yes.
I don't know how it got there, but it's going to come down with a bang at some point.
Exactly that. So we don't want to watch those kind of antics, do we? So we very sensibly, I think, now have the Class 3 drivers towards the back of the grid. Nonetheless, though, of course, we may see and have seen indeed in the past Class 3 drivers really work their way up the order. Obviously, in that sense, relative to the other two subclasses, they are somewhat handicapped there. But we have seen Class 3 drivers get on up that grid and earn their place, rightfully so, on the A grid and really take the fight to those at the top.
Well, so you can bed yourself in and get more experience. I'm looking forward to, we spoke to Bryn Oldman, of course, earlier on. Like you were saying, of course, the helmet says it all. I think it's a different part of Wales, need to hear, but same country, I suppose. It's got the dragon on there, certainly looks the part. And starting on pole position, so they'll be looking to get away nicely. This footage of the drivers here on the sighting lap, it gives you a real great idea of somebody's in a bit of spot of bother already, I think, but that's not what you want to do. It has been a little bit greasy this morning. I don't know what's going to happen with that one, but the track bending in quite nicely. Drivers seem quite happy as they just learning with getting some final laps in on the track now. And I'm looking forward to this first heat race to see how everyone copes in the early part of the morning. Track looking in great condition, so I think it's going in for a good race.
Absolutely, and a gorgeous part of the world to go racing as well. As they come down this back straight they're about to go on here.
I love this part of the track here. It's fantastic.
Yeah, the way the car accelerates down the hill towards Carousel, this double apex left-hander. But if you look straight on from that straight, you can see Snowdonia in the distance on a clear day, which they might just be able to today. I think there's a bit of a
close,
pretty clear day here. So you can see the start of that range as someone's doing a little bit of a pirouette for us there into Compression Corner, this one is known as. And then through to the famous, or should I say infamous, Devil's Elbow, which is the right-hander after the corner you're looking at now. We might be able to follow this card through there just now. Now, just there, didn't look like much on your screens perhaps, but there is a big dip in the circuit there, and when you're a few millimetres off the ground in a vehicle with no suspension, you feel that dip.
Oh, definitely. It's undulating on that part, to say the least. And this little hill here, I think the first part of the lap is potentially quite difficult. I think it won't be a problem today, but when there's any kind of rain or moisture in there, you've got to get the line correct up there as well.
Absolutely. So let's just remind you of where we're at from a championship perspective, by the way, coming into today. So Sam Lovelace, who finished third in the championship last year, the current championship leader coming into today, and Dante Dillon, who starts 10th in this race, if memory serves correctly, is currently second in the championship, and Andrew McWilliam having a really good start as well to his season, podium in Butmore, meaning that he comes into today third in the championship overall. And I've been very harsh and not told you about Class 2. It's Daniel Munro, I'm pretty sure, who is, yes it is, Daniel Munro, who comes into today as your highest placed Class 2 driver. And I'm just scanning down. It looks to me like Ben Sanders is your highest placed Class 3 driver coming into today's running. You may have seen Rob Newman going around. For those of you who were following last year, he's not. I've double-checked this as well. He's not competing. So you may see him driving around. He's doing kart testing at the moment. So the holder of the number 1 plate from last season, So we've just had some warm-up laps. I know we've already had the practice. We've now had some warm-up laps. That's why we had that pause before they started getting to this grid order. We'll only do that for the first rotation of heats. So you'll, as you just saw, Rob Newman there, just at the back of the pack there, just testing one of the Club 100 carts for them. So yes, only for the first 4 heats will they get these warm-up laps. The idea being that if they haven't been in the practice session, they at least need some time to bed themselves in.
It's pretty much like you say, a warm-up session in that sense. It's just to final chance to learn the track and just get yourself ready for racing as they make their way down towards the final double apex here towards the finish. Just gone through carousel there, so I think everyone looks ready to go.
Yeah, absolutely. Thumbs up from Elliot Alt, the pace kart driver. Bryn Olban on your left, driver's right. Then they need to keep it in the tram lines here off the start. It'll be eyes on the lights. And we're away racing in GYG. Into the first corner they go. Good start from the pole side of the grid. Good start from James Scanlon, and Rhianna Percox as well from 5th on the grid is trying to charge through. They're all in series, those who were on the pole side of the grid. On the insides, they come up through Spoon Corner and into the first major braking zone. It's still Bryn Olban who's in the lead, although it looks like the likes of Aguagu and Kirk, who were on the anti-pole side of the grid, are trying to fight back. And indeed, the 75 car has got back up to second place where he started.
Neat opening few corners there from Bryn Olban. He's guarded the apex quite nicely. There was some really quick drivers charging through there. And he's just got the elbows out where he's needed to. And if he can just bring it home the end of the first lap in first place, he can just try and control the race.
Absolutely. It's not the easiest circuit to try and control this one. I always find it hard to describe to people because it's not the easiest track to overtake at, but it's somehow not the easiest track to control a race at either.
It's just so demanding, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. As Harrison Kirkham and Dante Dillon there on a charge, bump drafting almost up the Dragon Straight there to try and make some progress. I think it was on Sabir El Zayat in the 67 that they were trying to get through on there. As Ed Bars as well in the number 4 here, putting a lot of pressure on Isaiah Aguagu in that number 27 cart as they come through the double apex of Carousel and round to the compression section of the lap.
Aguagu, I believe it's his first ever visit to Gleneagles as well, so he's had to learn the track this morning. And looking at these opening stages of the race, just seems to be coping quite nice. It was that Ed Bars, I think, may have just sneaked through there in that fight for third place, so he moves up another position, but he's... Aguagu's coping really well here, number 27, and we've got the 85 there, Jason Kirk, on his tail. Race just seems to be settling down into quite a nice rhythm here. Bryn Olban, fastest lap of the race so far, and controlling the early stage of the race here.
Yeah, absolutely. As Ed Bars is eyeing up another move there, this time on James Scanlon, down the inside into Spoon Corner, and that's a great move there from Ed Bars to take himself up into second place, as we've got a kart tester for Club 100 who's off the circuit there. To be fair, their job is to test them. Potentially that one is not quite shipshape and Bristol fashion just as yet.
I think Scanlon and Bars here, they could do well to work together here because Olban is half a second, which doesn't sound much, but in karting that's a fair gap after 4 minutes. So I think Bryn Olban here is in danger of pulling away from this little fight for second place. So I would certainly think that Ed Bars and we've got James Scanlon there as well. They'd be well versed here just to work together, and you can just see them getting the pull from Bars up the hill just to try and make something out of these last few races, and Dante Dillon charging through the field as well. Yeah,
really interesting pack that's trying to come up onto the back of this top 5 as side by side there go Scanlon and Aguagu contesting third place, and I think that has gone the way of Aguagu.
Big move there down the inside. It's a difficult corner to pass there, so he got the wheel and got his elbows out and got through.
Absolutely, and considering you're saying that's his 4th racing lap of GYG, that is pretty impressive. There is a group, in fact, they've swapped round this lap. Harrison Kirkham there has got by on Dante Dillon, and Kirkham's gone for a move immediately there in the 85 to get by on James Scanlon. So the 85 now ahead of the 75, and Dante Dillon in the number 2 now applying the pressure immediately to James Scanlon. This is a pack of Class 1 drivers who are trying to come on up the order here. The likes of Harrison Kirkham, of Dante Dillon, and sorry, it wasn't, apologies, that was Jason Kirk getting by on James Scanlon, so a good move for him there. Even so, as Dante Dillon goes for a move on the 75 of James Scanlon, you've got him, you've got Harrison Kirkham in the 5 and Rihanna Percox in the 21. Those Class 1 runners have been working together. I've noticed them at the back of the shot.
Seem to be pushing their way through a little bit, don't they?
Pushing themselves on, although Dante Dillon's the one who's got stuck into these Class 2 runners.
I think he held as well as... the good thing with karting is there's almost a bit of teamwork in this as well, isn't there? It's the racecraft is very intricate, I think, is the word to use.
It's one of the things that I love. I always love the sort of strategy of racing, and in endurance, that's obvious. There's obviously a strategic element. What I love about sprint racing is, in one sense, yes, it is out-and-out racing all the time, but in other ones, you form all these little mini alliances instantaneously and go, well, this lap I need to work with
the drop
you.
of a hat, isn't it?
Exactly that. And, you know, when do the gloves come off in the latter stage of a race? When do you work together? How do you work together? How do you indicate that you want to work together? All of that is a fascinating thing.
This is where we see them sometimes waving and pointing at each other when they do the overtaking. Well, interesting to see here that Ed Bars has just started to make a break from the pack here, and is putting the pressure on Bryn Olban, who's had a fairly steady race so far, but we come towards the last couple of minutes of this first heat. And I think Bryn is going to have a little bit of difficulty over the last 2 laps. He's going to have to be a little bit defensive. I'm sure he knows, of course, that Ed is there. And this is shaping up to be a close finish here.
Absolutely. And this was always going to be a question about this race. Bryn, as I say, everyone in the same machinery, but on balance as a pole sitter, as a Class 1. And there were several Class 2s behind him until the next Class 1. The question was always going to be, can any of those Class 1 runners come up to and challenge Bryn if he had the start, which he did? And the answer was yes. Ed Barr's now really applying pressure to the driver of the number 16.
Bryn here. He's guarding the apex everywhere, which of course has its own disadvantage because he's going to slow himself down here as well.
It is indeed. It's Christmas come early for the likes of GYG, because as they come offline, they're obviously not taking the optimum route around the track, and you can see the 27 catching up to these two. So there may be opportunities for him as well. I think. Well, we'll have to see if the last lap board goes out this time. It's going to be pretty close as to whether or not it does. It's not 7 minutes plus a lap, folks. Remember, it's they'll predict basically when. No, we are going to have 2 more laps on this one, are we? We are indeed. So 2 more laps that Bryn Olban has to hold off this charge from Ed Bars. You've got Agwagu less than a second behind them, and then you can see that Dante Dillon and actually Rihanna Percox has really pushed up through the order in the last few laps as well. She's got by on both Harrison Kirkham and Jason Kirk. And now Ed Barr's having a look down the inside. It's going to have to be a bold move there into Carousel.
Short can't braking. Afford to be too brave there, can you? Because it's deceptively steep, and that will really pull you away. You can see now, of course, this battle for the lead is really dragging Agwagu in here. He was about 2 seconds behind about a lap and a half ago, and he is right on the tail of Ed Bars here, really asking questions of the number 4. Dante Dillon, I think, could get involved in this one. 1 lap to go next time round. So this is going to get very tight, typical kart racing here towards the end of the final lap.
Absolutely, on to the last lap indeed. Harrison Kirkham with the fastest lap as well, trying to take the fight to Rihanna Percox, so look out for that in the background as well. But can Bryn Olban hold off this challenge from Ed Bars? We've seen Bars challenge other drivers at this part of the circuit, but Bryn Olban positioning his kart really well here. But the more he goes offline, of course, the more opportunities that gives to those behind.
Look at Agwagu. He's at the back of this little train here, so he's got the luxury of being able to choose his lines here, go for the sweeping lines into the corners, trying to get the exit speed, and he's really going for it now.
Absolutely he is. Into the final few corners then. Ed Bars, can he find a way through? Do you know what? Dante Dillon's arrived on the scene as well. He's going to challenge Agwagu for 3rd place here as well as they come through Devil's Elbow. I think Bryn Olban's going to be able to retain it. Bryn Olban will come round the last corner and take the win for Heat 1, absorbing all that pressure from Ed Bars. It is Agwagu who finishes 3rd. Something's happened to Rihanna Percox on the last lap. She's dropping down the order, but it was Bryn Olban, and there she is.
Oh, to the top of the circuit there, isn't it? On that sweep just out of the carousel to the back to the top of the track, isn't it?
Yeah, it's a disappointing start to the day for her. She will, of course, get opportunities in the other 2 heats. We mentioned that Kirkham was coming up onto the back of it to challenge on this last lap, so I don't know if that was how the drama unfurled. But Bryn Olban, your winner then for Heat 1. Ed Bars in 2nd. Isara Agwagu with a really good 3rd place. That's a good way to open up your racing tally at GYG. Highest placed of the Class 2 runners, Dante Dillon and Harrison Kirkham round out your top 5. That was Heat number 1. We're already going to have to look ahead, though, to the next race of the day here, which, conveniently enough, will be Heat number 2. Let's take a look then at the grid for Heat 2. as the drivers once again are on those warm-up laps, so we've got a little bit longer ahead of this one. It'll be Joe Craddock on pole for this one with Philip Babulel alongside. Jack O'Neill and Callum Martin are your second row of the grid with Rana Menon and Udi Menon on row number 3. Jake Hicklin and Martin Joyce are on row 4 with Andrew Rabbage and Ashley White rounding out your top 10. Kim Ely and Dave Cottrell are on row number 6 ahead of Hayden Lowe and Justin Draper. Murtaza Hassan and Dylan Edwards are on row 8. Mark Hensler and Nick Kvetkovic, are on row 9. And then it will be Ben Pickard to round out the 19 kart grid for heat number 2, first race of the day for all of these drivers as they just get used to this GYG circuit.
Saw a very entertaining first race there, and like we were saying during the race, some of the real intricacies that you see in kart racing. We saw some of the C1 drivers fighting their way through the field and really having to work together, with Bryn Olban just starting to pull away at the start of the race, and he was at risk of running away with things there in the early stages. 7-minute heat format here, so not particularly long. So if you can get to the, if you've got the luxury of a front row start, being able to start and pull away at the front, if you just get a couple of solid laps together, you're just setting a target for the others to get to. But as we've seen, of course, if the drivers work together, some good teamwork in it between the drivers in that first race, they can really make a race of it in the closing laps.
Absolutely. Another interesting aspect of that one for me, Chris, was the pole side of the grid getting away so well. It's actually relatively uncommon here at GYG, and the pole is on the right-hand side, but the standard racing line is on the left.
The outside, isn't it? Yeah.
Yeah, and you can often see the anti-pole side, as I always call it, the sort of, so long as they can time it so that they don't obviously trigger a jump start, they can be quite confident and bold into that first corner because they go, well, I'm on the standard racing line and I'm just going to swoop ahead here.
There's almost an element of like your NASCAR rolling start on that first corner, isn't it? If you can just time that, or like IndyCar, if you can just time your jump to the flag to perfection, like you say, you don't want to risk jumping the start, of course, but there's a bit of an art in that, of course, with rolling starts naturally, of course. But like you say, the setup of that first corner, if you can just get a train together and make the jump on the outside line there, it really does open things up quite well. It is an interesting little start complex here.
Yeah, absolutely. And I don't think as well, there's also that slight thing of, there's no other time when you approach that corner. Well, you do see some overtaking moves into turn 1. You do, if someone's had a really good run off of paddock corner, the last corner. But you don't often approach turn 1 in that position on the pole side, so you're like, well, what do I do with this?
I suppose as well is there's not too many tracks where there's such a short run from the start line to the first corner. It is very, I mean, it can't be 20 metres maybe, 20, 30 metres. It's rather unique in that aspect as well, I suppose. Normally you would get a bit of a run down into the first corner, so that does, like you say, of course, throw up its own challenges and your potential scope, of course, to take advantage of that as well from the outside. Yeah,
absolutely. It's a good point, actually. I'm just trying to think. I mean, Buckmore Park hasn't got the longest run before turn 1, but it's a very different turn 1 because it's more sort of double apex.
So quite flowing, this first corner here.
Exactly, it's flowing and leads onto this long straight with a little bit of runoff curb. So you can really sort of, as I say, really go for it if you're
it's a little bit like, I think, Three Sisters in reverse. If you think you've got a really tight, twisty sort of start to the lap, and then it just gradually opens up and becomes a slipstreamer. This is almost like that in reverse. It starts off very fast and flowing, and then you've got these last few tricky little off-camber corners to get your elbows out and hold on to the position. It's unlike Three Sisters, I think. It does tend to throw up some close racing in that sense as well, because everyone is so similar on that first part of the lap.
Yeah, it's a good point, actually. I love
this camera angle here at the top of the hill, but it gives you a real idea of the undulation of this track as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. It's and yes, that's the other thing to bear in mind as well, of course. You know, when the height's going up and down, you know, upward braking zones, downward braking zones, it all changes the
this
acceleration
is a nasty couple of little corners to finish the lap off here with the off-camber. It's really tests the driver's skill. Here we go then. So racing underway. We got Joe Craddock and Babulel right alongside. Babulel having a look on the outside, but the lead two drivers down the inside guarding the apex and taking the lead as they make their way in towards the top of the hill for the first time. Good clean start in those early stages. 4 abreast almost as somebody comes off worse onto the grass. That's not what you want to see.
It was Philip Babulel who was off onto the grass in the number 11.
Trouble as well with 2 others further down the field. I think getting caught up in the melee. Nothing too serious. I think the race goes on, of course.
No, it doesn't.
Oh, is it? All right, on cue.
I was with you for a second, then I didn't think we'd seen as.
Oh, they abandoned the start, I think.
We have, yeah. We've gone full start. So we will form up again. Is that Andrew Rabbage? I think it might be there, who's one of the karts involved. If so, I'd expect to see the number 25 on one of those recovering karts.
You might have to step in with your series knowledge here. That seemed a very late call to me. Would it be usual for that to be so late in the lap?
So I wasn't in the. I think that's about as late as they can call it. I wasn't in driver's briefing this morning, so I can't. I want to make that official. I'm in no way a fat holder from Club 100 race control perspective, but from my memory, the false start zone usually runs up to and includes the marshal post on that top corner. So if there is a big, and indeed it is the 25 of Andrew Rabbage there, who appears to be unable to get that Club 100 Rotax Evo kart going again. Oh, no, sorry, he's going to wait up to pick up the pack. Sorry. There we go. The kart is fine. He's just waiting for the opportunity rather than lapping the entire circuit and having to catch up, which is very sensible. So there he is indeed. Just trying to find his way back on this grid. So this will take the race down from 7 minutes to 5 under the rules if we have a false start. So even less time for the drivers who are at the back to get on up the road. It tends to just cranks up the pressure just that little bit more.
Just a little bit. It's the jeopardy element here as well, because you don't want to risk going for a pass quick or trying to steam through the field as quickly as possible and risk going off the course, because that sets you right back, of course, heading on towards the classification for the finals later. So here we go. How are we going to go again?
Indeed, Joe Craddock leads them away. Another good start from the pole side of the grid. Jack O'Neill immediately slots into second place from third on the grid as they come up the Dragon Straight for, well, sort of the first time as they come up round Spoon Corner. And Jack O'Neill immediately challenging. He's had a much better start this time around. And the driver of the number 26 challenging for the lead as they come through Spoon. And I can tell you he's got the job done. There he is, the 26 ahead of the number 10. So Jack O'Neill to the lead of the race ahead of Joe Craddock, and a much cleaner start this time around.
We saw the hand signal there from Jack O'Neill coming down the hill there, just signalling, I think, to Craddock to let's try and work together a bit here. Don't try and pass me. Let's try and get a gap here.
And the lifeline thrown by this this race restart for the number 11 of Philip Babulal, who we saw going off onto the grass.
Oh, yeah, of course.
I don't think he was involved in the incident that caused the false start. So a lifeline thrown, as that's a bold move there into the last corner from Callum Martin on Joe Craddock.
I don't think Craddock was too pleased with that one. It was a very brave move there, but of course he's still got about 3.5 minutes to go in the race as they pile up towards the top of the course here. This is allowing Jack O'Neill to really pull away here. He was signalling, of course, to Joe Craddock to try and stick with him. Craddock a little bit messy through some of those final couple of corners there. Didn't quite get the line, which allowed everyone else to jump in there. Yeah, so Craddock with a bit of work to do, but fantastic here for Jack O'Neill, who's really starting to pull away.
Absolutely. Very, very experienced and successful Club 100 driver, part of the Titan Motorsport operation. And yeah, he's shown us, there's a kart off there into the grass just as we were going away from that camera shot. It's the number 51 of Dave Cottrell, and I noticed as well earlier in the lap, yellow flags up at the top of the hill at Spoon as well. So I think somebody else may have had an incident out there, so we'll double check that, and it's Jake Hicklin who is dropping down the order. No, it's not. Sorry, he has now come across the line. He had some sort of drama at the top of the hill because he's dropped 7 places. So maybe it was a very brief yellow flag.
I think Dylan Edwards, one of the Class C drivers, having a Class 3 drivers having a little bit of a difficult lap there, losing a few seconds as well. So trouble in the the mid part of this race, I could say, of course, with the full start. Yeah,
very short race as it is. So Jack O'Neill leads then, and then we've got this pack fighting over second place. Callum Martin in your 33 kart, Philip Babulal in the number 11, and then Rana Menon in the 13. And then, sorry, indeed, has Joe Craddock and Andrew Rabbage as well for close company in that pack as well. And then working hard behind them are the likes of Yudi Menon, Justin Draper and Ashley White, who are in their own little trio. You could see a gesture just there, actually.
Yeah. Trying to work on.
The universal symbol for let's work together.
Shout out, I think, for Ben Pickard as well. He started, I believe, he was at the back of the field, wasn't he? So he's actually slowly but surely picking his way through the pack slightly. He's got to the front of the C3 here, and he's having a good steady race further down the pack.
Yeah, challenge from Babulal on Martin for second place.
And that's how you nail that corner, isn't it? That was perfect.
Textbook. And do you know what? He made that look easy. it's not that easy at that corner, because although it is downhill, which brings your braking point earlier, the apex speed of Carousel is so fast that it's still quite a short, sharp braking zone. There's not actually that much time to actually get a move on the brakes done into that corner.
It's very precise, because it's so easy as well to outbrake yourself. And if you leave it too late, of course, the hill works against you, and it's relatively flat, but still a little bit of camber there. It will take you off the circuit as well.
Indeed, and you can skirt out wide by the second apex and all sorts there. So making it look easy there, the driver, the number 11. Very impressive. Is that change going on as well? But no, I think it's still Rana Menon ahead of Craddock and Rabbage there. But what has happened here is that Justin Draper and Ashley White have moved past the 68 of UD Menon and are now starting to challenge the back of that pack. So Rabbage coming under pressure from the 32 of Justin Draper and Ashley White in the number 35. In fact, they've swapped positions a little bit there, because I can see now that Ashley White is ahead of Andrew Rabbage. So let's check it as they come round onto what is the last lap of the race. Indeed, yes, it has changed around. So it's now O'Neill, Babulal, Martin, Rana Menon in fourth, and then Justin Draper, your top five.
Babulal's had a fantastic race here, and you consider, of course, he was nerfed off on this corner in the full start. A bit unfortunate to end up in the grass. He's managed to regroup himself here, get to second place, and now, of course, he's the one to be got at here, but he's placing the kart quite nicely. Ashley White having to work hard here with some of the Class 2 drivers, making life difficult for him as well. And Babulal again just guarding that apex.
Absolutely. We need to be, in fact, there we go. We've picked him up. There, though, is our race leader. We've hardly seen Jack O'Neill this race. That is testament to how much he has dominated this one, got on up the road and set the lap times to secure it. Jack O'Neill wins heat number 2. And then it's going to be a charge for second place. Philip Babulal holds on to it. Callum Martin's had a bit of a drama on that last lap. He's dropped down significantly. So Jack O'Neill wins ahead of Philip Babulal, who's also your highest placed Class 2 runner. Rana Menon in third. Justin Draper in fourth. Joe Craddock in fifth, ahead of Ashley White, your other Class 1 runner in that one other than Jack O'Neill. Andrew Rabbage. Callum Martin dropping down to 8th on that last lap. UD Menon in 9th, ahead of Kim Ely, rounding out your top 10 finishers there.
And I tell you what, 5.8 seconds at the end of that race. You don't see that very often in a sprint format. So Jack O'Neill being given a lifeline there with that fight for second place, and he didn't need to be asked twice there. No.
And a shortened race, of course. Only 5 minutes. Really, really impressive. A second a minute that he pulled away there. Already, though, here, the grid are heading out for heat number 3. Let's take a look at the grid then for Heat 3 as they're going out for their warm-up, reconnaissance laps, call them what you will. Charlie Summers will lead this one away from the front. McKinley Coburn alongside. Jake Hughes and Christopher Powell-Taylor are on row number 2. Owen Camber and Harrison Earl are on row number 3. Nick Lacasas and Luke Phillips are your 4th row of the grid ahead of Mike Philippou and Keaton Ford. Danny Hale and Toby Wykes are on row number 6. Sam Lovelace, who comes into today as your championship leader there in the number 3 kart, is on row 7 with Ben Sanders alongside. And then we have our Class 3 drivers in the form of James Browning and Rob Mooney, Clifton Malcolm and Charles Palmer to round out an 18 kart grid for heat number 3.
So here we go around on the reconnaissance lap again, and again we've seen just how close the racing is in these early stages, but how important the start is, just being able to nail those first 2 laps, get your own lines out there, run your own race. You can really pull away in these early stages. But like we say, of course, how such is the nature of this Glenny-Gore circuit. I think, like you said earlier, it's a funny one to describe. It's not necessarily easy for overtaking, but it's also hard to defend the lead as well, just because of the flowing nature of this circuit. If you look at the track map, I think there's barely a straight on there, really, and all the corners tend to flow quite neatly as well. Of course, you see a lot of karting circuits are very much, there's at least one sharp hairpin on there, one notable overtaking point, you might say. There's not really that sort of fulcrum point here, is there?
No, it's sort of old school in that sense. I think that there's no point where the momentum. There's a lot of momentum involved in stringing together a good lap around here, and
it's the kind of circuit where you've got to make the pass almost 3 corners in advance in that sense.
Yes, absolutely. It's very rarely just a single corner thing. It's if you go for a move somewhere, you are very likely to compromise the next few corners. You know, if you go for a move in the final corner, which is called paddock here, that's great, fantastic, you've got ahead, but have you compromised your speed all the way by the time you get to the end of that Dragon Straight?
You've got the half a lap there, haven't you, effectively,
exactly.
Be got at then afterwards.
So, you know, it is, in that sense, there's quite a strategy to executing a successful pass.
And, of course, in a sprint format, only 7 minutes, there's not much time if you're going to make a claim through the pack either.
Absolutely not. Absolutely not. So, yeah, it's almost in that sense, I suppose, a track where, you know, they've done their practice sessions, they've got their eye in on that. There'll have been a few passes during that, but I always think hot lapping here is one thing and racing is something else because of that difficulty.
The flow nature, and they, like you say, so closely poised as well. You can't afford to be too aggressive either, because the guy behind you is poised and ready to make the pass as well.
Yeah, absolutely.
Really tactical circuit in some aspects.
Absolutely. So this to me looks like it would be Sam Lovelace's furthest back position on the grid of these heats. Remember, everyone has a randomly allocated grid slot. They do 3 of these heats, 1 out of each of the rotations of 4. And the grids are done such that across all 3 of their races, all drivers in Class 1 and 2 at least have the same average grid position. So this will be his position towards the back. So this will be an interesting race to see how Sam Lovelace...
I suppose essentially he's second from last, if you discount the Class 3 drivers, of course, who by default start at the back.
Indeed.
Yeah, he's got a bit of work to do here.
Indeed. For the likes of Mike Philippou, he's probably got his mid-pack grid slot. This is probably Christopher Powell-Taylor's highest grid position. So for the Class 1 runners, you've got one in each of those little scenarios, if you like. Could be an interesting aspect to this one. Away we go, though. Charlie Summers in the number 59 leads them away. It's another good start from third on the grid. This time Jake Hughes in that 29 kart, as they almost stay in their 2 rows as they go up the Dragon Straight for the first time.
The train on the inside here working to great effect. The driver's in about 4th, 6th on the grid, roughly. Opting to use that inside line and really getting the benefit on those first 2 corners.
Yeah, it's been a good first few corners as well for Christopher Powell-Taylor there in the number 36. As he did the thing of getting over to the inside. He started on the even side of the grid, but by the time they came up to the curve at Spoon, he was on the inside, and that's paid dividends for him as they're going 2 wide, nearly 3 wide in the mid-pack up the hill. It looks to me like that's a good start for Mike Philippou as well as they come down through Compression Corner. Little challenge there as well. It looked to me like Charles Palmer from the back of the grid might have had a good start as well. I think I saw the 71 battling away there in the middle of the pack as we come round to the end of lap number 1.
Sam Lovelace had a neat start there. I was watching him on that first lap. He was just waiting for other people to make their moves and just slotting down the inside. It was good tactics there on that first lap. He's already up to 8th place. Yeah,
really good racecraft, and it was indeed a great lap for Charles Palmer, albeit he's just been issued with a track limit warning, but to come from the back of the grid up to 11th is a fantastic one there. So he immediately takes himself as the highest placed Class 3 runners. That's a move for 2nd place. Jack Hughes being challenged by Christopher Powell-Taylor, who gets the move done. Powell-Taylor in his distinctive red and blue dual-coloured helmet and race suit, always easy to spot. Powell-Taylor.
Colour schemes are great for commentators.
Oh, we love that. We love that. As they come round to finish lap number 2, and Charlie Summers now being pressured by the 36 of Powell-Taylor for the lead of the race.
Yeah, he's having a neat little move here, just tracking him through the first corner. And you can see Summers knows he is there as they make their way up to the top of the circuit now. And let's see what happens as they make their way to the top of the straight, heading back down towards the carousel corner now. And, well, Summers with some neat lines down there. This, of course, is a real potential overtaking opportunity, but very difficult to get right. And, of course, line astern as they make their way through. They're staying there with Summers leading, Powell-Taylor second, Hughes. Philippou number 20 with the fastest lap of the race, just starting to tag onto the back of the number 29, Jack Hughes, McKinley Coburn in 5th. And Sam Lovelace still charging there in 6th place. But, of course, he's getting towards the tough nuts, you might say here, and having a bit more work to do. Yeah,
absolutely. Had that great first lap, didn't he? And now he's managed to get by a few of the other Class 2 runners. And now he's, as you say, coming up to the slightly tougher battles for him to get through on. Good little pack of karts there.
Do you think bouncing in the seat works out there? A lot of people seem to be doing that today, don't they?
Yeah. it never made much of a difference for me, but then I was significantly more gravitationally challenged than these drivers, is how I shall put it. As down the inside there goes Nick Lacasas on McKinley Coburn, and that's a nice little move through Carousel, keeps it tight on the 2 apexes of that corner to move himself up into 6th place. It's a nice little pack of karts there fighting there that Lacasas is heading up from 6th place downwards. They're all separated by, a 10th here and there, so the mid-pack, there they are, is quite competitive here. Always
Fast
someone
and
to race.
here, isn't it? Towards the back of the field, and there's a few, one or two of the Class 3 drivers getting involved in that one as well. So very tight towards the back of the field as Sam Lovelace sets another fastest lap. Christopher Powell-Taylor at the front just looked like he was looking for lines there a little bit. He was tagging along with Summers in 2nd place as we watch again. Oh, there's 71 down the inside. Charles Palmer with another great move. Oh, as somebody came off worse there on the outside at the top of the corner. Nothing too serious. That's just bad luck. Oh, there's a change in the lead as well.
Yes, sorry, that was a lead change. It was Luke Phillips who's come to a stop, but round the outside, or trying round the outside here, is Powell-Taylor. If he can keep his foot in it, he'll have the inside for compression, but the 59 of Charlie Summers moves across, and Jack O'Neill has seen that opportunity and goes, if you're going to go that far offline, Sunshine, I'm going to take 2nd place. Thank you very much. So what started as a really robust challenge for the lead there, and Charlie Summers did very well to hold that off, Chris. Jack O'Neill. So what started as a battle for the lead ended with a change for 2nd place, and O'Neill now in the pound seats to take the lead.
I think Powell-Taylor had been lining that move up for a couple of laps there on that final part of the lap. It didn't quite come off for him, of course. Oh, down the inside, that was Philippou taking Knight's move down the inside there to go for the lead. And look at this, 36, so Powell-Taylor this time makes it work. That was perfect going down towards Carousel.
Yes, sorry to Mike Philippou. Yes, it's Philippou, not Jack O'Neill, who was last race in a Titan Motorsport get-up. So Philippou indeed to the front of the race. So a couple of really nice moves there from Philippou and Powell-Taylor to get to the head of the field.
I think this fight for the lead is starting to draw Sam Lovelace into the action as well. He's been cut adrift a little bit in the middle part of the race, but now, of course, these guys fighting at the front, it really has drawn it into him. And let's have a look as they go through. Just 1 second off the leader. So last 2 laps, I think, would you say? I think it's going to be tight.
Yeah, it'll be tight to see if we get another one in after this. As, yeah, indeed, Sam Lovelace has come to us. And Jack Hughes, to be fair, is keeping pace with this as well, as up the inside of Hughes goes Lovelace, as meanwhile, Powell-Taylor is trying to just test the waters a little bit with Mike Philippou, see what opportunities there are to get by. I don't think he's going to try the same kind of move that he did a lap ago.
Just trying to square the turn. He just had a look there, didn't he?
He did.
This race has opened up quite nicely for Lovelace now. It's really been presented to him, the opportunity to fight for the lead here, and he's certainly taking advantage of that.
Yeah, absolutely. Lovelace, they're trying to do the outside move at Compression Corner. You can see moves that happen both ways round there, but just couldn't make it work that time around. Charlie Summers driving a really good race here. He's got really experience, he's got experience himself, but, as a Class 2 driver up against Class 1 drivers of this caliber, he's really doing a good job of not just defending, but taking the fight to the challenge there.
Go, is he?
Yeah, having a go there at Christopher Powell-Taylor in that number 36, and at the same time, just sort of half in attack, half in defence, having that slightly shallower line there into Carousel. But having a great drive.
To recover from that, because he went for that pass and he came off majorly worse, I would say.
Yeah.
It didn't set him at all well going down to the Carousel, but he did well to recover. He's got Sam Lovelace no less behind him here, and he's having a fantastic drive. I think he's just losing that momentum for the leaders now, but a fantastic race for Summers in third.
Yeah, I'd say as they go on to the last lap, the battles further down as well, still raging. Nick Lacasas now leads that frenetic pack of karts battling over 6th place down to about 10th. And another move for Charles Palmer up to 8th place. Really good showing from one of our Class 3 drivers here, as Mike Philippou is having to position his kart carefully here, Chris, in order to retain this lead.
That was some good driving there from Philippou, because you can really see Powell-Taylor using the lines there, trying to get the momentum out of the corner, and finally the pressure just about paying off for Lovelace, but I think Summers is not going to give that one up lightly. And it's going to be a great fight down to the line here. I think Philippou may have just about done enough here.
Yeah, absolutely. I think he's going to take a mistake on his part at this point. He's just got to round the final corner. Sam Lovelace has indeed finished that move on Summers. So it's going to be Mike Philippou who takes the win in heat number 3 ahead of Christopher Powell-Taylor. Sam Lovelace getting up to 3rd place. That's a brilliant job for him, considering that was his lowlier grid spot that he'll have in these heats, so that sets him up really well to secure a spot, not just on the A grid, but probably towards the front of that if he can continue that form. Charlie Summers, great drive from him in fourth, highest of your Class 2 runners. Jack Hughes in fifth place, McKinley Coburn in sixth, seventh for Nick Lacassa. So Coburn got to the head of that pack on that final lap as well. And a shout out, I'll finish on this because the next heat is just going out now. Shout out to Charles Palmer, highest place of the novice Class 3 runners from the back of the grid from 18th to 8th place. That's a fantastic run.
Neat little bit of racing there from Charles Palmer. Not too much time to do that, of course, as well. So, yeah, fantastic start for him. I think a shout out for Charlie Summers there. I think he was a bit unlucky to finish in fourth place at the end. It was just maybe the experience of Sam Lovelace paying off on that little move on the inside on those closing few corners. But I always think in racing, it's your weakest races that determine how you get on in a championship, for example. Same principle here to the heat races. Lovelace with that bad start at the back, claiming a third place, which always bodes well.
Absolutely. The cart's already out, though, for the last heat of this rotation, heat number 4. Let's look at the grid then as they're doing their warm-up laps. It's Miles Reitman who will start this one on pole position. There he is. Andrew McWilliam, who had that podium finish back at Butmore Park, starts alongside him. Andrew Ward and Jeremy Deeksy, your second row of the grid, ahead of Owen Genman and Sam Pike. On row 4, we will find Tommy Lee and Matthew Clark. Russell Cooper and Greg Smith round out your top 10. William Henn and Dan Seeger are your 6th row of the grid. Aaron Clark and Stephen Westwood are on row 7, and then we get into our Class 3 runners in the form of Phil Holmes, Barry Lakes, Zach Titterton and Kurt Roberts. That's how they round out an 18 kart field for this one. At the end of this, all of the drivers will have taken to the track at least once, so if you were tuning in for a particular driver to support them, they are either in the heavyweights, in which case stay with us here on Alpha Live, but they'll be in the afternoons running, or they're not here. And you should tell them off for not coming up to the beautiful Glanny Gores for round 3 of the championship.
Oh, you've got to put the miles in for these national series, haven't you? And it's worth I always think it's worth the trip. Some of these more far-flung circuits, shall we say. Glanny Gores, I always think as a local track, but for a lot of people, I appreciate, of course, it's a long way away. Rowra, that's another one where you've got to put the miles in, definitely. It's well worth the trip, I would say, but for a lot of people, it's not the easiest one to get to. But the great thing is with a series like this, it is a truly national series, takes in a lot of further flung tracks as well, and you get to experience to drive at some different tracks.
I had a massive parallax error there. I thought that was the world's largest cone for a second, but it was in fact a piece of barrier. So the track furniture, as it can be described under the regulations, being put in place. It's always something to bear in mind in all seriousness. You'll see cone penalties come in, and it'll say cone. The cone penalty covers any form of track furniture, so if there were tyres on the inside, that would also be shown up as a cone warning or penalty. On that topic, by the way, another little bit of housekeeping. If you do have a spare device or monitor as you're watching us today, then I do recommend heading over to live.alphatiming.co.uk. Click on Club 100 and you'll get the full timing screen alongside what we have here for you on the broadcast. Obviously, we've got the timing tower, but you'll see the live timing there with the track map, the session status, and any announcements from Racing Control, which does include penalties and warnings, but I'm sure we won't see any of those. But that's all for you. Live.alpha.
Last words,
I know. Live.alphatiming.co.uk/Club 100. That's Alpha Timing. That's Alpha with a PH, and it's Alpha Timing, folks, not Alpha Live. Alpha Timing doing the timing, Alpha Live doing the live broadcasts. So yeah, if you've got a spare device or screen, highly recommend that to supplement your viewing experience.
A cluster here of the Class 1 drivers starting towards the back of the grid as the race gets underway. Neat start there from Miles Reitman to claim that corner. Oh, it's still on the formation. My apologies. I thought the race had gone underway there, but
I felt like that was a race start as well.
I think one or two of the guys at the back thought the same as well, looking at the lockups.
Yeah. Has that come up on? No, that's not showing as a false start on timing. So that was. I was with you then. I thought that was a race start, but it wasn't to be. We will go round once again.
I wonder if there's a driver possibly out of line at the start. There's one or two making their way through the I think it might have been Greg Smith possibly on the green there. Just seemed to be taking up a few positions at the back there.
Yeah, not sure. It's an interesting one. As I say, it wasn't they were unhappy with formation, because that would be a full start. But yeah, a bit of an interesting one though. We can get drivers who fall off, particularly through here on Devil's Elbow. If someone's doing a little wiggle to get some heat into the tyres, and then they suddenly forget that the kart goes light if you crest a hill. But
this looks better this time. I think everyone in position, so I can only assume there may have been a kart out of position. And Miles Reitman with a fantastic start last time round. So it is, of course, the full race. And here we go, Reitman down the inside again, claiming that corner neatly, pushing the number 50 wide up there, McWilliam, who may be compromised as they make their way up the hill. Quite a few top drivers at the back of the field in this one, of course, so a bit of work for them to do as they make their way up to the top of the hill here at Glanigors for the first time. And this right-hander always treacherous on the first lap, but Miles Reitman there with a brilliant start.
Yeah, absolutely. Good start from our pole sitter. Good start as well by Andrew McWilliam, and also I have to say as well, Owen Genman and Andrew Ward, some of the Class 1 runners showing their experience there off the start, slotting into second, third and fourth as they come around the top of the lap for the first time. And down the hill, we've got some moves further back as well. Good little battle going on there. I think that was Zach Titterton doing battle, possibly Barry Lakes at the back of the field. As they come around, though, to finish lap number 1, Miles Reitman has indeed held on to that pole position that he started with. And as I say, Andrew McWilliam, Owen Genman and Andrew Ward forming that Class 1 pack who could work together to push up.
Here now, and I think Andrew McWilliam did very well there to hold on to that second place, because Miles Reitman, as is entitled to as a pole sitter, very aggressively claiming that first corner, which did push McWilliam wide, I thought, on the exit of the corner. So he was compromised going up the hill.
Indeed he was, and a penalty coming in for Tommy Lee. That's a ABC BAP it comes up as on the timing. That stands for bump and pass. That means that he got by, but was deemed to have got by through an unfair piece of contact on his competitor. That will be a 4-place deduction to wherever he finishes this race. Currently running in 5th place is Tommy Lee, the driver, the number 42.
I suppose that's essentially your CLUB100 equivalent of the, like in the owner driver series, you have the nose cone dropping thing.
Yeah, if you like, yes, absolutely.
Which I suppose doesn't really happen with bumpers on the kart, so I suppose the stewards are going to be a bit more proactive in watching the drivers in that one.
In that sense, yes. Russell Cooper challenging Dan Seeger, I could see, for 9th place. Interesting start for Dan Seeger, and as well for Aaron Clark. Those Class 1 runners not managing to push up on that first lap in the way that we would expect. In fact, good start from Zach Titterton at the moment, one of our Class 3 drivers to be running ahead of Aaron Clark at the moment, as this is a challenge for the lead. Miles Reitman coming under pressure from Andrew McWilliam, podium sitter at Butmore Park.
Miles Reitman not afraid to go for the lines here either. He was driving defensively in the first part of the lap. Now with a bit more confidence on the second part, he's really taking some nice sweeping lines through the corners, which does run the risk, of course, of McWilliam making a move down the inside here, but running very aggressively on that final part of the lap. But Andrew McWilliam really keeping that pressure on as we watch that midfield scrap there. There's the 12 Matthew Clark with Greg Smith just in front, William Henn, all locked in a close midfield battle here, but I think McWilliam has taken the lead here.
Yes, indeed, change for the lead. The number 50 to the head of the field. Andrew McWilliam with a nice move there on Miles Reitman. And I think in that mid-pack battle as well, I think we were seeing William Henn challenging Russell Cooper as they came up to spin. So we'll have to see how that one's shaken out by the end of the lap. Owen Genman not too far behind here as well. So Miles Reitman has to be... it's always a difficult one to judge. And now you've got a brief window now where you potentially could counter-attack, or does he just go, you know what, I'm running well here, I'm going to secure some good points, we'll slot into position here, as we've got, that's not race traffic ahead, that is one of the kart testers ahead of them, so he'll duly get out of the way should they catch up to him.
I think McWilliam there, so he was signalling to Reitman just to tag along with him here, not to necessarily fight, but just have a pull along here. Reitman, he's having a good race so far, he's not afraid to have a go back here, that wasn't really in the script for McWilliam. But Reitman, give him full marks for pluckiness, I think is the word here.
Yeah, he answered my question. Is he going to slot in and work with him? No, he's certainly not. Thank you very much. He's going to go straight back for the lead again. Fantastic stuff there from Reitman.
It was a neat move as well. It wasn't these ones where you sacrifice yourself and bring the third place guy into it either. It was a good, clean pass. It's not really affected McWilliam too much. And they can continue to fight for the lead here.
Yeah, decisive move, as you say. So change for the lead then. with under 3 minutes left on the clock. Further back, Andrew Ward has got by on Tommy Lee. That's for 4th place. Dan Seeger has finally started to move on up this order. He's been working away steadily, been seeing it on the time in the last few laps. The number 6 driver now up to 6th place. So he's finally turning this one around somewhat, if you like, from the perspective of being a Class 1 runner in your lowliest grid slot of the day.
Interesting to watch there. Andrew McWilliam, he took a good long look over his shoulders and made their way down to the carousel just to check his position on the track so he can see how much of a jeopardy there is if he was to fight Reitman for the lead. He's just checking his progress. So you can see that Gemman is a little bit further behind, a few tenths behind, so he knows he's in a fighting position here in 2nd place. He can afford to have a go at Reitman. And he's just sussing him out at the moment because I think Miles Reitman is really showing himself here to be a formidable competitor.
Absolutely. Once again, a frenetic mid-pack. We did just see as well briefly the Andrew Ward, Tommy Lee, Dan Seeger battle. The trio who have sort of come together there in this contact. Sam Pike is round in the number 14. And that's we haven't seen that one so far this weekend.
For Sam Pike, wasn't it?
Yeah.
He take a sweeping line into that first corner, just tagged had the back wheel of the cart tagged there. And that angle was just going to punt him off to the side. So very unlucky there for Sam Pike. I don't know if there's going to be any kind of steward's warning for that, I wonder.
Yeah, well, I said contact. It was just as we picked it up. I think there was contact there. I don't think he did that. There was contact. Yeah, okay. There is, the penalty showing for Aaron Clark. That's for track limits. We'll have to see how that goes with race control. It's ultimately their call at the end of the day. Pressure being applied on Reitman by McWilliam once again, as all the changes in the mid-pack there update themselves on timing. So difficult race for Sam Pike, whichever way you look at it. There we go. There was the advantage by contact takeout penalty. Has just come up on my timing screen. That's for the 64 of William Henn, who was the driver running right behind Sam Pike at the time. So that's the way that race control have viewed that one. I think this is going to be an interesting one onto this last lap, Chris. I think McWilliam feels he has the pace, but he's on for some good points either way here in the first heat of the day. And Reitman's been driving this one beautifully. I think this could be very interesting.
I think McWilliam here just playing the percentages here as you come up towards the final lap. He knows now this is the time for action. So again, he's just checking his shoulder. He knows where he is on the track. And he knows he can have a bit of a go here at Reitman because he's not under any real risk of being overtaken by Owen Gemman in 3rd. And this is where Reitman's got to be a little bit defensive. And again, really pushing McWilliam wide out into the corner to prevent the repass. As they make their way down towards carousel, McWilliam's going to have a little peek down the inside, but Reitman again very defensive here. And McWilliam, he's not afraid to have a go here. He's safe in 2nd place for now, but this is going to turn into a very close battle down towards the final few corners, and Miles Reitman defending his lead superbly here.
Indeed he is then, coming down through Devil's Elbow. He'll come around the last few corners here, unless as they're moving to the final corner. He's going for it. Is McWilliam. It's going to be a drag race to the line, but it's going to be Miles Reitman who takes the win. Andrew McWilliam, top points for effort there, going for the move, but finishing 2nd. Owen Gemman in 3rd, Andrew Ward in 4th, Tommy Lee in 5th, but with that penalty for bump and pass to be applied. Dan Seeger, William Henn also has the penalty to be applied, but finishing 7th on the road. Aaron Clark, in the end, getting up to 8th. Good recovery from him because he struggled for the first half of that race to get up the order. Matthew Clark in 9th. And Kurt Roberts, your highest placed Class 3 runner, in 10th. Already, Heat 5 are going out onto circuit, so we'll look ahead to our second rotation of heats. No warm-up laps now, which means if you're a commentator here, you've got to say the grid quicker. Hayden Lowe will start this one on pole. Sam Lovelace alongside him. Mortaza Hassan and Keaton Ford are on row 2. Dave Cottrell and Jack Hughes are on row number 3. Rana Menon and McKinley Coburn are your 4th row of the grid, ahead of Jason Kirk and Joe Craddock. Luke Phillips and Mike Philippou are on row number 6. Row 7 is where we find Ashley White and Ed Bars. Ben Pickard and Clifton Malcolm are on row number 8. Then it's Jasper Fitzgerald-Wolf and Alex Rule on row number 9.
So Sam Lovelace this time with the luxury of a front row start. He had to work hard in the first heat race. Now let's see what he can do from the front. He fought through to 3rd in his opening outing. Of course, we've got Mike Philippou, Ashley White and Ed Bars. Some drivers here who look very good in their opening heat races, starting effectively towards the back of the field, only ahead of the Class 3 drivers as they make their way straight down in towards the final corner. And heat number 5 about to get underway.
Indeed. Oh, the pole sitter's out of position there. Needs to stay within those tram lines if he can at all help it. Away we go then. Hayden Lowe leads them away. It's a strong start, though, from the even side of the grid. And immediately Sam Lovelace swoops across on Hayden Lowe to stamp his authority on the lead of this race as they head on up the hill for the first time. 2 by 2. Noah's Ark formation. We got one driver out onto the grass there. Didn't quite catch who it was. As they all work their way through the spoon corner section, though, and down towards the carousel. It's looking okay. We're going 2 wide, even 3 wide. 3 wide in amongst your Class 1 runners at the back, I note as well. The likes of Philippou, White and Bars going 3 wide there. It's a great start for Sam Lovelace at the front of the field.
Yeah, and Hayden Lowe, a little bit unfortunate there on the opening half lap. 1 or 2 mistakes at the start, just allowing the rest to pull away. Oh, as somebody gets pushed out wide on the run down towards the final few corners here. That's the typical first lap incident where the unfortunate driver on the outside gets pushed out wide. Here they come at the end of the first lap. So Lovelace with a fantastic start there, very quickly moving to the front of the field from Keaton Ford, Rana Meron in third, Murtaza Hassan in fourth. Mike Philippou has come through the field very nicely on that first lap into 5th position.
Whoa!
Oh, and more trouble here.
Was that... did I see the number 51? Well, I won't speculate on that. Actually, we'll wait and see who that is. To finish off the people who had issues on the first lap, Joe Craddock was your spinner up at compression corner, and then the driver who went onto the grass was McKinley Coburn, but he didn't actually come to a stop. He was able to come back onto the track, so he's dropped to the back of those Class 2 runners. As we're being told, is that full course yellow,
yeah,
I think?
Wade Yellow's full course yellow,
or definitely a slow yellow being waved there at the top of the lap. We've got a slow moving cart. That's why Joe Craddock has a problem. The number 10, I just saw them go by him. So it's a disaster for Joe Craddock. He's got a very slow-moving CLUB100 cart, unless he's just being extremely civil in slowing down and allowing the field through. I suppose that could be why. Several drivers, though, involved in incidents on that lap. The likes of, it was Dave Cottrell who I saw going into that spin in the number 51. Hayden Lowe as well, and Luke Phillips dropping down the order. Jack Hughes as well. So it's quite a few. It's quite a high attrition rate so far in this.
It's been a difficult start to this race. Had quite a few top Class 1 drivers fighting through the field, so maybe that compression in the pack as well. It's making things very hectic in the midfield so far.
Dramatic lap for Rana Menon. I think Philippou, White, Bars, and Jason Kirk as well have all got by this lap. This has just been the lap where the Class 1 drivers, who have, to be fair to them, stayed out of these dramas. Well, I say that actually. I will just double check the penalties that have come in. Oh, and that's interesting. We missed that one in all of the drama. Sam Lovelace with a jump start penalty. So that means that he will not be classified as your winner, even if he crosses the line first. So they will have judged that based off of the start. It's a fairly open and shut case for the front row, because if second on the grid, I mentioned earlier how if you're on that even side of the grid, you can be bold and try and hang around the outside. There's a challenge for the lead from Keaton Ford here in the 38 on Lovelace. Absolutely gets the job done. But we were talking about how that even side of the grid can be bold, and that was a little too bold.
A little bit there. It did seem a very slow start there, so I think Lovelace just trying to grab the advantage from there, but according to the stewards, you can't really argue against that, I suppose. It's a little bit too good for Sam Lovelace, you would say there. Yeah,
if it shows up on the timing that the second is ahead, unless it's there is a small amount of margin, I think, allowed for if it's a couple of thousandths or something. But it's, as I say, fairly open and shut case. If he crossed the time barrier first, he is judged to have jump started. Now that'll be 2 positions added to wherever he finishes per row that he jumped. Now he was on the front row of the grid, course, so one. So he could still win this race on the road and be classified in third. But Sam Lovelace there, he cannot be classified as the net winner of this race. He's been joined by some friends in his class, though, as Ed Bars.
They're coming to say hello here. Mike Philippou he's had a neat race. Philippou, he's started right at the back of the field, just ahead of the Class 3 drivers. And he's had to go past some very strong contenders here. He's already up to third place and just starting to get involved in this fight for the lead. Keaton Ford, with that superb move from the carousel a couple of laps ago, has taken the lead from Sam Lovelace, who's looked very impressive this morning thus far. He's, of course, a bit unlucky with the jump start penalty, and he's going to just try and move on. They see Keaton Ford just trying to stay in front there, but he's got some very quick drivers coming through. Ed Bars also on the charge. He looked impressive earlier on as well, and has set another fastest lap, 50.533. So just looking at those lap times, we're in the the mid-50s at the moment here. It's a good pace out there, and I would say we're approaching perfect conditions for racing here as well.
Yeah, gorgeous day here in the county of Conway in North Wales here, and it's lovely stuff. There's a little bit of grass or dirt that's been brought onto the circuit there just at the top of the lap, but it does appear to be off the racing line. I have to say I'm loving this theme that's developing today already of these Class 2 drivers just going for it and not really, I mean, they can't, they're not studying whether the number plate on the car ahead of them is a red number plate of a Class 1 runner, but they're really taking the fight to them here. Sometimes I get asked about what's the difference between the Class 1 and the Class 2 runners really, and as I say, obviously in machinery terms, nothing at all. All I would say is there's nothing that stops a Class 2 runner taking the fight to these Class 1s. Typically, what one finds is it's the consistency of the Class 1. They can crank out those lap times, lap after lap after lap. What that means, though, is if you're, Class 2 runner on a good day, developing as a driver at a circuit you particularly like, you're absolutely there right at the sharp end. We
had a very similar sort of organisation in motocross. We have expert senior and junior riders. That's junior not being a age thing, more of ability. The seniors and experts often racing together, and you'd find, seniors were about 90% there in terms of the pace. The experts often just having that little bit more, like you say, consistency. So you would say Keaton Ford at the front here, he's there by rights, you would say. He's every bit as quick as the guys behind him. We would just say, again, they're just shuffling for having a look for position there. The guys behind him here having just that little bit more, potentially racecraft, bit more experience maybe, which could maybe play a factor here in the final half lap or so.
Yeah, it's an interesting one. Keaton Ford with a little bit of breathing space actually at the very start of this lap, and it's partially because these Class 1 drivers are battling in amongst themselves. This is the penultimate lap. I think Sam Lovelace has now got his eyes set a bit more on the lead, but a little bit of a... No one actually swapped position, but just a few little looks, different alternative lines there between the likes of Sam Lovelace, Mike Philippou and Ed Bars. Ashley White as well is on the back of this pack to pick up any of the spoils coming his way. And Jason Kirk as well in the 85 right at the back of this pack. So it's a really close run thing between the top six as they come onto the final lap.
Yeah, looking very good here, and Keaton Ford continuing to hold on to the lead. And Jasper Fitzgerald-Wolf, who's just gone over the line now, breaking into the top 10 from Class 3. Good consistent drive for him thus far. As again, Keaton Ford guards that apex going into the corner. He's got some very experienced drivers behind him. And the action really started to hot up in that fight for second place, as we see Philippou and Bars fighting for position, going down towards Carousel, getting the prime position for overtaking at the bottom of the hill. But Philippou doing very well to hold on to that third place. Lovelace, he won't be too bothered about that jump start penalty. He'll be still looking to try and charge for the win here. But Keaton Ford looking very strong here as they make their way down towards the final two corners.
Yes, indeed. He's absorbed this pressure brilliantly. Unless anyone's going to fire a move into the last corner, it's going to be Keaton Ford who takes the win in heat number 5. Sam Lovelace in second. Closer on the thing between Mike Philippou and Ed Bars for third and fourth, ahead of Ashley White and Jason Kirk. Rana Menon in 7th. McKinley Coburn in 8th. 9th for Murtaza Hassan. And brilliant drive, actually. Didn't pick up on this for most of the race. Wow. Jasper Fitzgerald-Wolf in 10th place, your highest Class 3 runner. Really good run there.
Dave Cottrell as well came through very strongly towards the end. Their fastest lap on the final after the incident on the first lap. He's done a very good recovery there.
Yeah, absolutely. Good recovery there. Already, though, Heat 6 are out on track. Here's your grid then for heat number 6. That's your grid for heat number 5. Heat number 6 will start with Steph Theodori. There we go, on pole position. Aaron Clark alongside Lewis Merchant and Greg Smith are row number 2, ahead of Harrison Kirkham and Andrew Ward. Row 4 is where we'll find Rihanna Percox and Andrew McWilliam. Christopher Powell-Taylor and Bryn Alban round out your top 10. Matthew Clark and Russell Cooper are on row 6. Next up, it's Dante Dillon with Udi Menon to make up the 7th row of the grid. Sam Pike and Ricky Goodwin are on row 8. Then it's Zach Titterton and Mark Hensler on row 9. And Nick Kvetkovic to round out your 19-car grid for heat number 6, bringing us, as it will, to the halfway stage in our heat running for lightweights.
And potentially a few subplots here. We've got 2 of the Class 1 drivers at the front of the field. We've got the very impressive Bryn Alban starting in midfield this time. Of course, he led away in race number 1. And, of course, Dante Dillon starting towards the back in this heat. Great move there down the inside from Lewis Marchant at the start to snatch that second place. I think it was Theodore holding on to the lead as they make their way up the hill for the first time. And Dylan already on the move there, having a peek down the inside towards the top of the hill for the first time. And here we go, but a great start there from Steph Theodoru to hold on to the lead. But Lewis Marchant really attacking hard in his early stages.
Yeah, absolutely. Or Dante Dillon off on the grass in the back, though. He's done well to gather that one back up and somehow didn't collect anybody else as he came back onto the track. But a heart-in-the-mouth moment there for one of the key protagonists in this category, as down through compression and devil's elbow, Steph Theodoru doing well to absorb that pressure on lap 1 to retain the lead of the race, and somehow Dante Dillon's still making moves at the end of a lap where he went off onto the grass. That
was a nasty moment there for Dillon. He was early, very early, staking his claim there on the opening few corners, and already down the inside he goes. I think that's Sam Pike and Greg Smith that he's fighting with there. He was caught out there, pushed onto the grass, and that is the last place where you want to be on the grass with no brakes on the approach of that corner. So I think he did very well to recover that one as well.
Yeah, and particularly if you are going to go onto the grass, as you say, particularly not the best place, because A, the grass drops away slightly from the track there. B, you're on the wrong side of the... You're going downhill towards Carousel and you're not on the grey stuff. It tends to be bad news.
He was, the cart was almost drifting into the corner,
yes.
So he was lucky to... He's able to control that slide well and use that to bring himself down to the pace to make that corner. And he's got a bit of work to do, of course. That does drop him down towards the back of the field, but Steph Theodoru leading in these early stages, trying to stake a claim as they all go flying onto the curbs on that final corner. Very fast start of the race, I should say. Russell Cooper starting to make his way through the field, and Nick Savečkovic with a track limit warning towards the back of the field there. So that, of course, is pretty much self-explanatory, Howard would say. Just to run a bit too wide, possibly. Whole cart off the circuit, and just a warning for him.
Yeah, absolutely. There's not too many places. Obviously, you get penalised with the grass here, so there's not too many places, but there are still some where you can be deemed to have taken liberties with the track limits. One example would be the exit paddock, the last corner of the circuit. You could be pushing the limits, and there's not that much runoff. If you do have a problem there, the wall is pretty close on the exit, so they definitely like to dissuade people from doing that. Steph Theodoru then, still leading with a little bit of a margin in hand over Lewis Marchant. Harrison Kirkham in third place with a lot of pressure from Rihanna Percox. Percox needing a better race. In fact, it was those two who were doing battle in the earlier heat, where we don't know it was related to the fight between her and Kirkham, but she came to a stop on that last lap off the circuit. So this is not the first time that we've seen Rihanna Percox battling away with Harrison Kirkham, the 21 versus the 5 here, and Kirkham going onto a defensive line somewhat into Carousel there to try and deter Rihanna from going for a move there. Both of these drivers experienced. Kirkham, your Class 2 winner from last season, now up in those Class 1 ranks, and Rihanna Percox, a driver with a lot of experience in Club 100 machinery, did Club 100 sprints for a number of years before then competing in the British University's karting championship with Birmingham University. So she's got a lot of experience in these Club 100 karts, as does Christopher Powell-Taylor, who now finds himself on her tail, and Andrew Ward as well, who's also very experienced in Club 100 machinery in a range of different disciplines, including being thoroughly slowed down by me in the endurance series for a few years as a teammate. But he's having a good fight here, as is Christopher Powell-Taylor just ahead of him, going down the inside of Rihanna Percox into Carousel, but she'll have the inside line through the next two right-handers, and that leaves Powell-Taylor exposed to attack from Andrew Ward in the 7.
Classic racing there, of course. It's where the pass has got to be made, and if you're not successful, it leaves you open to be overtaken by another driver like we saw there with Powell-Taylor. Interesting to see how Rihanna Percox is getting on here in fourth place, the number 21. This is going to be a very important race for her, of course. She dropped down the field in race number 1, so in this 3-heat race format, she's really got to make this one work to be able to guarantee some good points heading towards the final heat later on this morning. And she's running very strongly in that fourth place, having her peek down the inside with Rihanna Percox and Harrison Kirkham fighting away there. Kirkham doing very well to hold on to that third place here, as again she's looking for the pass down the inside, but Kirkham's got the cart placed very well. Track warning there for Andrew McWilliam, who looked impressive in the earlier heat race. He's down in 12th place at the moment, so not quite going his way for him. But Percox here has just got to get a good result here, and like we see with McWilliam having trouble there in the midfield, hope that other drivers drop points.
Yeah, she just needs to bank that good result, and that'll take the pressure off, even just psychologically. If you've had a hard heat, it's always good to come back with a good result.
It's like you're chasing the curve, isn't it?
Yeah, exactly. Ultimately, there is always someone for you to race in Club 100 because of the different classes that we have here. But you are also racing yourself. We often talk about that in the context later on in the season because with the drop scores that you have here, with your 2 worst rounds being dropped from your ultimate championship score, what you're doing in the latter rounds is you're racing against your worst result so far in the season to sort of better it. You want to be so successful that your result qualifies to count as part of your championship score.
That always creates an interesting dynamic, doesn't it, with the drop scores? It's something you used to see decades ago in Formula One and series like that, for example, in the days when they didn't actually compete in the whole season. But obviously in club and racing, sometimes people can't afford to do the whole series, so you can understand why such a ruling is in place. And like you say, later in the season, if you've completed the whole quota, it just adds that extra dynamic towards the end of the season.
Absolutely. Once again, this pack battling quite hard. There's your race leader, Steph Theodoru. A little bit of pressure being applied by Lewis Martin, but at the moment under control. And then this frenetic battle over third place, not for the first time. Christopher Powell-Taylor tries to go around the outside of Rihanna Percox at Spoon Corner. He's going to try and sell the dummy. He is in switch to the inside. He is going to try and switch to the inside, but he's not got enough of his car alongside, I don't think, to get the move done. It's going to be side by side through the top part of the lap. And Dante Dillon as well in the number 2. He's been setting successive fastest laps. He's now come onto the back of this pack. So this is quite the Class 1 derby here in the latter phases as they'll be seeing the last lap board this time around, Chris. Yeah,
our elbows are out here heading towards the final lap. This is great news, of course, for Steph Theodoro, who's led pretty much the entire race. Lewis Martin, who's got a toe in second position down the road with Steph at the front. But this fight for third is incredible. And for the first time in a few moments here, Harrison Kirkham has got a little bit of a cushion now from Rihanna Percox, who is still fighting as they make their way back down towards the carousel, and look how close it is behind. It really is a fight for position now for the rest of the top 10. Andrew Ward, Christopher Powell-Taylor, Aaron Clark, Dante Dillon right in there as well with the number 76 Russell Cooper also getting involved. 3 abreast almost coming out of carousel. Really is a lottery for position here as they fight down. Looks like Kirkham just starting to put away from Pollock.
That's off for Andrew Ward, is it? I think that was Andrew Ward just skating across the shot. And that's a costly moment for the number 7 if so. But rounding the final corner now, Steph Theodoru crosses the line. He takes the win. Lewis Martin in second. Who's going to be third? It's Harrison Kirkham holding off Rihanna Percox, and then close across the line. Dante Dillon in fifth. Aaron Clark in sixth. Christopher Powell-Taylor in seventh. Eighth for Russell Cooper. Bryn Olban in ninth. And Matthew Clark rounding out the top 10. That is disappointment there for Andrew Ward in the number 7. You just saw him skating off to the left of your shot as they came through the top part of the track with, I think, 2 wheels on the grass.
Yeah, great fight back there for Dante Dillon as well to get through to that 5th place. Theodore, that great win. And bad luck, of course, for Andrew McWilliam, who ran so well in his first heat. Just goes to show, of course, how things can change in the course of the 3-heat race format.
Absolutely. Heat 7 is out next here at GYG. Your grid then for Heat 7 here at Glanny Gores for your lightweight senior sprints championship for round 3. Dan Seeger starts this one on pole position. Justin Draper alongside Stephen Westwood and Kim Ely are your second row of the grid. William Henn and James Scanlon are next. Owen Genman and Isaiah Gwagu are on row number 4. Callum Martin and Miles Reitman round out your top 10. Andrew Rabbage and Sabir Al-Zayat are on row number 6. Tommy Lee and Andy Orford are next, with Harrison Earl and Kurt Roberts on row 8. Row 9 is Christopher Foxon and Philip Holmes. And Rob Mooney rounds out your 19-kart grid.
And again here, the Class 1 drivers all pretty much starting on the first 2 or 3 rows of the grid here. So they've got the luxury of a front grid start here as they make their way down towards the final corner. Dan Seeger, Justin Draper in Class 2, number 32, side by side there. We've got Stephen Westwood and Kim Ely right there as they get underway. And a good getaway there from Dan Seeger to really snatch the lead and hold on to that as they make their way through the first 2 corners there. Justin Draper, 32, getting away with him as well, with Westwood and Ely right alongside. Good clean start amongst the front runners there as they make their way up towards the top corner. Getting away very quickly, and I would say they had a very orderly start there. Everyone getting away extremely cleanly with 44 fighting their Camellias to make their way down the hill. And trouble, I think, for was that Stephen Westwood, a bit messy into carousel.
I think it's Andrew Rabbage in the 25, not for the first time, having a bit of drama in his first lap, but this time at least not coming to a stop. But yeah, got the tail went out on him, and it was and quite a stylish drift through carousel, but sadly not the most efficient way to get. That's more one of your motocross moves, I think, that to kick the back out like that. That's not the fastest way to navigate a Club 100 Rotax Evo kart around GYG, I'm afraid.
And of course, one thing to say off track here as well, Howard, is you see how quickly the turnaround of the racing is. Of course, there is a rolling fleet of karts in a sense, isn't there, when it gets underway. It's when the meeting starts, they're not having to swap karts at all. It's incredibly quick how they can just turn from one race to the other. Absolutely,
very well-oiled machine here, run by the Club 100 crew under John Viger, or JV as he's known. Owen Gemman then passed Justin Draper here. That's for second place. So Dan Seeger in the lead in that number 6. Now the 166 of Owen Gemman passed Draper, who's been racing well so far today. It looked to me like he made, I seem to recall he made up some good positions in his first heat earlier on. Kurt Roberts as well, your highest placed Class 3 runner at the moment, down in 13th, having a good start to the race. End of lap 2 then. Seeger in the lead. Genman, though, now up into second place and unleashing some fast pace to try and close that gap to the lead.
Let's have a look at Miles Reitman here in 7th place. Just saw him there, the number 15, who's had a steady race so far. I remember in his first heat race, he was very aggressive at putting that number 15 kart exactly where it needed to be as he was fighting for the lead. Now, of course, in the midfield, and he was showing some good racecraft in race number 1. Let's see how he can apply that in this second race as he looks to fight his way up towards the top 5. He's on the tail of the number 33, Callum Martin, right now, with William Henn just in front of him as they make their way back down towards the final few corners here. Still Seeger leading from Genman. Oh, and here we go. This is where Reitman just started to show his claws here. He was really dialed into this Glanagore circuit in the first race of the day, showing some good overtaking opportunities here, and he's just starting to, you'd say, show his claws here a bit.
Well, there's a great move there from Reitman on Callum Martin. I honestly thought for a split second, my involuntary noise there was I thought we were going to get a double overtake into compression for a second, because he got alongside William Henn in the 64, so really good. Now he has got by on William Henn in the 64, so Miles Reitman in the number 15, a man on the move here, as we've had a lead change whilst we were looking at that. You can see now Owen Gemman has got by on Dan Seeger, so that is the 166. I said he was showing some impressive pace. He's taken that pace and got right on by for the lead.
I think we just saw the end corner of that pass. There was a nice sneaky little move there at the top of the hill on the rundown towards Carousel there. Just it looked like Seeger left the apex open ever so slightly there, and Gemman only half an opportunity there, and he's certainly snatched it. He's looked very impressive in this race so far.
Absolutely. Fastest lap of the race from Miles Reitman, who we've already had cause to sing the praises of so far in this race. Could just see the back there of Tommy Lee, driver in the blue and the white suit as well. He needs a good result as well. He had that bump and pass penalty in his first heat, didn't he? So he'll need to, which, you know, in a field of 18 karts, 18, 19 karts, 4 positions is quite significant.
It's a big deal, isn't it? So this is going to carry a lot for him here. One driver who's been there or thereabouts the entire race here is the number 32, Justin Draper, who I think is just starting to ask questions here of the early race leader, Dan Seeger. Here he comes, number 32. He's putting together some nice lines here on the second part of the lap, making his way down towards the final corner now. Still charging Kim Ely and Miles Reitman in there. Fantastic fight for 4th position, but here goes the number 32 round the first corner, heading up towards the top of the hill here at Glanagors, and Seeger knows he's there, just trying to see if he can get him to work with him a bit here to try and close the gap on Owen Gemman, but I'm not too sure if Draper's going to listen to that one. He's going to try and have a go for the pass here as they make their way down towards the carousel, and Reitman's now into 4th place, of course, 3 seconds adrift of the leader, and Justin Draper, I think here, he's just starting to have a peek down the inside. He's looking at the lines that Dan Seeger's using here. And just, I think, now with 2 minutes to go in this race, trying to work out a strategy, I think.
Yeah, it's an interesting one. I too wondered how compliant he would be with that particular request from Seeger to work together. It's an interesting one, actually. Genman had such good pace to get onto the back of Seeger. I do wonder, there's not to take away from the drivers in second, third, I wonder if they can actually live with this pace. It's another nearly 2/10 that Genman pulled out on that lap. Miles Reitman with the fastest lap of the race now. Good lap, that last one for Tommy Lee. Could see some battles going on in the background in the mid-pack. They have changed. You can see that pattern that's now coming in on your shot. The 4 karts there, that's now headed up by Tommy Lee in the 42 kart, getting by on GYG and Kurt Roberts. Roberts in the top 10. Really good stuff to see from one of our Class 3 drivers, as that looks like a slow moment there. Oh, commentator cursed it there. Yeah, that is Kurt Roberts.
I think that was GYG as well in trouble coming down towards Carousel. A bit of a shame for him, I think, because that first race of the day, he was in contention for the win at his first ever visit to Glanny Gorse, but I don't know, he was caught up in that melee in the mid-pack there, just seemed to drop the pace and finding life a little bit harder in 9th place right now.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Penultimate lap of the race then. Owen Genman got by with enough time on the clock that he was not shown the last lap board. There we can see Callum Martin leading William Henn up to the top of the hill. This is for 7th and 8th respectively. And then comes that pack that was just going through shot there. That's basically, there's a pack being led by Sabir Al-Zayat in 10th place, which is basically everybody else in the race.
This is like
pack.
A peloton almost in the mid-pack, isn't it? They're very close indeed. We're a couple of somebody goes a little bit wide. That's the 22 there of Phil Holmes. He had a cone warning earlier, so I think he just about kept the kart on the track there, though.
Yeah, absolutely. He's dropped back there to Andy Orford, that is, I think, just getting by him. So he's lost... oh, no, sorry, that's who he was battling with, to be fair, was Andy Orford.
And this has actually put the 188 of Kurt Roberts right behind him as well. So this is, if we look at the number 22 there, that's the Class C fight for the lead in 13th place.
Absolutely. Another fastest lap by Miles Reitman as the various mid-pack battles come through the top of the hill. This, though, is the 166 of Owen Genman, who has had such impressive pace here and has got a nice gap of 1.5 seconds back to this second place battle. And indeed, I think it's going to be hard for Draper to get by on Seeger now, given the gap between those two as well. So it looks like Genman just has to bring this one home.
Miles Reitman not giving this one up either. He's in 4th place now, but he's really starting to put the pressure on as Owen Genman comes round the final corner and will take the checkered flag. Oh, it's going to be a fight for second place. So Dan Seeger does hold on from Justin Draper. And the very impressive Miles Reitman there. He was in the midfield for the first part of the race, but really putting some pace together to finish in 4th. Kim Ely, Callum Martin, William Henn, Tommy Lee, James Scanlon, and Sabir El-Zayat rounding up the top 10. Andrew Rabbage, Andy Orford 12th. Phil Holmes in 13th, first of the Class C. Kurt Roberts, Harrison Hill, Iguagu, Foxon, and Mooney rounding out the field as we move on to our next heat race. So we're going to move on to heat number 8, and this is how they will line up. It's an all Class 2 starting lineup with Toby Wykes from Alfie Hale, Ben Sanders from Thomas Northcott, Danny Hale and Jack O'Neill in 6th on the grid, Owen Camber, Philip Babole, Jeremy Deeks and Charlie Summers rounding up the top 10. Row 6 is Sam White and Jake Hicklin. Row number 7, Nick Lacasis, Martin Joyce, and the rest of the field made up of Charles Palmer, Dylan Edwards, James Browning, and Barry Lakes in this 18-driver field.
This heat race then will take us to the end of the second rotation, as I always like to think of it. So by the end of this one, all drivers will have contested 2 of their 3 heats. Do hope you're enjoying this Alpha Live broadcast of round 3 of the 2024 Club 100 Senior Sprints Championship, coming to you live from Glanny Gorse in North Wales. Howard Mitchell and Chris Zora in the comms position, and away we go then for the 8th heat. Good start from Toby Wykes off of pole position. Jack O'Neill with a wide moment there through turn number 1. That's dropped him right back down the order. So he's going to have to fight this one back as they come up the hill for the first time. Can everyone keep within the track? Not quite. There's a little bit of skirting onto the grass. But as they come out of Spoon Corner, it is still the pole sitter of Toby Wykes who's retained the lead.
This is going to be a very tight first lap here. The drivers towards the back of the field making a good start. Some of the midfield runners a bit slow off the line there. So you're getting this real concertina effect here. It's really bunching everyone together. There's a few drivers bumping and banging in the midfield there. 1 or 2 drivers drifting off the course as they all look to establish themselves in a position on this first lap of the race. But here they come down towards the final corner. Everyone has just about stayed out of trouble there on this opening lap. So it's a good, clean start. Very action-packed first lap of the race. Over the line they go. So it is Toby Wykes that leads. Danny Hale, Sanders in 3rd, Owen Camber in 4th. Hale, Summers, Thomas Northcott, Sam White, Jeremy Deeks, and the only Class 1 driver in the race, Jack O'Neill. Difficult lap for him there in 10th position.
Yeah, Nick Lacassus, I thought I saw dropping 2 wheels onto the grass coming out of Carousel. He's just been given an ABC takeout penalty, so I wonder if in rejoining the track maybe he came across onto another driver or something of that nature, because he has himself both dropped back and been given a penalty for taking out another driver. It was indeed an uncharacteristically costly lap for Jack O'Neill, dropping back to 10th place. So he's going to have to gather up some momentum again and take the fight up through the field. And it's not the easiest thing to do because this is quite the string of karts. Barely any field spread in the early stages of this one.
This is quite a technical race so far, and already you can see the lap times only in the 52s thus far, so everyone running very closely together here. And it's really a tight start to this race. We've seen Nick Lacassus getting back to work with a 51.8 fastest lap of the race. Martin Joyce, I believe it was, that got pushed out on this corner here on the previous lap, so he drops down to the back of the field. But this is a very close technical race to get things underway as we head towards the middle stage of this race. Sam White just having a look there at Alfie Hale. Toby Wykes just starting to establish a gap at the front, only just from Danny Hale. And then this great fight down towards the rest of the top 10 here. Owen Camber, and there's the number 94 then, Danny Hale, who is still hanging on in there, fighting for the lead. No one really staking their claim in this race so here, Howard. It's been a very tricky start to the race here at the front. It's no one really establishing themselves as a front runner. And the pace is still explaining that as well. It's about 51 seconds. I think everyone's just trying to not be too aggressive here.
Yes, indeed. And, yeah, change for the lead on that lap. Danny Hale to the front of the field. And now a challenge for second place. That's Ben Sanders going down the inside of Toby Wykes, our pole sitter and former race leader, and now Charlie Summers would like to get involved as well, down the inside of Toby Wykes into Carousel, and now Wykes has pressure from the 52 of Thomas Northcott, who gets through, and that, unfortunately for Wykes, is a great example of the kind of pressure you're under in these sprint battles. If you get offline, if you get put offline by a move from somebody, it's not just that one position you're going to lose. If you can't get back into the rhythm of things quickly, you're going to lose 3, even 4 places. Definitely,
it's that rhythm that you lose. If you just get pushed wide by another driver when you lose the one position, everyone else, they won't need to be asked twice to go for the pass as well. So a bit unfortunate there for Toby Wykes, dropping down to 5th place. You would maybe think he's made a mistake there, but it's certainly not the case. It's just he's just lost that rhythm. Everyone else sweeping their way down, so he's got a bit of work to do here, and it's just a case of keeping a cool head here, looking to try and get back into the fight. As that was Charlie Summers, I think, they're having a little peek down the inside. 1 or 2 just trying to make that move, but Ben Sanders with a lovely move to take the lead, of course. Now finding himself in first place, playing the defending role here, and it's going to be interesting to see just how much he decides to run his own race here. He's looking for the smoother line through the corners, keeping the pace up. It's that battling point here, I think, Howard, where you're trying to run some fast lines through the corners but not leave yourself open to attack.
Yes, indeed. Jack O'Neill as well arriving on the scene gradually here. He's been working up onto the back of Owen Camber in 6th place. So you've got this top 4 here, all the way down to Northcott, then a little gap back to Toby Wykes, and then you could just see in the back a shot there. There is Jack O'Neill, the black helmet, and the driver with the black and high-vis green race suit, just working his way up through the top 10 now, after what was a slightly challenging start for him, going wide at the first corner of the race, as the top 4 start to thread their way down through this lovely section of Glowney Gores, the slaloms almost, if you like, down the hill, back around to start a new lap.
Ben Sanders looking very confident at the front. He's coming under a lot of pressure from Danny Hale, but he's doing his best to hold on to the lead. He's not afraid to go for the sweeping lines into the corners. It's really allowing Danny Hale the opportunity to go for the passes. North got 2 wheels on the grass there, helping the Glowney Gores track crew with the circuit maintenance there a little bit, with the mowing the grass. But again, you see Saunders very confidently making his way to the corner. Sometimes you see drivers defending the lead here, but he's really keeping himself open here.
Yeah, that look from Hale, though, for the lead didn't work in the end. It was a move that didn't quite pay off, and what it did was it compromised him all the way down the Dragon Straight, and it allowed Charlie Summers to get by and up into 2nd place. And that all started with Danny Hale having a somewhat, it's very easy for me to say from the comfort of the comments box, but what turned into a somewhat half-hearted look for the lead. And if you do that, it's just going to compromise you all the way down. He had a little bit of a twitch on the rear of the kart. He didn't get the power down as efficiently out of paddock corner. And fortunately for him, it wasn't too costly. Thomas Northcott really tried at this point a lap ago to get by. And what's happening behind them is the likes of O'Neill, Wykes and White are working up onto the back of this to make it a 7-kart battle over the lead.
Still, he's got the steaming around the outside there. Sanders holds on to the lead. Summers and Hale looking very strong. Dylan Edwards in 10th place, the Class C driver setting the fastest lap of the race there with a 51.104, as again we see Summers having a look. But Sanders planting that kart exactly where it needs to be as he holds off a whole train of drivers here. Jack O'Neill really starting to get involved in this one. But the red driver there, 117, Ben Sanders, down towards the final corner he goes. Looking very strong here. Summers and Hale keeping that pressure on. Thomas Northcott right in there as well. Out to the final corner, they go to drag race to the line. And it's going to be a penalty for Charlie Summers, I believe.
It is indeed. So last lap board has just been shown there. And the penalty is for 2 advantages by contacts. So he's committed that offence twice. And that's going to be a costly penalty for Summers at the end of this one. And costly as well because he's just lost out heavily. He's just dropped down from 2nd to 5th in about one corner there. So Charlie Summers down there. Danny Hale now up into 2nd place in the 94 with Thomas Northcott behind him. Jack O'Neill, what can he do in the last few corners of this race as Sam White also challenges Toby Wykes over 6th place as they come back down the hill. Ben Sanders is looking fairly secure for the lead, but are there any moves on for the drivers in the last few corners? Oh, Sanders has really slowed up there. He's just got to try and keep this one pinned to get to the line.
He just seems to take that aggressive line through down towards the final few corners. Over the line he goes. And Ben Sanders, after a very tough race there, takes the checkered flag. Danny Hale, Thomas Northcott, Jack O'Neill, Charlie Summers and Toby Wykes 1 second, covering the top 6 drivers. Sam White in 7th. Dylan Edwards first of the Class C drivers and the fastest lap with a 2.27 gap from the leader. Jeremy Deeks and Charles Palmer rounding out the top 10. So some good showing there from some of the novice drivers there, breaking into the top 10 as well.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's the second race run for all of our drivers now. Heat number 9 is out next.
Heat number 9 is about to get underway, and this is how they will line up. Russell Cooper from Tommy Lee, Sam Pike and Andrew Rabbage in 4th position, Mortaza Hassan and William Henn in 6th position. Row 4, Sam Lovelace from Greg Smith, Dan Seeger and Jason Kirk on row number 5 from Rihanna Percox and Bryn Ulban on row number 6. Taking us down to the rest of the field, McKinley Corbin, Jack Hughes, Nick Savikovic, Zach Titterton, Kurt Roberts and Jasper Fitzgerald Wolf in 18th position. So got some fairly big hitting drivers starting towards the back of the field here, of course. Sam Lovelace in his midfield slot this time. Rihanna Percox, who had that very tight, hard-fought second race, she's starting towards the back of her grid this time. She's got some work to do, so all bodes well for a close race here, Howard.
Yeah, absolutely. Very much a narrative of how much pressure. We've got the first 3 rows are all Class 2 drivers, and then we've got a few Class 1 drivers in the sort of lower down positions of this grid. So the story of this one is going to be how much, to what extent can those Class 2 drivers hold on to this good opportunity for points. That is not a great start, unfortunately, from Russell Cooper on the pole position. Immediately set back there with Sam Pike getting through up into the lead, and we've got a little bit of contact going on at the back. Some drivers feeling a little bit aggrieved with that one, but as they come over the top of the hill, I'd say it wasn't a great start for Russell Cooper. He's still in the fight there, but he's down to 5th, maybe even 7th position there. He's on the outside. It's a tricky start there for Cooper. Sam Lovelace, though, with a good start.
Russell
up into
Cooper,
3rd
to
place.
me, there, it just seemed like he was very slow off. He was trying to control the pack there, and I think everyone else just kind of jumped the grid ahead of him.
Yeah.
There's a few raised fists in the back of the field. As a driver, I never really understand the point of that, really. It just seemed to waste energy. So, but I think there's a few frayed tempers towards the back of the field here. Somebody goes
driver going off there.
Right across the field there.
I wonder, was that Jason Kirk? We'll look to confirm that as they come round this time at the end of lap number 1. Sam Pike it is then who leads ahead of Sam Lovelace, Mortaza Hassan, and my apologies, I don't think it was Jason Kirk going across the grass there. I think it might have been Andrew Rabbage, who once again, I think he's had a hard time of it, is Andrew Rabbage. He's had a few incidents and accidents out there across his heats I think based on his nominal pace, he would hope to work on up through the finals. This is a move for the lead, though. Sam against Sam. Lovelace past Pike, and that is up into the lead for the driver of the number 3 car and championship leader, don't forget, coming into today's running, Sam Lovelace to the head of the field.
Dan Seeger and Rihanna Percox with a great opening lap there. They are both in 4th and 5th place respectively, particularly for Percox, of course. She's chasing after that poor result in the first race. Strong second race for her, so really getting the hard work out of the way in the opening stages of this 9th heat, 3rd heat for her, of course, and fighting with Dan Seeger as they start to put the pressure on. Oh, a little bit of mowing of the grass there as he looks at Murtaza Hassan for 3rd place. Percox there in 5th, William Henn and Tommy Lee a little bit further behind, and Seeger very aggressive there. He saw half a chance there, certainly went for it.
Yeah, I thought we were going to get a pass on the grass there on the Dragon Straight. It's technically a legal move. There's the move on Murtaza Hassan by Rihanna Percox as well, following through on Dan Seeger. Working together here well are the drivers of the 6 and the 21, which I seem to recall might have been, this is not the first time I've said, oh no, she was working with Harrison Kirkham, I think, earlier on.
They are certainly working together well here, just pulling each other through the pack. They both had to really fight their way through the top 10 in the opening stage of this race. I think both drivers could do with a good result in this one as well. So you can just see the two drivers working together here, and Percox not particularly aggressive there looking for a move. You can see Seeger just signalling there to, there's a little bit of bar banging.
Yes, William Henn.
Trading paint there a bit further down. As we look at Percox just trying to have a look. She's made the move on Seeger. Seems to be when these drivers are signalling to work together, it seems to be psychosomatic effective. They're having the complete opposite of what they want to happen here a little bit.
Yeah, it's not everyone's following the given instructions, are they? Not compliant. But yeah, there's a few times that we're seeing drivers. I have to say, if a driver technically, if they dip their say right wheels onto the grass on that straight, if they can keep the pace and get by, it's technically a legal move so long as 2 wheels are on the grey stuff. Not sure how they're going to maintain the momentum with half of the car suffering the drag of the grass, but in theory it's a reasonable attempt there. This is Greg Smith chasing Tommy Lee. We can see there, that's the battle over 8th place.
Bryn Olban just behind those two as well, who ran so well in the first heat earlier on. Neat move there from Greg Smith to take the position from Tom Lee. It's a classic outbraking manoeuvre at the top of the hill, and you can see another one signaling there to try and work together, trying to catch up with the 85, I think, of Jason Kirk, just a little bit further ahead down the road. And
that's because Greg Smith has just got by on Tommy Lee there, so he's got the pass done, and he's saying, come on then, let's not dwell on that one. We'll work to get on up the road.
Bryn Olban just starting to apply the pressure there as well on the number 42 in 10th position. Tommy Lee having a bit of work to do here as we see the number 97 there. Murtaza Hassan coming under some pressure now from William Henn. Sam Lovelace, the race leader with the fastest lap, 50.6. Starting to really pull away now, 1.8 seconds at the front. But all of the action here is in these vital top 5 positions here, Howard, and this is going to be a very important race for quite a few drivers here.
Yeah, absolutely. And as I say, there's a few drivers coming into this last rotation of heats who need a good result. This is Jason Kirk having a look at William Henn down the inside at Carousel and gets that move done. So really nice. I have to say, just it's really interesting to compare 2 weekends in succession here. We didn't see as many drivers making that move last weekend in the cadets and juniors here. I don't know if the grip conditions on the inside into that corner are a little different this weekend. We've got slightly hotter temperature. We certainly didn't have this much sunshine last weekend here, albeit it was dry. But just interesting to see the dynamic between 2 different weekends. As now Jason Kirk puts pressure on Murtaza Hassan, who must be feeling a little bit punch drunk at that point on the Dragon Straight. I think that's the 3rd time this race I've seen someone try to go to his inside as they approach the spoon curve at the top of the hill.
Gutsy move there on the run up to Spoon Curve. Very fast part of the circuit, so you've got to be brave to stick the wheels in there and stake your claim, but running very well there. I think that what you're saying, Howard, is in response to what you're saying, I think this is approaching, perfect conditions for racing here. We've got about 10 degrees maybe condition. It's not as hot as it looks on the screen, is it? It's but for the karts, I think that's about the sweet spot here. So that might explain it possibly, how they're just taking a bit more liberties going into the corners because the grip is there. Yeah,
absolutely. And it's interesting, as I say, to see that. As you say, I think it's pretty much perfect conditions to go karting. We'd maybe take a a little bit more warmth outside. Or maybe, I don't know, when you're coming off the circuit, as that I think is Kovetkovic, who I think may have had some issue there towards the top of the hill. We're on the penultimate lap then here of heat number 9. Sam Lovelace in the lead. You're just looking here at the battle over 7th place coming down towards Carousel. No, apologies, mate, that's 6th place, because that's a change, isn't it? William Henn is now ahead of Murtaza Hassan, and Greg Smith in that 69 car fancies something similar there into compression corner, and he's going to go for the move on Murtaza Hassan. Hassan's going to try and fight back on the inside, but Greg Smith will have the inside on Devil's Elbow, as there's a stationary cart there just for good measure to add a bit of drama. But in the end, that was Greg Smith through and up into 7th place.
And I'll tell you what, Murtaza Hassan, he's just starting to say enough's enough now. He's lost a bit of momentum here. He's just starting to drop through the field. You could really see him starting to fight back there on Greg Smith, but Smith staying strong and holding on to that position in 7th place, and Bryn Albin just starting to make a move there as well, the number 16, who's had a fairly quiet race thus far, but starting to pick his way through the top 10. There's Hassan, and guarding the inside from Albin, and the Welshman having a look down the inside. Oh, a bit of a nudge there from behind there, though. And Albin not too happy with that one. It was at the number 53, I think, McKinley Coburn, who ran into the back of Albin there and just knocked him off momentum there. So it'll be interesting to see if there's any sort of penalty for that one. Yeah, and there's a bit more of contact there at the top of the hill. So, sorry, checkered flag is out, and Sam Lovelace, I think, yes, he has crossed the line. Apologies, timing in the Cubs box there. Not quite up to date. Sam Lovelace has crossed the line to take the win there. So great final result from him. He'll have a strong position on the grid, presumably in the A final. Rihanna Percox in 2nd, Sam Pike in 3rd, Dan Seeger in 4th ahead of Jason Kirk. And already Heat 10 are heading out onto track. Here's your grid then for the anti-penultimate heat in our lightweight class today. Mike Philippou will start this one on pole. Nick Lacasas with his highest grid position across these heats, starting alongside Harrison Earl and Sam White are on row 2, with Jake Hicklin and Lewis Marchant on row 3. Danny Hale and Aaron Clark are next, ahead of Keaton Ford and Toby Wykes to round out the top 10. Callum Martin and Rana Menon are next, ahead of Joe Craddock and Isaiah Igwagu. James Scanlon and Alex Rule are on row 8. Clifton Malcolm and Charles Palmer on row 9. And your 19-car grid is rounded out by Mark Hensler. I have to say, a driver who's catching my eye here would be Joe Craddock. He needs a good race here. I think he's had dramas in both of his heats, and this, unfortunately, from his perspective, is the lowliest position on the grid. He really needs to try and push on up the order here. There is the opportunity for promotion, i.e. repechage, in the finals, but that's not how you would choose to do it, as we're good for the start. Mike Philippou leads them away. Looked like a fairly even start across the line between the two sides of the grid, but Lacasas already losing out a few positions. Sam White has pulled up into 2nd place there. I can see as they come around, and there's 3 carts off at the back.
At the back of the pack. One of them was Rana Menon. That was the one who was facing the right way after all of that. But the start at the moment, to me, looks like it's been called good. I don't think enough carts there came to a stop for it to be called as a full start. So the race will keep running, and we'll have to call who it is who's had that costly moment for them. At the top of the hill, drivers still recovering their carts back onto circuit as the main pack are heading down through compression. And of course, another thing to note here, of course, it is the driver's responsibility to get the carts out onto the track. So no use waiting around. They've just got to get back to work and get back underway. So we'll keep an eye, of course, on Joe Craddock, who started strongly in the midfield here. Mike Philippou, has expected, has got a good start to the race here, leading away from Sam White. Lewis Marchant, who looked very good earlier on, right in there in 3rd position. Joe Craddock, so we'll be looking at him early, up to 11th position. As Nick Lacasas, Harrison Earl, Toby Wykes right in there as well. But Lewis Marchant there, number 31, just starting to have a look down the inside of the 107. Sam White, who shuts the door on the run down to Carousel. And Marchant having a peek down the inside again. Marchant again starting the race very aggressively here on the front foot, looking to try and find some opportunities to make a pass work. Aaron Clark just tagging in behind him here, number 39, as he has a look around the outside, just coasting, looking for the lines again. This is all allowing Philippou to pull away a bit now as they make their way down towards the final 2 corners, and the number 20, Mike Philippou, goes through. And then the fight for second with Sam White having to really work hard here to hold on to that position. Absolutely. Just to follow up on a few bits and pieces, the 3 drivers who were involved in the first lap shenanigans, let's say, was Rana Menon, Isaiah GYG and Danny Hale. The latter 2 of those, unfortunately, well off the back of the pack now. So this is going to be a costly one for them, as we've got Sam White, I think, gesturing to Lewis, marching to let him through now. Was that because there was a bit of contact and he doesn't want to get a bump and pass penalty?
Looked very close there, didn't it? I wonder if that might be the case.
Yeah, the issue with when you're letting a driver through like that, what it does is it slows you both up whilst you're having your little communication to say, no, please go back through. It allows those behind you to really catch up. And it's given, if anything, a bit more of a gap there to Mike Phillipou at the head of the field. I'm not saying you shouldn't do it in order to avoid, if you do get by someone through contact, you definitely should allow them back through. But it can be a costly moment time-wise as you work yourself out.
Timing it right, isn't it? Because you can see already there he has set the fastest lap, admittedly, but Mike Phillipou already pulling up 1.2 seconds. So by my reckoning, he's made up about half a second on that previous lap, which in karting terms, when you think how closely things are, half a second really isn't all that much.
No, absolutely. Absolutely. This is Aaron Clark and Nick Lacasas going through.
Just noticed on the timing charts there was a curb warning for Sam White there.
Yeah.
So whether that's related to his little incident at the top of the circuit, possibly.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. There are a number of curbs actually around this circuit that you don't want to hit too much. I mean, we've seen drivers going for a move in the last corner, perhaps in the last lap of the race. They've got to be careful because if there isn't the space on the inside, you can get a bit of a lift off of that curb there. So there's several places around this lap where you do need to be careful. Fastest lap of the race from Lewis Marchand in his pursuit of the lead, and also as a deterrent for Sam White to put a move in on him. Here is Aaron Clark having a look at Sam White. So this is a move for 3rd place, and that is the driver of the 39 up into that 3rd place. Now ahead of Sam White in the 107.
Luckily for Marchand here, he's had the opportunity with that fight for 3rd place just to pull a few tenths of a second away. There you see him just disappearing out of shot. And you can see for yourself here, he's got a nice little cushion between 2nd and 3rd right now. So his eyes are firmly on the race leader, Mike Phillipou, who is leading by just over 1 second here. But as you can see, fastest lap of the race. And Marchand just chipping away at that gap as they make their way around the final corner. Let's have a look at the pace of Marchand as he goes through again. Pretty much identical on pace with the leader right now. But the chasing pack just starting to tag along here. Keaton Ford now sets the fastest lap of the race. I wonder here, Marchand sometimes think when you see the leader in front of you, it's a nice little target to focus on. He's just trying to get that pull and get dragged along by the race leader.
Yeah, absolutely, and that's another move on Sam White, a lap on from when he lost out to Aaron Clark. That's Keaton Ford, who just got through there. So Ford up into 4th place, and then behind them, immediately Sam White comes under pressure from Nick Lacasas as well in the 41. And, a few penalties have come in as well over the last few laps. So there's a bump and pass. Both of them are bump and pass penalties, in fact, for Joe Craddock in the number 10 and the 75 of James Scanlon. So that's 4 positions added to wherever they finish their race. And unfortunately for them, they're down in 11th and 12th already. So that's, again, really costly penalties to be picking up.
We were saying, of course, Joe Craddock at the start of this race really did need an important victory. So I'm going to stick my head out at this stage. I think he could well be looking to try and qualify through the repechage races a little later on.
Yeah, absolutely. Promotion spots available at the heads of the C and B finals. Although there's a small tweak, actually, to how that will work, but we'll get to that one in due course. So, yeah, difficult days racing so far for Joe Craddock. And here he is challenging Jake Hicklin. And then he's going for the move there. You've got to have a bit of confidence to go for the move there. He is going to make the move stick, is he? Or is Hicklin off? Hicklin's off there, and that's a disappointing moment for Hicklin as well.
Uncertainty between those two drivers there. Who's going to go for the corner, who wasn't.
I agree.
Just that ripple effect just seemed to knock him off there a little bit. So
yeah, less of no after you and more like no me first, please. I think. They just got a little bit.
It's that split second when you're both in two minds. It just causes problems. He's got himself sorted out, though, I think, with the help of the marshal. And
he's going to roll back onto the grass if he's not careful. The key thing here, you can't get these. So the Club 100 Rotax Evo carts, we're not in the era of Club 100 TKM. You can get the carts started. They have their own starter these days. But you can't do that on the grass. For 2 reasons. Number 1, you're going to find it hard to find traction. Number 2, it's forbidden in the rules, and you'll get a nasty penalty from JV for stressing out his karts there Obviously, the driver's on the rear axle here, so if you were rolling back onto the grass there, if your rear axle goes off onto that, then you're still going to have that problem. So costly time there for Hicklin. We're on the last lap, and the race has been led and controlled really nicely by Mike Philippi. There was a move. Was that a move for second place there?
Clark there with...
Problem. Oh, that's Hicklin, was it? Was it Hicklin who's rejoined the track? I think that was him again. And I think he might have been trying to get out of the way of the leaders coming through.
When a race goes wrong, it really goes wrong. I think sometimes.
Yes, absolutely.
Jake Hicklin.
Absolutely.
This guy here has had a very quiet race, isn't he? Mike Philippi, which is exactly when you want a quiet race at the front of the field. Here he comes, round towards the final two corners, and making it all look like a nice, steady Sunday morning drive. There he goes over the line. Mike Philippi to take the checkered flag. That's exactly what he would have wanted. Lewis Marchant charging in second. Keaton Ford with another fastest lap, snatching third from Aaron Clark, Sam White, Nicola Classes, Harrison Earl, Joe Craddock up to 8th place, James Scanlon, and the Class C driver there, Charlie Palmer, breaking into the top 10.
Absolutely, really good result there for Mike Philippi. He'll have a tidy haul of points across these heats. Coming up next, it's heat number 11 here at GYG. Let's take you through the grid then for this one. Ashley White will start on pole ahead of Martin Joyce. Udi Menon and Matthew Clark are your second row of the grid. Sabir Al-Zayat and Stephen Westwood make up row number 3. Row 4 is where we find Dave Cottrell and Justin Draper. Thomas Northcott and Hayden Lowe round out your top 10 ahead of Christopher Powell-Taylor and Owen Camber on row 6. Charlie Summers and Andrew McWilliam are on row 7 ahead of Andrew Ward. And Barry Lakes kicks off your Class 3 runners on this grid. Ahead of Ben Pickard and Christopher Foxon on row 9. And Phil Holmes rounds out your 19-kart grid for Heat 11 of round 3.
It'll be interesting to see how Andrew McWilliam gets on in this one. Had a very good first race, disappointment in the second race, so this is another one I think where it's all riding on this third heat to try and avoid the some of the repechage heats to try and qualify through that means, and he looked very good in heat number 1. This, of course, is his heat where he starts at the back of the field, so he'll have a bit of work to do. Looks like the start is good. Ashley White, of course, has the advantage of the pole position start. Class 1 from Class 2, Martin Joyce right alongside him with Udi Menon and Matthew Clark third and fourth. Sabir El-Zayat also one to look out for, looking strong in the top 10 earlier on. Here they come then, round the final corner for heat number 11. And about to get underway. Number 35, Ashley White on the inside line. Away they go over the line. White claiming the corner. And Joyce folding in just alongside him there. The top 2 or 3 getting away very neatly. Charging up the hill for the first time towards the spoon corner. And Matthew Clark with a good start there as well, number 12. But a very clean start to make their way up towards the top corner.
Yeah, it was a great start from Martin Joyce from second on the grid. I say that. You might go, well, he's still in second. What he was doing, though, you could see from the angle of his helmet, eyes like a hawk on when Ashley White dumped his foot on the loud pedal so that he could get the best start, but without ever risking triggering a jump start. Judged it perfectly and was able to, hold position against those that were starting on the second row. So really not good way of starting from that second position on the grid there for Martin Joyce, and he's been rewarded by retaining that position as they come round to finish the first lap.
It looked very clean indeed, like you say, that start there as they make their way through. And Martin Joyce just 0.7 of a second down on Ashley White, who's shown some good form earlier on in the day. There's a warning, though. There is a contact warning for Martin Joyce. So what happened there, we shall find out. Matthew Clark then fighting up to third place down the number 12. He had a very good start to the race. A little bit further down there, Andrew Ward fighting with Ben Pickard and Christopher Foxon towards the back of the field. Not a good start for Ward down in 16th position. He's got some work to do. And speaking of drivers who've having to work hard in this race, Andrew McWilliam is up to 10th position. He has had a contact warning. And of course, how that doesn't necessarily carry a penalty in itself. It's just a little bit of a heads up to them just to watch themselves.
What you'll get is if you do that enough times, you'll see a multiple contact penalty, which is treated the same as a bump and pass. So it's 4 positions added to your race. So you don't really want to build those up, to be honest, because you don't want to be risking that kind of penalty. Fastest lap of the race from Sabir El-Zayat, who I don't think we've seen that much of so far today, but has been racing well, currently running in 6th position.
He had a strong start to this race, so he just seemed to get off on the front foot there and just starting to tag on to that lead group. So we'll look out for the there he is. He's just starting to ask questions of Udi Menon in front there. And El Zout, I think he could be one to watch out for in the second part of this race, as Ashley White just trying to break away from Martin Joyce, who's hanging in there. Matthew Clark with that strong start is well placed in third. I think it's a 1.2 second gap between the top 3 right now. So this race, it's on a bit of a balancing point here right now. So Ashley White could potentially try and break away, but it's going to be very important what happens here in second position between Martin Joyce and Matthew Clark. If they start fighting, this could allow Ashley White to break away, but as you can see, it's still very finely poised to make their way up the hill.
It'll allow Ashley White to break away. It will also bring another 8 carts into the battle over second place by the looks of it, because there's quite the fun. There is an attempt to prise open the door there by Matthew Clark at the top of the hill, but Martin Joyce there holding firm there, and what it's allowed is Justin Draper to have a look instead at getting by on Matthew Clark, and he does so into Carousel. Clark not too happy with it. It was robust, but you know, the door was open there for Justin Draper to come on through. Either way, Draper up into third place now, and that 32 card, and immediately onto the back of Martin Joyce in second.
I have to say, going off topic slightly here, there's a fantastic helmet design there for Matthew Clark, kind of a vague Francois Sever,
yes.
from Le Mans sort of design there. Another one I think that's great for the commentators. It's very bold as well.
Yes. Yeah, no, I agree with you there. It's definitely a good distinctive design.
There's a contact warning for El Zayat, who's trying to work hard to make that good pace count, and he has dropped down to 9th place though, so busy race for him right now. And someone who's slowly but surely making his way through the field here is the number 36 of Christopher Powell-Taylor, who's set the fastest lap of the race, just trying to get in this ferocious battle, I would say, around third down to about 7th position. It's all getting very close. It's allowing Ashley White to pull away here, though. Look at the 32 there, Draper guarding that curb.
Oh, well, he's got through. That's the 32 through on the 87. And Justin Draper there, big move there through compression corner and into Devil's Elbow, and he's got the job done up into second place. Now, what kind of pace does he have now that he's in clean air? And what kind of pressure can Matthew Clark bring to bear now that he's once again battling away with Martin Joyce? He's trying to go on the inside. He goes over the curb there, does Matthew Clark, and that could leave him open to attack from behind, but he managed to gather it back up because behind him as well, Udi Menon and Thomas Northcott are doing battle. That's the 68 and the 52. They both hold each other up, and now Dave Cottrell is trying to get involved going around the outside, but it's not going to work to go around the outside of Carousel. And in the end, Christopher Powell-Taylor arrives on the scene and says, yep, no, I'll take 7th place. Always interesting the way that these little incidents can concertina up back through a pack. Something that was happening in the battle over second place there, in the end, started to influence 7th.
Just pushing it down, like you say, towards the end of the top 10 as McWilliam goes for a move down the inside. The contact warnings are racking up in this race, as you can see for yourself how closely fought this is. Everyone's fighting for position here. 1:42 on the clock before the checker flag, so I would say about 2 laps to go here approximately, and another penalty contact there. So that's an actual penalty for the unfortunate Sabir Al-Zaid, who looked very strong at the start of the race, but dropping out of contention a bit now. And with that penalty, that will affect him yet further. So another driver who picked up a couple of warnings is Andrew McWilliam, but he's going the other direction. Another contact warning there for Christopher Powell-Taylor as well, who has been looking good at this. These drivers having to work their way through the top 10, they're picking up these warnings, which isn't too much of a surprise when you see how closely fought it is there in that top 10 battle. Yeah,
absolutely. Now Powell-Taylor getting stuck in here. That is a big move there. That was Andrew McWilliam, I think, arriving on the scene, clattering over the curbs there. And that,
I almost think he wasn't expecting that. They just seemed to trip over each other.
Yeah, he seemed to sort of not expect to have that kind of overspeed as he came into Devil's Elbow. He'll have possibly not had the most comfortable time there, because to clatter over the curbs and then go into the dip of the road, and he's got a cone penalty there. I'm not overly surprised to see that one coming through for the number 50 kart. But yeah,
lively race for him, isn't it?
Yes.
One driver who has been, as we look at number 12, Matthew Clark with a neat move down the inside on Carousel. One driver who's been slowly but surely putting the pressure on here is Justin Draper, just ahead of this little fight for third place. The number 32 has been picking away at the lead of it, and there we see the lead. Oh, look at that, down the inside, Draper with a neat move again. That's what he made the pass a couple of laps ago here. And Justin Draper really starting to really get to the form at the right stage. He goes over the line. It's going to be 1 lap to go now. The clock goes down to 0. So Justin Draper, who again's had it almost looked like he's trying to break the toe there a little bit. He's had a fantastic race thus far. Ashley White, who for much of this race seemed to be controlling things at the front, but Justin Draper has been able to break away from that ferocious battle in the top 10 and has taken the lead from Ashley White now with half a lap to go, and Justin Draper looking very strong indeed.
Yeah, definitely. Big move from Justin Draper. Just on the bit of housekeeping, that cone penalty for McWilliam, by the way, has been uprated to a bump and pass on timing, which again, not too surprised to see that, because he did rather sort of arrive on the scene and clear all and sundry out from in front of him there. But yeah, this has been a brilliant move from Justin Draper a lap ago. Out of nowhere, it feels he's grabbed this one by the horns, and Justin Draper is going to come round now to take the win ahead of Ashley White. What a great drive from Justin Draper. Matthew Clark finishes in third, and then it's a drag to the line for fourth, which is won by Christopher Powell-Taylor. Udi Menon rounds out your top 5, and well, that was frenetic there in the latter half of the top 10. And yes, good point there. Sixth and seventh, yeah. Just being reminded by the producer, across the line, dead heat across the line there. Not quite sure how that one will be decided in the final result. We'll have to check that one. Last heat is out though now, heat number 12. Here's the grid then for the final heat before we go into the all-important finals. Dante Dillon will start this one from pole position ahead of Andy Orford. It'll be Ed Bars and Luke Phillips on row number 2, Ben Sanders and Harrison Kirkham on row 3. Row 4 is where we'll find Alfie Hale and Kim Ely. Steph Theodoru and Jeremy Deeks round out the top 10 with Owen Genman and Miles Reitman on row number 6. Row 7 is Philip Babulal and Jack O'Neill. Rob Mooney and Ricky Goodwin are next on row 8. Row 9 is Dylan Edwards and James Browning. And that is how they line up for the last heat for the lightweights of the day. The last opportunity for these drivers to maximise their points and get as good a spot as possible on those finals grids.
And a neat little spread here, of course, with Dante Dillon starting from pole. Ed Bars also at the front as well. So 2 of the informed drivers start towards the front of the field as they make their way over the line. And look at that, the Ed Bars tagging on to the rear bumper of Dillon to get through to second place almost immediately. Great start there from Ed Bars to anticipate the start there from Dillon and jump through. It's almost like getting a boost there into second place straight away, pushing Andy Orford out. And one guy to look out for here as well, of course, is Ben Sanders, 117, who had a fantastic win earlier on today. He had some very good lines out there, and he's got himself up to third position now. He's right on the tail of Ed Bars and Dillon, who, of course, continues to lead the way. I wonder how tactical this is going to be now between Dante Dillon and Ed Bars, who exactly where they want to be, 2 very experienced drivers at the front of the field. I wonder if they're going to try and control the race between them. Yeah, it's an interesting one. They certainly, as you say, have the experience to know how to play this one. As that's Owen Genman, isn't it, trying to make up positions in the early stages here. So Dante Dillon leads with Ed Bars in second. Ben Sanders in third, Harrison Kirkham and Andy Orford are your top 5. Steph Theodoro also getting through very quickly at the start there, making up a few positions up to 6th place already. Theodoro, who's looked very strong earlier on. This is, of course, the race with the bad grid start here. Yes, and sorry, I'm just looking. I just noticed that Jack O'Neill's dropped to the back of the order. Did we spot anything to that effect? That's a really unusual situation for a driver with the experience of Jack O'Neill. Kim Ely and Miles Reitman have also dropped to the back of the pack. I'm only assuming, looking off, perhaps off the camera maybe, there was an incident between those two. Like you say, Miles Reitman's right at the back of the field as well, who's looked very impressive thus far. And Kim Ely, they're all dropping positions there, so I think we can only assume there must have been some kind of tangle in the midfield that was just out of shot. Oh, I suppose so, yeah. I mean, he's 18 seconds off the back of the next kart, is Jack O'Neill. So, very unusual. Ed Bars just chasing along here with Dante Dillon, and to the top corner they go. Heading down towards Carousel now. So Dillon leads, Bars in second. These two just trying to break away from the fight for third, with Harrison Kirkham, who's now got through to third place from Ben Sanders. Here they come through the Carousel, and at the moment Ed Bars fastest lap of the race, 50.731. Less than a quarter of a second between these two. As you can see, it is neck and neck at the front here. But I'm just wondering how hard Bars is going to push for the lead here. Both of these drivers exactly where they want to be ahead of the finals a little bit later on. And Bars, I think, is just letting Dillon know that he's there as they go flying through these two. I think we've got about 4.5 minutes left to go in this race, Howard. I think they're just trying to push each other down the track here and stay well away from those advancing fights.
Yeah, just trying to create a nice little gap in which, they'll push out the gap and then they'll have a proper fight, if you like, in the end game. And then you've got Harrison Kirkham and Ben Sanders. Fair play to Ben Sanders, by the way, keeping pace here pretty well with Harrison Kirkham at the moment, although the Steph Theodoro, Andy Orford and Owen Genman pack are trying to catch up to them as well.
I wonder if Ben Sanders, that confidence from the race win earlier, that might be boosting him here, because he's really having a go here in that fight for third place. Harrison Kirkham getting through. You'd almost expect Kirkham to charge away and try and get up with the leaders, but Sanders really keeping him honest in that fourth position.
Yeah, Owen Genman with a move on Andy Orford as well through carousel, so that's now the 166 up to 6th place as they come round to finish their 4th lap of the race. Change for 6th place confirmed there. Another fastest lap of the race from Dante Dillon. I've got to say, I think we're going to be seeing... this may not be the only battle we see between Dillon and Bars today. Their pace suggests to me that they'll be right there at the sharp end of that A final. I think we're seeing some... I know we've seen some... We have seen some race wins that have been very dominant and quite controlled, decisive wins, I should say, so far in these heats. But make no mistake, when we bring all of that calibre of driver together for one race at the end, I'm sure we're going to be in for quite a treat.
You almost wonder if that's going to be a prelude to a bit of a practice here ahead of the A final for those two, because they're kind of just looking at each other here, maybe not giving too much away. Here they come around the final corner, and of course Ed Bars has got the luxury here of being in second place. He can watch Dillon, look for the lines and just try and work out where he can go a little bit faster. It was a little bit of a helping hand up the hill there, I wonder. Dillon just seemed to be shoved forward a bit there. Yeah,
absolutely. A little bit of bump drafting going on or something there, as they've almost paired off here, haven't they? There's like little dance partners. Oh, that's a big moment for Babulal, and he's lost it there coming up through Spoon Corner. That's a costly moment for him, and I came out of nowhere, really.
The back end stepped out. It was a very strange incident there. Just maybe the angle into the corner, maybe just the back end caught him out.
I mean, the kart would have gone slightly light as he crested the hill.
I think you're right. There's just the compression, or loss of compression at the top of the crest of the hill there just caught him out. He was very unlucky enough to say that, actually. He was trying his best.
Yeah, I thought we were going to get a really nice drift there through the corner, but went off in dramatic fashion. Let yellow flags out.
Yellow flags here for that. That'll be the spin then at the top of the hill, won't it?
Yeah, well, yeah, they're not all just doing it. Well, I still think there's an opportunity for someone to do a montage of all the various different gesticulations of drivers and turn them into a dance music video. My personal favourite is the full start one, but there we go. I don't have the editing skills.
Having formation driving here at the front, I think Babul still trying to get that kart going again, so they're back out on track. Did you see them like almost formation driving down the hill there towards Carousel?
Yes. Yeah, no, they're controlling this one nicely, but we're starting to get to that little end game bit here. You can see almost already Ed Barr's just going, I'm just going to take this little different line here, see if that gives me a better run off the corner, see how that plays out next time around. This is the battle over 4th place, and that's a change. Owen Genman has got by on Ben Sanders, so it's now Genman, Sanders, and Steph Theodorou there in the number 9 in 6th place. Miles Reitman is a driver on the move as well, by the way, made up 3 positions on the last lap, but I think he's now a little bit in no man's land. He's got a few seconds either side of him, so that might, unless you can really have some impressive pace on these last couple of laps, you can see how hard Genman is pushing there to get onto the back of Harrison Kirkham, so we could have an interesting battle over 3rd place here. That's Andy Orford
still charging there as well, isn't he?
Yeah.
This is a very tight little battle here for 3rd place, and Ben Sanders certainly not giving this one up either. He's got some very exalted company surrounding him at the moment as Steph Theodorou starts to put the pressure on. Dante Dillon and Ed Bars having their own little practice session at the front, though, as they make their way down towards the final corner. But all this action here for 3rd position. Still Harrison Kirkham as the leaders go over the line. So this will be 1 lap to go. And the fight for 3rd. Out to the final corner they go. It's still Harrison Kirkham, Genman right on his tail. Ben Sanders and Steph Theodorou charging their way up towards the top of the bank here at Glandygores. There's the elongated practice session, it almost feels like here. I think Ed Barr's having the luxury, still here in 2nd place. At least he can look. It's almost like Dillon's trying to wave him through here, I think, because I wonder if Dillon maybe he doesn't want to give too much away here.
Yeah, well, he's practicing a few defensive lines well here, isn't he? As Ed Bars can't find a way through. As they come back down the hill, if he does want to put a move in, he's running out of opportunities. But as you say, is this a bit of a preview of what we might be treated to later on? Who knows? But it's been an impressive and decisive victory, nonetheless, from Dante Dillon And Ed Bars, they'll cross the line. There's the win in the final heat of the day for our lightweights, at least. And then who finishes in third place? And it has changed. Kirkham's been demoted by Owen Genman, who finishes third there, ahead of Harrison Kirkham. Ben Sanders holds on to fifth place there, one of the highest placed of our Class 2 runners as well. So good run from him. Steph Theodoru in sixth, ahead of Andy Orford, Miles Reitman. Good drive from Dylan Edwards as well, the highest placed of your Class 3 runners in ninth. And Luke Phillips rounds out your top 10. Well, that concludes the heats for our lightweights here at GYG for round 3. There'll be a little bit of a brief pause here just whilst they confirm exactly how the grids line up. Obviously, they've only just finished the race that allows them to make that final calculation. We've got a comment there coming in from my friend and colleague, my partner in crime at Double Dash Motorsport Media, saying bonjour on the comments. Hello to Andrew there. And we will be back shortly here with the first of our finals, the C final there here at GYG.
Your devices, okay? You can get out your devices and check your grids. In the meantime, drivers, I've got the C final here. We'll be starting with the row of carts nearest the circuit, okay? So as you were gridding up for the heats, one behind each other, then we revert onto the second row. So here we go. These drivers, please. Pole position, Russell Cooper, and then it's Isaiah Iguadu, Sam Pike, Ben Pitford.
You're watching live coverage from Alpha Live of round 3 of the 2024 Club 100 Senior Sprints Championship. It's, as I say, round 3 coming to you live from Glanny Gores. Myself, Howard Mitchell, and Chris Zora in the comms position for you here. Do hope you're enjoying the broadcast so far, and if you are, then don't forget to show some love to Alpha Live. Please like the video, share and subscribe. You can click that notification bell as well to never miss the Alpha Live team putting up new content. Plenty of Alpha Live stuff going on this weekend. We've got the Butmore 24 Hours going on. We've got Wilton Mill Kart Club going on. I should have had this in front of me before I started saying it. But yeah, 750 Club. Thank you. I knew there was another one out there going on. And I'm just looking. Have we got the grid? So we'll take you through the grids for the C final as we get ready ahead of that. Here is your starting grid for the C final in lightweights for round 3. Russell Cooper will start on pole. Izara Gwagu alongside Sam Pike and Ben Pickard are on row 2. Danny Hale and James Browning are on row 3. Row 4 is where we will find Charlie Summers and Kurt Roberts. Sabir El-Zayat and Phil Holmes are on row number 5. Dave Cottrell and Martin Joyce are next on the grid, ahead of Jasper Fitzgerald Wolf and Barry Lakes on row 7. Alfie Hale and Alex Rule are on row 8. Row 9 is Hayden Lowe and Clifton Malcolm. Then it's Zach Titterton and Jake Hicklin on row 10. Row 11 is Ricky Goodwin and Luke Phillips. Nick Kovetkovic and Owen Camber are next on row 12. And row 13 is Christopher Foxon and Rob Mooney. And there's two things that surprised me there. Number one, I don't know how Alpha got hold of the grid ahead of, because I haven't got one here on my system, but they're well done there, which is great. Secondly, it's fantastic to see that many rows. What surprised me about that was the length of that grid for a C final here at GYG, not around where always we have the strongest grids. I think it's fair to be honest in that sense here in Club 100. Fantastic to see so many drivers turning out today.
Yeah, it's one of these tracks where a lot of people have to put the miles in, and like you say, great to see so many people coming out to Glanigors today and enjoying what is a fantastic circuit. And we are about to get underway in a few moments with what looks set to be a very exciting, potentially wide open C final here. There's a few drivers here who I think would count themselves unfortunate here to be in the C final. They had some good, strong races earlier on, but hit trouble in the later heats and has dropped them down the points a little bit. Good shout out there. I think Ben Pickard did very well there in the C class, starting towards the front of the grid in this C final. And of course, every opportunity now to gain some positions. And of course, the leading drivers have the opportunity now to progress to the B final as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, speaking of that system, we're talking here about the repechage system, the last chance saloon for you to get on up onto the next grid, if maybe you've not had the time of it that you were expecting in the heats. There is a change, though, this season. For those of you who've followed in the past, you may be used to a system of the top 4 in the C final getting through into the B and the top 2 getting through into the A. They have reversed that this season. So it is only the top 2 from this C final who will join the back of that B final grid, and the top 4 of the B final will move up onto the A. So slightly different configuration to that, but it does mean we get... it sort of, I suppose, reflects the... what's the word I'm after? It reflects the prestige of the different grids in a way. The bigger prizes are available the further up.
It kind of promotes you getting into the B final, essentially, doesn't it? You've got more of a chance of progressing to the very final race of the meeting. Of course, you've essentially got 2 meetings in one here. I did notice on the broadcast early some of the comments about the terminology seniors. Now, this is, of course, isn't a veterans class as such, is it? These are all adults, but
no. Sorry, yes.
It's what's it, 18 now, isn't it? I think the minimum age for this category. Got junior and senior.
I believe so. It follows on naturally from the juniors. Yes.
It's all of these racing terminologies. I mean, back in the motocross days, we had expert, senior, and junior. And you're forever having to explain to people juniors aren't necessarily kids. These blokes are like 50 years old. They just like to have a steady Sunday afternoon ride. That's all.
Yes, indeed. So here previously this would have simply been known as the Club 100 Sprints Championship and took drivers in as young as 14 years of age. I think it was the youngest competitors we've had. With the introduction of the full Club 100 ladder system, we've got the cadets, we've got the juniors, and that's why this gets called the seniors. It's not because they're particularly mature in age necessarily.
It's great, I think, as well, that now we've got these junior categories as well. It provides something of an entry point for talented drivers to get in who may not necessarily have the financial backing. I've had the fortune this year to be commentating at Kimbolton for most of the year, with a lot of the talented young drivers in the likes of the cadets, the Rotax classes. And a lot of these drivers are already on professional karting teams, so they're having a lot of backing, a lot of funding behind them. A lot of the drivers here simply wouldn't have the access, but at least they got the opportunity here to try and show their talents and maybe work themselves up the ladder in the future.
Absolutely, and I think that's a really good point and a really good reason why you see Club 100 now recognised on that Motorsport UK karting pathway, the ladder that drivers, if they
I think it's important to say here, it is arrive and drive, but it's a different class of arrive and drive in a sense.
Absolutely, it is. If you've never driven these Club 100 karts and maybe you have done a bit of competition at, say, your local circuit or you know, some pro kart competition, I cannot recommend giving these Club 100 karts a go enough. They are that next step up. You know,
it's like the bridging gap almost for a lot of people. Isn't
absolutely,
it?
some of the fastest arrive and drive karts that you get in Europe. They really are something else to give a go. Here we go then. Russell Cooper will lead them away in the number 76 kart as they come on to the first lap. 2 positions available to get up into the B final.
Outside there.
Yeah.
Big move on the first corner to take the lead.
Yeah, big move there. He almost got sandwiched at the pole sitter there between Aguagu and Sam Pike. And as they come up to the first major braking zone, it is Azar Aguagu who's up into the lead.
This is a driver who ran very well in the first race. Oh, trouble in the midfield, though, as they all fight for positions there. 1 or 2 getting well and truly nerfed into the Welsh grass there. Both drivers okay, but I think effectively out of the race. GYG here, of course, who was third in the first race, perhaps unlucky not to challenge for the victory, but had 2 difficult races thereafter. So finds himself at the front of the field. He will be determined, of course, to try and get into that B final.
Yes, absolutely. And as will everybody, but some of them at the end of that lap in...
Ben Pickard right in there in third place as well. He's had a strong start as well. The number 135. He's been a very consistent midfield runner today, Pickard, I think. He's just been on the fringes of the top 10, not quite enough to go any higher than the C final, but he could be in with the shout. It was down the inside there. Neat move there from Russell Cooper to snatch the lead. Yeah. Pickard immediately switching to the outside, though, and takes the lead. He saw that one coming. Beautifully
read there by Ben Pickard. It was a bold move from Russell Cooper, but was it too costly was the question. The answer was yes. It allowed Ben Pickard in the 133 to move on by, and that was brilliantly read there by Pickard, and he finds himself now up into the lead. Ironically, though, having got the move done, Russell Cooper is still there in second place. Such is the way that one all shook out. Battling as well going on between Danny Hale and Isaiah Gwagu as well. Danny Hale up into third place.
Dave Cottrell on the move as well. He's up to 6th position now and setting the fastest lap of the race as they start to bunch up at the front here. Pickard with that fantastic move last time round, taking the lead. He's coming under a little bit of pressure here from Russell Cooper. In second position here, they come down towards the carousel. Pickard, don't forget, of course, he is a Class C driver, so in one of the novice classes here, leading the way. And he has every opportunity here to progress to the B final if things stay as they are, but still a long way to go here. 9.5 minutes or thereabouts as they make their way through. And a whole host of drivers here, about 6 or 7 drivers firmly in contention for victory here. And, of course, those all-important repechage positions through to the B final a little bit later on. Pickard still leading, Cooper just shadowing in second place. At the moment, it looks like Cooper just started to try and suss out Ben Pickard, who incidentally has just set the fastest lap of the race as well. I say that, James Browning, another C-Class driver, fastest lap. But Russell Cooper here just looking for lines here from Ben Pickard, trying to identify a way to make a way through, as he has a peek down the inside at the top of the hill, making their way down towards Carousel as the fight continues behind those two. And Pickard holds on to the lead.
Yes, indeed. Just check the grid for the A and B finals, by the way, and whoever finishes the highest place Class 3 in this race will get themselves third on the podium within Class 3. There's 2 other Class 3 drivers who have already qualified up into the B final grid. There's none of them on that A final grid at the moment. So if Ben Pickard wins this one, obviously he'll make that 3 drivers on that grid, but nonetheless, whoever finishes the highest of the Class 3 runners in this race will get themselves a position on that Class 3 podium. So that's something they're fighting for out there as well.
Pickard doing very well here, just starting to control the race at the front here. 1/4 of a second ahead of Russell Cooper, who still keeps that fight on in second position. Danny Hale now clear in third from Charlie Summers. Isaiah Gwagu still there in 5th after losing those positions here at the start of the race. He'll be looking to try and get his way back towards the front. And James Browning on the move there, the number 37. Sabir El-Zayat, who had trouble in his previous heat race, he's up to 7th position now. Dave Cottrell, Alfie Hale, and Zach Titterton. So in that top 10 you have, there's some drivers who in one race in particular had a very strong race but have had it unravelled in poor following ones here. So there's quite a few good contenders for victory here.
Yeah, Dave Cottrell on the move here, as was Alfie Hale. They both got by on El-Zayat this lap through Carousel, I believe, as everyone gets a little bit held up there through Devil's Elbow in the battle over third place. And that means that Gwagu has come back to the fore in that fight. 3 wide across the line here. How's this one going to go as they head up the Dragon Street once again? Plenty of opportunity here for James Browning as well in the number 37 as they all come up the hill here together. A cluster of about 7 karts here into the major braking zone at Spoon.
This is fantastic news, though, for Ben Pickard and Russell Cooper at the front, who all of a sudden have really pulled away. The gap on your screen there, 2.2 seconds, I think now, after that whole fight up to the top of the circuit, that will allow those two to really pull away here. And, well, 7 minutes left on the clock, though. It's still a long way to go in this race. So you would think that Ben Pickard and Russell Cooper will perhaps try and work together here just to keep that consistent pace going. Do you think they'll realise they've got a bit of a gap now?
But quite possibly. I think certainly those behind realise it. There was an arm in the air there from Charlie Summers, and I couldn't quite tell if that was through frustration at a particular move there, but I also wondered if it was resignation of sorts.
They've lost 1 second on the chasing pack.
Exactly that. This is the thing. That was a really nice battle for us to watch, but was it too costly? because they've now lost out this time. They're still battling away, and what this is doing from a repechage perspective, it's not all about that. It's also about just getting as many points as you can on the day, of course. But what it's doing is it means that they're not pushing up and challenging those promotion spots. And so unless they pick up a penalty, Pickard and Cooper now are in the pound seats for getting this promotion. And that can be a source of frustration for the drivers in the pack immediately behind us. I think that was Dave Cottrell going out wide there as they headed towards compression corner. Not too dissimilar to what we saw happening to Andrew Ward earlier on in the heat races when he ended up off on the grass. But Cottrell this time managing to keep it on the tarmac, albeit he's lost some time. Ben Pickard leads ahead of Russell Cooper, and then there's this pack currently led by Izara Guagu in third.
So all getting very close here in the lower reaches of the top 10. Of course, these drivers, you would say now with 5.5 minutes on the clock, unlikely to progress through to the B final. But as Howard said, of course, still plenty of points on offer in terms of the Club 100 championships here to be fighting out for here. So they've got every justification here to still keep charging, still keep pushing, as there still could be valuable points on offer at the end of the season. At the front of the field, Ben Pickard and Russell Cooper both setting a very strong pace at the front. They're running very strongly, keeping that gap now 3.6 seconds as Guagu now just starting to put a handle on that third place. He set his own personal best last time round, 51.637. Ben Pickard sets the fastest lap of the race there, 51.1, and just starting to pull a very small gap on Russell Cooper.
Yes, indeed. Those little gaps can be crucial for just beginning the rhythm as to push ahead. As, some of these drivers, I think, are realising they're going to have to work together there now to try and pull opportunities back out of this race. The 59 of Charlie Summer there pushing really hard to try and find a way by Onuagu, but if anything, it's bringing James Browning into the fight more in the number 37, and he's bringing Zach Titterton along to the party as well. Zach, the driver we spoke to in the paddock walk, which you will see once we go into the lunch break later on in the broadcast, pre-recorded, there's a driver off on the grass there, I think in between compression corner and Devil's Elbow. But he's a driver who's just here for some fun. He's not done Club 100 in a while. And at the moment, he's doing a really good job of it. 6th place at the moment for him. Charlie Summers, once again, is looking for a way by on Aguagu, but he's going to try and hang it around the outside of Spoon. And that's a bold move if he can make that one stick. And then he's going to be really difficult unless he tries to get the switch back out of Spoon and down towards Carousel. But at the moment, Aguagu positioning his kart well to deter a move, although as I say that, Summers goes for it into Carousel. They're still side by side. And
he gave it back, though.
He gave it back because I don't think he wants to get the penalty. He knows that if he can't get promotion, well, there's two things to that. Obviously, there's the standard deterrent for a penalty because you don't want to lose places and thus points. But if any of those top two pick up a penalty, these two would pick up the spoils of that. So, yeah, definitely wants to race by the rules here, does Summers, and keep himself in that fight.
Off the curbs there, wasn't he? There
yes.
on Summers. That allows Iguagu to pull away. Watching the number 27, again, you see him there. I think he's driving defensively here. Iguagu in third place. He's constantly looking over his shoulder to check the progress of his rivals here. I think he's given up on trying to catch up with Russell Cooper and Ben Pickard. But he knows that third place is right here for the offing. And he's been doing a very good job so far of making that kart as wide. Again, very aggressively taking that curve on the run down to Carousel, preventing Summers from going down the inside. Again, you see him very aggressively heading towards the apex here. This is all going to mean the other drivers are going to bunch up behind him somewhat here. So Aguagu, I think he is definitely, again, very aggressively towards those apexes. Aguagu making that kart as wide as possible, going for the inside line, forcing the chasing wide drivers to go wide here. Out to the final corner he goes. It looks like Charlie Summers has regrouped here with just over 2 minutes remaining. Aguagu, again, you see him immediately defending that line, forcing the wider outside line here. And again, you see there Summers going for the outside, but Aguagu's got the line for the corner here, and he should hold on. This is going to be a very long race for Aguagu here. 2 minutes to go, but he's really full-on defensive here.
Yeah, he's going to feel all of the extra 5 minutes that this format has. I'm not sure we covered that, by the way, that the final's 12 minutes long rather than the 7 minutes of the heats. But he's at the moment, he wishes it weren't so because he's got a lot of pressure coming from behind. Here has the driver of the number 27. The gap out front, by the way, is 2 seconds. So Pickard has pulled away from Russell Cooper now. They're both sort of in their own little bubble, really. They can sort of just keep this one going until the end, not pick up too many penalties. Is that the gap that Aguagu needs? This time he's going to be on the inside rather than the outside. He's got the speed on the straight, and I think that might be job done finally for Charlie Summers, to get by on Azara Aguagu.
This fight for third place, I think, may not be over in terms of progress to the B final, because to me, Russell Cooper just dropping the pace slightly here in second position. He's about half a second a lap slower than the race leader, Ben Pickard, but crucially, he's being caught up slowly by this fight for third. Now, not by very much, so it's going to maybe rely on a mistake to allow this group of drivers to catch up. There is the second place driver, Russell Cooper, but all the time it just looks to me only by a few tenths here and there, but Aguagu, Cooper and Summers are all closing up on that second place driver, but time is very much in Russell Cooper's side here with 1 lap to go.
Yeah, absolutely. We are on the last lap. Ben Pickard just needs to bring this one home now with a likewise for Russell Cooper as there's going onto the grass there. That was that Titterton who was going onto the grass. I'm afraid I missed who that was, but they were all 4 wheels onto the grass there and weren't too happy for it. But as we come round to the carousel on this last tour of the circuit, we've got pressure being applied to James Browning there by the 93 of Alfie Hale. Here, though, we've not seen much of him, and it's because of how well he has controlled this race. Ben Pickard is going to come around. He's going to bag himself third in Class 3 for the day, but more importantly, he's going to take the win and bag himself a spot on the B final grid. Russell Cooper comes through in second and bags the last of those repechage spots. Charlie Summers finishes third ahead of Azara Aguagu, James Browning in fifth, Alfie Hale in sixth, seventh for Zach Titterton, Dave Cottrell in eighth. It's Danny Hale in ninth in the number 94 car. The 67 of Sabir El Zayat rounds out your top 10 in what was a frenetic top 10 battle at times there throughout the field. But it's well done to Ben Pickard with a really controlled and measured victory there. Yeah,
he's had a fantastic day so far, Ben Pickard. He's been fairly quiet in the midfield, but he's stayed out of trouble. He's got himself towards the front of the field in the C final, and he's just starting to come into form there. So 3.7 second gap at the end. He saw him punch the air when he crossed the line. He looked pleased with that one. And who can blame him, because that was a fantastic win. Of course, he does get on the podium, but in the heat of the moment, I think that seeing the checkered flag is always going to be a fantastic feeling. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely, that's going to be rewards. He gets a trophy as well for that C final win, by the way, as well. So trophies all round there for Pickard. He'll be joining the back of this grid, though, that you can see getting ready on the dummy grid now, and that is your B final. Here's your B final grid then, and I have to say, if you want a reflection of how competitive this Club 100 Senior Sprints field is, some of the names on this grid are a surprise to see that they haven't bagged themselves that spot on the A final grid. Callum Martin will start this one from pole position. Rihanna Percox in second. Toby Wykes and Rana Menon are on row 2. William Henn and Charles Palmer. Charles Palmer, by the way, your highest position Class 3 runner off the back of those heat scores, so really good time that he's had of it. Yudi Menon and Nick Lacasas are next. Andrew Ward and James Scanlon are rounding out your top 10 on row number 5. Harrison Earl and Andy Orford are next on row 6, ahead of Murtaza Hassan and Jack Hughes. Sam White and Philip Abulal are row number 8. Then it's Andrew McWilliam and Andrew Rabbage on row 9. The top 20 is rounded out by Greg Smith and Jeremy Deeks. Dylan Edwards, another Class 3 driver qualifying really well off the back of the heats, is on row 11 with Tommy Lee alongside. Kim Ely and Joe Craddock are on row number 12, and they will be joined by your confirmed promotees from the C final, which will be Ben Pickard and Russell Cooper, now confirmed on the system in front of me. And don't forget, as well as going to live.alphatiming.co.uk, you can also go to results.alphatiming.co.uk to see all confirmed race results as and when those get released. The message is pretty clear here. Even if you're a Class 1 driver, if you've had any sort of incident, we saw Rihanna Perkins had an incident in her heat. Andrew Ward we saw have one heat. There was one dodgy heat. And you get put in this high-pressure situation where you've got one last chance to get up onto that A final grid. Knocks you back, doesn't it? Because if you look at Rihanna Percox in particular there in second, of course, narrowly missing out on the A final. She's been there or thereabouts for 2 of her 3 heat races, but of course the first race was a disaster, and that's all it is. Consistency has really been the key here. We saw on the other flip of the coin, of course, Ben Pickard, who's been consistent all afternoon, all of a sudden finding himself in the B final at the other end of the grid, of course. But yes, some of these drivers who, in terms of pace, have been looking very quick today, through misfortune or whatever it may be, they find themselves in the B final. What this does mean, though, of course, is we've got a very wide open final here, I think. And if we look a little bit further behind there, 71, Charles Palmer, who's been very good all day, it wouldn't be beyond the realms that he could find himself in the A final here.
Yeah, absolutely. Just to be clear here, to give you a reflection of it, 10 points separate the pole sitter to the back of this grid in terms of points accrued over the heats. Just 10 points. We never show it up, I don't think, on the graphic because it would get very busy on the graphic for the grid. But there's loads and loads of point ties for points across the heats. And in that situation, just to be clear, the order of the grid is determined by the fastest lap that's been set across any of those heats. But it just goes to show how tight this field is, that you get that much, particularly in this B grid. It's always super close between those drivers. And that means, just to be clear, you know, we've got Andrew McWilliam on this grid, Chris. He got a bump and pass penalty
that's right,
in that last heat,
yeah,
didn't
so
he?
For
that, I think it was that incident in Devil's Elbow. That's 4 positions. That's 4 points. He had 42 points. So he would have had 46.
6th or 7th on the grid otherwise.
Exactly.
For that. So, yeah, it's very tight here. Those 2 guys at the back, of course, the 2 late qualifiers, I think sometimes you might think that maybe they're a bit tired, but I always think it has the opposite effect. You come straight out of the kart, you're all fired up.
Yep.
And you just slot straight in, ready to go again.
Absolutely. You've got your eye in on the conditions as well. You've literally just been out there, particularly if you have changeable conditions and maybe it's wet where once it was dry during the heat, you really get your eye in then. Here we go then. 4 positions available on that A final grid. Away we go. Callum Martin leads them away into the number 33. 12 minutes on the clock as this grid of 26 karts barrels down the Dragon Straight, or up the Dragon Straight, I should say, for the first time in this B final. Can everyone stay on the grey stuff?
75, I think. Was that James Scanlon?
I think it might well have been.
To run out of track.
Yeah, taking to the grass. And I don't think he'll have come to a stop necessarily, but he'll be quite far back in the order. Andy Ward trying to look to make early progress here, having a go at the 41 of Nick Lacasas, and he's down the inside at the carousel.
Good aggressive driving there from Andrew Ward. I think he got the kart in the position and just kept it down there on the inside. So good, strong start for him.
Yes, I think he knows he's got to take the fire and change for the lead at the front. Rihanna Percox by on Callum Martin. So Percox to the head of the field here as they come round to finish lap number 1. It's Rihanna Percox who leads ahead of Callum Martin, and Rana Menon has done very well there to retain that 3rd place on the first lap, although now pulling alongside Callum Martin and gives that clear indication that wants to work together to get away from the field. And that serves these 3. They would love to push on and get a bit of a breathing space to those behind so they can definitely have that promotion spot in hand and leave everybody else to scrap over that last one, that last golden ticket behind them.
Because there's some very strong drivers as well starting to make their way through the top 10. Charles Palmer, incidentally, is in 5th place, the C-Class driver, on the cusp of getting through to the A final. There he is, the number 71, just behind Toby Wykes, and then the rest of the top 10 come through. There you'll see with the orange-coloured helmet there and the black overalls with having a bit of a nudge there is the number 50, Andrew McWilliam, who started from that disappointing 17th place for him. He's fought through very nicely into the top 10 here. As we look at the midfield fight there, the 69 going through there, Greg Smith, Sam White, Andrew Ravage in there. Ben Pickard, we're talking about, there he is in the midfield. He was the C-Class winner, of course. And maybe I was saying there about how you're nicely drilled up and fired up going into the race. He's got himself up to 20th positions thus far.
And lest we forget, of course, we are talking the podium spots here, podium finishes in Class 3. So costly moment for Dylan Edwards on that last lap, dropping to the back of the pack. That means Ben Pickard...
He's second now, wouldn't he?
Yeah, he's up into 2nd place there. Charles Palmer in 5th place, quite comfortably as it stands at the moment, your leader in Class 3. That looked like William Henn putting a move in. Is that taking it back from Andrew McWilliam potentially as they come down through Devil's Elbow? Here is your battle at the front of the field. Menon still giving that clear indication to say, let's work together. Let's get a bit of a gap in hand here. Toby Wykes now at the moment in the 4th place, that crucial 4th place Just taking a double check of penalties. There's a takeout penalty for Jeremy Deeks. There's a cone penalty for Joe Craddock. I haven't seen anything, though, come through yet for any of the drivers in our top 4. That battle for the last promotion spot just was in the back of your shot there. That is where the big opportunity is to bag that final place. And I think, was that Babulal ahead? I think Babulal has got ahead of Toby Wykes there. Toby Wykes trying to fight back here into compression corner. Andrew Ward. Oh, and Andrew Ward spins! Andrew Ward spins! Yeah. And that is a big moment there for one of our Class 1 drivers. And it's a huge, costly moment for him. Oh, your heart goes out to him there. I think there was contact, just the lightest touch, maybe.
Just enough to push him wide, wasn't it?
Yeah, just enough
affect
to
the balance of the car.
Yeah, he was just trying to position it so that he could benefit if the two of them sort of held each other up.
Real unfortunate for him there, isn't it?
Yeah.
As McWilliam makes another move there. Looks like down the inside, neat little move for him. Rihanna Percox, the race leader, incidentally, is charging 51.095 last time round. A couple of tenths ahead of Rana Menon and Callum Martin. I think these three know that they've got a really gilt edge opportunity here to get through to the A final, because they are running a very strong pace at the front. The top 3, as you can see on your lap charts, pulling away now from the all-important 4th position, with Babulal now sitting in 4th from Toby Wykes, William Henn, Charles Palmer hanging on in there as well. There's the number 33 just going through the line there in the midfield there. So that's Callum Martin just starting to put the pressure on Rana Menon, but they are closing up. It's a very closely fought race at the front here. Rihanna Percox is quite honestly driving like the wind here, absolutely pushing it here, but she cannot shake off Rana Menon or Callum Martin 2nd and 3rd. They're really working well together here to try and close the gap on what's been a very fast-paced leader.
Yeah, really good stuff from the top 3 in general at the moment. Keeping it clean so far, crucial if you want to be rewarded for all that hard work and actually get that promotion spot. This is, I think, the back of that pack.
Andy Orford there, wasn't it? With
yeah.
Charles Palmer.
So that's a change for 7th, isn't it? I think. Has Orford got by on Palmer, I think, that time around. Just coming up to the halfway mark then in this race.
And again, these 3 drivers here lapping very quickly in the low 51s. Andrew McWilliam, there you can see fastest lap of the race, but these 3 running a very fast-paced race at the moment as Babulal just starts to pull a bit of a gap now in 4th place, crucially from Toby Wykes and William Henn. Andrew McWilliam charging hard, trying to get involved in that fight for 4th place, but the top 3 driving very well here. We see that midfield scrap there. Murtaza Hassan, Greg Smith, Andrew Rabbage, Sam White all in there. And then here we see the number 50 of Andrew McWilliam, who's just out of contention, but he really is charging hard. Yeah,
absolutely. There is still time for him to get on up and bag one of those last promotion spots. Pretty much everybody in that pack from 4th place down is in with a chance here. There's a little bit of a gap back from William Henn in 6th to Andrew McWilliam, but if he can get onto the back of the next trio up the road, there really could be an opportunity for him to get up into the last promotion spot. There's Philip Babulal, and then here is that's a swap, isn't it? Is that William Henn getting by on Toby Wykes? And what this is doing is it's gifting, it's gifting a bit of a gap to Babulal ahead, because Babulal's now got some breathing space, which is going to feel fantastic for him in 4th place.
Just about 1.5 seconds, which doesn't sound very much, does it? But in karting terms, that is a fair gap, actually, especially in such a crucial part of the race. This fight for the lead, there's no real overtaking going on, of course, but it is so finely poised here. Rihanna Percox still charging here. Some very quick lap times here with these top 3. Callum Martin this time sets the fastest lap of the race. They're dipping into the 50-second mark here, 50.8 between these top 3. Half a second covering the top 3. Percox getting to the front of the field and trying to charge away at the front. But you have to say full credit here to Rana Menon and Callum Martin here, who've worked together very well to elevate themselves into contention for the victory here, because Percox hasn't put a foot wrong all race. She's just run her own race at the front. And you have to say that these two have really done well to get back up with her, because they're running very closely here, less than half a second covering the top 3. And they've all dialed into the circuit nicely here, running very well, as Menon just starting to ask a few questions here.
Yeah, a little bit of a challenge, maybe sensing, right, we're into the, well, we've just got 4 minutes on the clock, so we're into that latter third of the race. The story, though, has to be, at the moment, what's happening in that. So Andrew McWilliam's McWilliam has just got back onto the back of Toby Wykes. So this lap is crucial for Andrew McWilliam, I think. If he can get by on, or to be fair, if any of them, William Henn, Toby Wykes, if any of them can get, become, the dominant force within that pack and maybe start to push up onto the back of Philip Baboulal, it's 1.2 seconds the gap between Baboulal, and there is the first hurdle cleared already. McWilliam now passed Wykes there, so the 50 kart ahead of the 86, and he's now got to try and get on to and pass William Henn, and then you could just see Baboulal went through the shot there. There he is in the number 11. He's in the last of the promotion spots at the moment. This pack here is the Charles Palmer, Andy Orford, Nick Lacasas battle, which is a really nice battle that they're having in the lower part of the top 10, but it's going to take something quite spectacular for them to be in the running for one of these promotion spots at this point.
I think there's a couple of factors going on here for Andrew McWilliam in that 6th place. He's finally got himself into a bit of clear air now. He can run his own race a bit. He may well know that it's going to be a bit of an outside chance to qualify for the A final, but of course he does know that points are still on offer here, so he's just got to drive as hard as he can. Sometimes you don't get a race victory, you don't qualify. That comes looking for you sometimes. So he's just got to drive as hard as he can now and hope that the race falls in his favour.
Really important to bear in mind, there's this going on in the middle of the pack.
Here we are. That's Ben Pickard. He's not giving this enough at all. He's been slowly but surely picking his way through the field here.
He has. Just to clarify, this is the... so we mentioned that Palmer, Orford, Lacasas trio. This is the next battle down the road, led by Mortaza Hassan in the 97. This is 11th place down to... I'm
going to guess about
it's either 24th place. 11th down to 24th is this train of carts. Most of the people in the county, I think, are actually part of this battle. As they're coming up the Dragon Straight, this looks like a first lap, but they've literally been like this all the way through the race as they come up the hill. And as you say, you make a very good point about mentioning Ben Pickard. And actually, in the midst of this, Dylan Edwards, what a recovery drive he has had, because he was at the back of the field. He's part of that pack now. And there could be a proper battle on, last lap battle on, for the 2nd place spot, or the last 2 podium positions in Class 3.
189, isn't it? It's almost like holiday traffic on the A5 going up to North Wales there in the midfield. It is that close, and that little space between those 3. Here we go up towards the front now, 1:35, the clock ticking down all the time for these top 3. And again, you see Menon just trying to calm things down a bit there, because Callum Martin setting the fastest lap and just starting to fight for 2nd place. I think Menon still thinks there could be a victory here.
Yeah, I'm just keeping an eye on that gap between 4th and 5th. It's still William Henn, who's done really well to hold off Andrew McWilliam as a more experienced driver on getting by. But the gap to Baboulal just came down by half a second that lap. And they've got 2 more laps to go, so that might be quite close unless Baboulal can respond in terms of pace there in that particular one. Remember, that's the last of the promotion spots now from the B final. It's 4 promotees this season in Club 100 rather than the 2 that we've had over the last few seasons. Rihanna Percox is on the last lap then, and the question now really, you've got to think that Menon and Martin might treat themselves to a bit of a battle after working so hard to get a gap.
Menon, I think Martin's given up listening to Menon there in 2nd place. He's going to have a go here. I just saw Percox having a look over her shoulder there, and I think she will know, again, she just saw her looking there, she will know there's a little bit of a cushion now, finally, between herself and the 2nd place driver. So at least she can now afford the luxury of running her own lines here. She's not having to worry about defending that racing line. And she's charging now down towards the checkered flag. So the B final drawing to a close here with the number 21, Rihanna Percox, who's charged hard for the entire race. Down towards the final corner she comes. She can afford the luxury of running that nice smooth line around the final few corners and will take the checkered flag. Percox wins. It's going to be Menon in 2nd, Callum Martin 3rd. And the final bubble place to the A final goes to Philip Baboulal. Andrew McWilliam a bit unfortunate there in 5th place, but he gets a good strong finish. William Henn, Toby Wykes, Nick Lacasas, Andy Orford, and Charles Palmer rounding out the top 10.
Absolutely, and I'll tell you what. Oh, here comes everybody else in Wales across the line.
Try to call that one.
I'm not.
Just noticing the midfield, Dylan Edwards getting past Ben Pickard in the closing stages, so he takes 2nd in the C category.
He does indeed. Charles Palmer, then your highest placed Class 3 finisher, he'll top that podium for that subclass. And as you say quite rightly there, Chris, Dylan Edwards getting by on Ben Pickard. We noted that it might be a last lap battle or a last couple of laps, and indeed it was. I'll tell you what as well, Babulal, and I don't want to take anything away from his promotion, his repechage onto the back of the A-final grid. He'll be glad that that ended when it did, though, because the gap had gone down from 1.2 seconds to 0.4 of a second.
It was, getting close there. It was a bit...
yeah.
Unfortunately, of course, Andrew Ward, retirement after that spin earlier on, so bad luck for him. It's just the way racing goes sometimes.
Yeah, frustration for him. Hopefully he'll be able to come back at the next round. But yeah, frustration for him, definitely.
That was a bit of a nervous race there for Babula in fourth. He started off the race really well, and then the last 2 or 3 laps, he just seemed to be reeled in by McWilliam, of course, will be charging, so he's got the luxury of being able to charge, of course. But Babula in a difficult position there, trying to maintain that 4th place and keep the pace going.
Yeah, I wonder if it's just the psychology of it. When you know that
it's
result
hard,
is on, it's so easy to just tense up in the kart, and it doesn't flow as easily. And it seems like driving a kart is suddenly the hardest thing in the universe to do.
That's it.
But did it? He did. I didn't see any penalties there, so we assume that he has indeed bagged himself the last spot on this grid for the all-important A final, the trophy final for our lightweights. That's what's next out on track, and it's coming up for you next here on your Alpha Live broadcast. There will be a slight pause here as they get turned around for the A-final, not least because they're going to put the promotees on the scales, I would imagine, just to make sure that they weren't underweight. Nonetheless, let's take a look at your grid for your A-final. Mike Philippi will start this one on pole. Owen Genman alongside Ed Bars and Sam Lovelace are your second row of the grid. Justin Draper, what a day he's had. He earns himself the highest spot for any of the Class 2 runners there in 5th for his efforts so far today. Miles Reitman as well. We've seen some great battles from him. Lines up on that 3rd row of the grid. Steph Theodoru is next with Christopher Powell-Taylor alongside. That's on row number 4. Ashley White and Dante Dillon round out your top 10. That is perhaps a little lowlier than we would have expected from last season's runner-up in Dante Dillon. He will be definitely hoping to go forwards from that place, that position on the fringe of the top 10. Lewis Marchant and Ben Sanders are next. And then on row 7 we find Dan Seeger and Thomas Northcott. Harrison Kirkham and Bryn Olban are next on row 8. Row 9 is where we find Jack O'Neill. I'm still not sure what happened to Jack in his last heat, but it's a reflection of how strong he was in his other heats that he still nonetheless is on this A-final grid. Matthew Clark is alongside him on that 9th row of the grid. Keaton Ford and Aaron Clark are row 10 to round out the top 20. Jason Kirk and McKinley Coburn are next, and have they been weighed and confirmed as your top 4? Yes, they have. So they'll be joined by a 13th row of Rihanna Percox and Rana Menon, and a 14th row of Callum Martin and Philip Babulal. That's how they line up then. We're going to go for a 12-minute final with this. And just to be clear, when they go out on track, they will get warm-up laps once again. This is so that they can check that they're completely happy with the kart. The way I like to characterise this, CLUB100 do a fantastic job of keeping these arrive and drive karts on parity with each other. But as drivers who have earned their spot on the A-final grid, they are deemed to have earned their right to be particularly discerning customers and make sure that they are happy with the handling and the behaviour of their kart, just so that once we've called the result, there's nobody moping about having, I had a duff one and
which
all that
makes
stuff.
a nice change.
Which, there are, yes, it's nice that we have that element to it.
Discussing this off air, of course, earlier, and yeah, sometimes at your local arrive and drive series, you'll hear all the post-mortems after, I had a bad kart, this kart number 7 was terrible, whatnot, but you can go out and buy your own kart, spend tens of thousands on the setup and go to a club event or a British Championship, make a Horlicks of the setup, and you're in exactly the same boat, really, in a kart that's going backwards.
It's very true. It's very true.
You just spent about 20 grand in the process, or whatever it may be.
Absolutely. I mean, I've got, I have to say, I've raced CLUB100 machinery for a decade, and they are, as far as I'm concerned, the most equal or evenly maintained fleet of arrive and drive karts that I've ever.
I must say that as an outsider looking in, as an outsider to this series, you never really seem to hear any complaints about the parity of the karts in CLUB100. This is just purely from an outsider's point of view. Everyone does seem to be happy with the maintenance and how things go. You never seem to hear that sort of a complaint. So, looking at this final, I think, Howard, we could be in for a fairly wide open final here. We've got, of course, some of the the big names at the front and the likes of the number 15, of course, who looked very strong early, of course. Miles Whiteman, Justin Draper, some of the Class 2 drivers. They, of course, will have their own B-Class to look out for as well. So they'll be having their own race along with the final in itself. And, yeah, some very strong drivers on the fringes of the top 10, like Dante Dillon, the obvious one, of course, down in 10th position. Lewis Marchant's had his moments as well, and Ben Sanders as well. Those two have been fighting at the front. So some drivers in this top 10 have all shown excellent moments throughout some point during this meeting. And, yeah, everyone's starting fairly close there. So I think we could be in for a fairly closely fought final here.
Yeah, absolutely. It's going to be an interesting one, this. And likewise, you've got some drivers, I still think, who are slightly out of position further down the grid, who it's going to be really interesting to see. I say out of position, they're where they are based on how their heats have gone. But what I mean by I still don't quite know what happened to Jack O'Neill in that last heat. And he finds himself down in 17th place. Well, he knows he's on pace.
Doesn't reflect their form in terms of pace, I suppose.
Yes, yeah, exactly that. It's not where I would nominally expect them to be, let's say. So going to be really interesting to see, you know, does he have a lightning start and get, you know, up 5 places on the first lap? Less likely in a field of this calibre. Does he therefore become a factor towards the end of the race? There's a lot of interesting ones out there for me.
And, of course, a shout-out at the back of the grid as well, like we were saying at the start of the B final. Conversely for this, of course, those drivers, the obvious thing you might think, oh, they'll be tired now when they get into the A final after doing all that, but it doesn't quite work like that, does it? You've had 12 minutes out in the kart, you're already drilled into the lines, you're nicely warmed up. Fitness-wise, shouldn't be a problem for them, really, because you know, the training and so forth. But they should be nicely dialed in and ready to go here.
Well, absolutely. I mean, the nature of this format is that, in many ways, this becomes the calmest part of the day, because sometimes in the heats running order, if maybe you've got like the last race of one rotation, I think there is something in the grids program that means that you don't get 2 heats in a row, but you can still only have one gap. So it can be like, oh, I'm in heat 8 and I'm in heat 10.
Sometimes that's nice, isn't it? You haven't got too long to sit on the sidelines.
Sometimes, yes.
I kind of dwell on it.
Indeed. So that's only like a 7-minute gap. Well, if you allow for the changeovers, maybe 10-minute gap. Here, we've just had 2 12-minute finals. You've been out for half an hour or more, depending on when your last heat was. So the drivers at this point, if anything, you've waited around too long. It starts to play on your mind. You just want to get out there and it's
the worst part, the waiting for the race, isn't it?
Yeah, exactly. So that can often be a factor as well. We are now in formation, so any drivers who, I have to say, I didn't see many drivers pulling into the pit, so they're clearly fairly happy out there that these
good, don't they? I'll have a look out, checked out for you.
Yeah. Well, I don't know, because that's them getting the next lot ready potentially for...
So there's no pit lane activity, is there, it seems, in terms of the drivers. So, yeah, looks like we're good to go here.
It does indeed. So it also means if I've... no, I tell a lie. There's our pole sitter. So he's now got to get through a grid of weaving carts.
So presumably there, we've missed him. He must have, not been happy with that one.
He's too quick, that's why. No, sorry. He goes through the pit lane at the proper legal speed. But, yeah, we did miss that, so he'll now take up his rightful position at the head of this grid then. It'll be 12 minutes to decide who wins Round 3 of the 2024 Club 100 Senior Sprints Championship here live at Glanny Gores. Myself, Howard Mitchell, and Chris Zora in the comms position for you with coverage from Alpha Live Productions. Let's see who's going to take the trophy final win for Round 3. Elliot Alt pulls the pace guard off to driver's left, and now we're under starters' orders. Mike Philippou is the driver of the 20. He'll be leading them away. Owen Gemman alongside. Away we go for 12 minutes of racing here at GYG, and it's a fairly even start from both sides of the grid as they head up the Dragon Straight for the first time. But Gemman has got the better of Philippou off the start. Sam Lovelace as well from 4th on the grid. It was a good start from the even side of the grid as they head up the hill and round to Spoon. There's a couple of tyres dipping onto the grass, but so far it looks like a fairly clean start throughout our A final field.
That was a lovely start there. From, trouble in the big incident there in the midfield. I think one of those might be some Ben Sanders looking at the driving overalls.
Dante Dillon is off, and you can see the frustration. Oh, wow. He was clearly upset about that, and that is a big moment because I think that's beyond. And it has been called false start. Now I was wondering that to my mind, you were asking me earlier in the day, Chris. How late can they call it? That is as late as I think it gets for calling the false start.
That's a almost a third of the way around. So that is, yeah, that's right on the limit, you would say there.
Yeah, it's and that well, that's lifeline thrown for all of those drivers, and I think you could see the frustration. You could see Dante Dillon clearly frustrated about that, and I think that's partially because he thought that was like that's not going to get that might not get called because it's right on the limit. A false start nonetheless has been called by race control. So that's a lifeline to all of those drivers. Also a lifeline to
back underway off shot now, so he's going to catch up with the rest of the field, and one of them's still in there, so may well pick them up when they come round in a moment.
Yeah, so it was McKinley Coburn, Aaron Clark, Dante Dillon, and Ben Sanders were all involved in that incident going off. So
it's
all
a real
of them.
Shame, of course, for Owen Genman and Sam Lovelace, of course, who had such a perfect start. Well, like we were talking about earlier, that outside line that sometimes you can time it right, works absolutely perfectly. They just carried that momentum, just steamed around the outside and fell in first and second place. So they'll have to do that all again.
They will, yeah, as ever. There are winners and losers from a false start. Those who went off will be thanking their lucky stars that they get another go at this. But as you say, for Owen Genman, he'll be lamenting that he can't keep that start. So 2 minutes as well will be taken off the race.
Of course, yeah.
So we're down to 10 minutes for this final.
Just adds to the pressure now, especially for those guys fighting through the field. And yeah, it'll be interesting to see how some of those top Category 2 drivers get on, the likes of Miles Whiteman and Justin Draper. We didn't see enough of them, of course, before the full start came out, but they could be a factor as well. And Lewis Martins, I thought, looked very impressive in some of his heat races as well. But yeah, Dante Dillon, he's got some work to do in that midfield. The trouble is, of course, if you're in that midfield, you've got every potential to get caught up in somebody else's incident or somebody else's accident as well, like we just saw, actually. He was saved by the full start flag, of course. But that's, of course, the jeopardy, you would say, of having to start so far down.
Yeah, absolutely. Are we good for a start this time around, or do we have to go around again? We haven't seen the thumbs up yet from the pace card. I'm not seeing anybody off the main pack. They will try and get this one going as soon as they can. And he is going to pull off to the left-hand side. So we're good for the restart again here. Right, take two. Mike Philippou is your number 20 pole sitter. Away we go then for a second attempt at this start. It's a stronger start from the pole side this time. Ed Bars is going to come through and muscle his way on the inside past Owen Genman. It is not going to be as good a start for the driver of the 166, but he's still in the fight as they come up through Spoon for the first time. Is everyone going to stay on the grey stuff? It looks like they are. It's still Philippou in the lead of this one as they stream through the top of the hill.
One of them on the grass. I think it might have been Owen Genman, possibly.
Yeah, there's a cone that's been knocked into next week, I'm sorry to report.
I really guess there's going to be a cone warning there,
there might be a cone warning as they come through.
Miles Whiteman's had a good start. Justin Draper's got involved as well. They seem to look very good on the run down to Carousel there. And Whiteman up to third place now. Oh, he's had a penalty, though.
He has for a bump and pass, so however he got up into that position, race control weren't too impressed as they come round to finish lap number 1 of this 10-minute A final. It is Mike Philippou, Ed Bars, Miles Reitman and Justin Draper, and then Owen Genman in 5th place. Cone warning has been attributed to Christopher Powell-Taylor. So as they come through, Sam Lovelace there, I think, trying to put a move on Draper, but I think he let him back past. I think he was worried that he had done so via contact. So Sam Lovelace will keep his powder dry for now and try again later on. Much better start, of course, for those who were involved in the incident at the start. So Ashley White on the tail of Steph Theodorou in 7th, and then it's Dante Dillon and Christopher Powell-Taylor round out your top 10. What's crucial, though, for us as neutrals watching on, Philippou has not broken away here in the early stages. There is a real race on here at the front of the field.
Yeah, this is all very tight now. Philippou not breaking away like you would have hoped. And Ed Bars, of course, he looked very strong in his previous heat race. Now looking down the inside, he's going to get the line for the corner. Now, can he make it stick as they make their way to the top through the Spoon? And there he goes. So Ed Bars is your new race leader. Just looking a little bit further down, Sam Lovelace in 6th position. Not the best start for him, of course, but Dante Dillon, with that good fortune for him, you would say, with that full start, has now gone through into 9th position. Looking a little bit further down, I think I'm going to shout out here for Philip Babulal and Rihanna Percox, who are running well in the midfield after qualifying from the B final. They've started out very strongly, as has Rana Menon, who did get I think he did get a warning earlier, but he has gone through very well. And Ben Saunders, difficult start for him, of course, dropping down the top 20, but the race goes on as the leaders go over the line once again. And so here we go with just over 7 minutes remaining in this final. And Ed Bars, who looked in good form earlier on, is going to look to try and control this race at the front from Philippou. Reitman, of course, who has got that penalty as well, so that will be good news for Owen Genman, Justin Draper, Sam Lovelace. And this race here, Howard, is still very finely poised. No one really breaking away.
No, absolutely not. After that bold move from Ed Bars, which in a way I was surprised that enough room was given by Philippou on the inside a couple of laps ago. But I just don't think he felt that Bars was that close maybe on the back straight. But it's nice and close here at the front of the field here. There's just, well, there's 3 seconds separating the top 10 at the moment. That was how it was a lap ago, and I don't feel that's massively changed this time around. Steph Theodorou, I thought that was a move there just for 7th place coming through. Sam Lovelace putting pressure on Justin Draper. That's in the battle over 5th place, and challenge for 3rd place. Owen Genman having to, or trying to get by on Miles Reitman, and he's got the job done there. That is Genman up into 3rd place, and here is Sam Lovelace putting the pressure on Justin Draper. Draper taking a defensive line into the carousel. Stays as they were for now.
Just watching that group on the edge of the top 10, the likes of Dante Dillon, Ashley White, Christopher Powell-Taylor, they're all running a very good pace and just trying to tag on to this battle that we're looking at here with Miles Reitman, Owen Genman, Justin Draper all in there, of course. Reitman losing that position, coming under pressure now from the number 32, Justin Draper, as they go over the line. Sam Lovelace keeping the fight on in 6th place, but that fight on the edge, look at the bottom of your screen there, you'll see, of course, Dillon with the name on the back of the overalls there with Theodorou and White. They're just trying to close up as another fight potentially for the lead there, and Philippou having a look as, it's getting close here though, Howard.
Lovelace, I think, can sense the opportunity. I think he knows that the 2 drivers ahead of him are Class 2 runners, and that doesn't mean anything in of itself, but he can feel the gap forming between the top 3. Actually, yes, the fact that Class 2 runners is irrelevant. The fact that a gap is forming between 3rd and 4th is relevant.
The road, isn't he? You can see what's going on here.
And he knows he's got to get by on these drivers. He feels like he has the pace benefit, and he wants to get by. Reitman and Draper, by the way, they probably aren't thinking about it quite in these terms, but bear in mind, they're battling over the Class 2 win for this round. 3rd place in Class 2 at the moment is Lewis Marchant in 11th place, so a little bit further back in the order. Meanwhile, Owen Genman has some good speed here on Mike Philippou. Is he thinking about going for the move? Because again, he can sense that Ed Bars is just eking out a slight gap, and he's going to go for it through Spoon Corners side by side, and that's the 2nd time we've seen Genman get a move done into that corner. It was a robust and decisive move, and he finds himself up into 2nd place.
Owen Genman's having a nice little race here. He's just starting to pick up the pace here. We're going to check his lap time when he next comes round. I think he can sense that this could be a victory here for the taking. As you can see, Sam Lovelace just starting to put the pressure on Justin Draper. It's getting a bit tight out there.
It's Dante Dillon. So Draper's been passed, Chris, by Lovelace, and it's Theodorou and Dante Dillon who were doing battle. I think Dillon went for Draper, and then in that he compromised himself, and the 9 of Theodorou got ahead of Dillon.
And a contact warning there as well. So, yeah, all getting tight as Dante Dillon still there in 8th place. And again, another fastest lap here for Owen Genman. So we've got just under 4 minutes left in this final. I think Owen Genman feels that there could be a victory here for the taking. He's managed to pull away from Philippou, who looks strong, of course, from pole position before, as the number 9 here having a look there. Theodorou down the inside of Justin Draper, who's determined to hold on to that position. Dante Dillon keeping the pressure on the number 2 just behind there. And it's all getting very close in this very important top 10 battle here. Ed Bars is clearing away down the road, but Owen Genman sticking with him. For everyone else, some rather fancied runners here in this fight in the top 10.
Yeah, absolutely. This one's going to be an interesting one in these last 3 minutes of this one. You're looking at the battle for 6th place then. Justin Draper absorbing so much pressure in this one. Up the road by almost a second is the Miles Reitman, in fact, more than a second, sorry, is the Sam Lovelace and Miles Reitman battle. Here's your lead battle, and there's a change. Apologies, I think we missed that. That is Owen Genman through on Ed Bars, and change for the lead here in as we enter sort of the end game phase. Mike Philippou as well now under intense pressure from Miles Reitman and Sam Lovelace. That has closed up to become a 3-kart battle over third place. But the key news of this lap is certainly the change for the lead. Owen Genman to the head of the field, ahead of Ed Bars.
I think that may have happened just out of shot at the very top, at the edge of Spoon. He made that little trick nipping down the inside again. Now, of course, the risk is here. It's almost like a game of poker, I think. Sometimes you may have just shown your hand here. Now, if Ed Bars can just look at the lines that Genman's using here and try and fight, but very aggressive into the corner there from Genman, and might just allow Bars back into this one. But the thing is, now he's taken the lead, of course. Ed Bars can see Genman's lines here and try and stage a fight back. So sometimes you can run the risk of making the move a little bit too early, and Ed Bar's certainly not giving this one up and taking the fight back to Genman here.
Yeah, further back, by the way, just an update. Jack O'Neill, I cogitated on how far he would get up through the order. He's made it into the top 10, got by an Ashley White last lap for 9th place, so he is salvaging something out of this A final after a difficult day for him, at least through the heats. As we have less than 90 seconds on the clock, I would guess that it'll be this lap plus another. I have to say, Owen Genman has some amazing pace at the moment. He's just eking out a little gap. That's 4.5 tenths. That's not much, but when you're at this level of karting, that can be enough just to hold someone back at arm's length.
And notably there, Ed Barr setting his own fastest lap of the race last time round. And he still can't quite close up with Owen Genman, so I think Genman doing very well here. And a couple of laps ago, it just seemed like he sensed there was a victory there for the taking, as Philippou just charging the others on here, just trying to work together here. But Ed Barr's really pushing hard here to keep the pressure on Genman. We've got, 47, so next time round I think will be the last lap, of course. And, well, Genman looking very strong, but I don't think this one's over.
No, absolutely not. Here we go then. On to the last lap goes Owen Genman. The gap's out to half a second. I think today he just has the slight measure of Ed Barr's, and we are talking very fine margins here, but he just has enough pace to show him a clean pair of heels. The main battle then is this one for third place. That you could see coming in there. Unless Genman makes a mistake, or Ed Bars has the racing lap of his life. As a good point there, sorry, Chris. Jack O'Neill still on the charge in the latter stages here, up to 7th place now. Sam Lovelace here, challenging Miles Reitman. Is there a move on in the latter part of this last lap of the race? Into compression corner they'll go. He'll try and find a way through on the inside, but Reitman knows how to position his kart just to deter the move. Owen Genman, though, is going to come through the last few corners. Here he comes. He has controlled this one beautifully. He will take the win in the A final for round 3 of the 2024 Club 100 Senior Sprints Championship in the lightweights category. Ed Bars finishes a very commendable 2nd place there, and Mike Philippou absorbs a lot of pressure there to finish 3rd and round out your podium for round number 3. Miles Reitman finishes 4th, but is your highest placed Class 2 finisher of the day. And does well there. Sam Lovelace came into today leading the championship. Still some solid points there in 5th place. Justin Draper, your 2nd placed Class 2 runner in 6th. Jack O'Neill, what a drive he had up the A final there to get to 7th ahead of Steph Theodorou, Dan Seeger, Harrison Kirkham, and Lewis Marchant in the 11th place overall there will round out your Class 2 podium.
Well, deserved podium for him there. It's going to be tight here for the B final. Reitman, I believe, had a penalty at the start of the race, didn't he? So will that be enough to secure that 4th position?
Yes, I think he should be. He should be all right, I think.
About 3 seconds ahead, wasn't he? So
yeah, so it should be all right. Oh, sorry, as in, did he have a penalty earlier this race at all?
It was towards, maybe wrong. I thought it was towards the start, possibly. In that.
You're right. Sorry, apologies. Yes, a bump and pass there, right after the early on, wasn't it? You're absolutely right. So, apology. The Class 2 honours will indeed go to Justin Draper, because that'll be a 4-position penalty. Sorry, Chris, that's absolutely correct. Miles Reitman will have that penalty applied, so he will be demoted down to 8th place, and Justin Draper will indeed be your Class 2 winner for round 3.
It's been unfortunate for him there, because he drove so well. That's going to be the finest of margins there, and perhaps feel a bit aggrieved with that, but nonetheless, good podium for him. And Justin Draper, of course, who's been there or thereabouts all day, and he'll find himself on top of the B-step podium. There's a bit of a discussion there between Bars and...
it's Jack O'Neill and Steph Theodorou having the conversation at the front of the grid there. Yeah.
That post-race debrief you always have on the...
Absolutely. Well, that brings to an end your lightweights action here then. But we're going to do it all again for the rest of today. Don't forget, we're going to have your heavyweights for you next. Coming up for you now on your Alpha Live broadcast, is the paddock walk that we recorded earlier on today, and then I believe we should have some additional paddock walk stuff, which we'll explain the continuity to you later. We'll have some thoughts from our heavyweight drivers as well ahead of us going into racing action. It's going to be about an hour's break, roughly, before we are out with the heavyweight track action. But in the meantime, do please enjoy the paddock walks and keep it right here with Alpha Live. Okay, hello, well, welcome to the paddock. Where are we at in the continuity of the day? You'll be watching this during the break. So we will have seen all of this action of the lightweights. As we're recording this, we are early in the morning. Yep. Some glorious Welsh sunshine coming down on us here in the paddock, Chris. Although it's very similar for those of you who were following the cadets and juniors last weekend when we broadcast that. Very similar sort of day. I'm going to move away from that speaker. Where it's a bit chilly in the shadow. It's not the warmest day here, Chris. So you know the drivers are going to have to nurse these karts into it to get them on song. Yeah, not particularly. It's cool temperatures today, so track temperature's going to be very cold. And these early laps of the practice session going to be very important for the drivers to bed the karts in. This Glanigor circuit, it's known as the Welsh Nürburgring, so it's a very demanding circuit, a lot of off-cambers here. So I think for the drivers, the practice sessions that we're going through now are going to be very important for them, especially taking into account the cold temperatures, because I think these karts may be a little bit unpredictable this morning. Absolutely, and it's quite a difficult circuit as well, I always think, for race management, Chris, with the very long dragon straight that they've got here. Can be quite a slipstream effect, and so if you're at the front, it's almost being like at the front of a peloton in a cycling race. You've got to take all of that behind you, gets that hole punched in the air for them, and it makes it quite difficult to retain a lead around here, I think. I think on a 7-minute race as well, the racecraft's going to be very important when you take into account drivers coming through the grid as well. It's the last lap that's important, I suppose, really. So, yeah, got to use that, like you said, that peloton effect on the dragon straight to good effect, and just make sure you time your moves through to get through to the front. Absolutely. I won't spoil it for people, because if you haven't watched it, go back and watch it. But we saw last week in the cadets and juniors that a lot can happen on a last lap around this GYG circuit. This is, of course, what they're all going for at the end of the day. I'm not familiar with these things, but this is what all everyone is going to be going for. The driver's just ready on the dummy grid at the moment to go out for the lightweight practice session. But don't worry, they're not all going out on track at the same time, so we should be able to find some interviewees who we can go and get some thoughts and opinions on. So I'm going to be cheeky because they haven't blown the whistle yet, and we've got drivers not sat in their karts. So I'm going to. He's wandering off. Do you know what? I'm going to go to Britain. We're going to start off. We're going to start off the interviews for this Welsh round with Mr. Bryn Olbert, which I always think you have the finest Welsh design helmet that I see in the paddocks around the UK. So how are you doing today? Yeah, I'm good, thanks. How are you? I'm all right. I'm all right. GYG, is it a circuit that's good for you? I've only been here twice before, so we'll see how it goes today, I guess. Okay. Are you more a Llandau man? Okay. Talk us through how was you were at Buckmore? How did that go for you? Yeah, Buckmore was all right. Got a few decent heat results, but yeah, the final didn't go my way. But you know, it happens sometimes. But I got 11th, I think, overall, so that was all right. Particular target today? Are you mindset on getting to the A final and then seeing where it goes from there, presumably? Yeah, top 10 would be nice today. That's always the aim, to be top 10 or thereabouts. But yeah, we'll see how it goes. Brilliant stuff. All right, you have a good day, Bryn, and I'm going to try and uncrouch without toppling over. I'm going to be... Wardy, are we avoiding the interview today or what? Mr. Andrew Ward, how was Buckmore?
Tricky. Struggled in the final in the end. Had some all right heats, but just no pace in the final, really. Just overdriving it in those damp conditions, really. So, it wasn't great. And GYG, how's it been for you in the past? It's been all right, actually. It's always a tricky track to race at, being a bit windy, a bit tighter, which you wouldn't think looking at it, but it's always good fun around here, especially in the dry, which makes a change in Wales. Absolutely, yeah. Don't jinx it, but yeah, it's looking all right so far, isn't it? Have a good time out there. Who else should we get? Chris, do you want to see who we've got?
I'm new to the series, so you'll have to tell me who you are.
Welcome, I'm Isaiah.
Oh, nice to meet you. Whereabouts have you come from?
Oh, from London, northwest London.
Ah, so you've had a fair old travel to get up here to North Wales, to Glanigors. Have you been here before?
No, this is the first time, but it's a beautiful part of the UK, isn't it? North Wales.
Oh, definitely. This is my original area, so it's nice to be back. Anyway, I did say earlier in the broadcast, this is known as the Welsh Nürburgring, just so you know, so you've got plenty to look forward to. What are your first thoughts of the track, having the track walk this morning?
Yeah, I like it. It's fast flowing, a bit technical, sector 3. But yeah, no, it's a track that suits my style of driving. I like the sort of fast-paced track, so just take it from there. It got good views, undulating, so...
I always think the undulation's a big thing for this track as well. There's not many tracks I've been to in the past that have got so much off-camber and hills on there.
Yeah, it makes it very technical, but also makes it a bit of a roller coaster, so the adrenaline will be up for sure.
Well, I think they're getting ready to go, so we wish you the best of luck anyway. We'll just clear out of the way now because, as you can hear, the engines are firing up. And we're going to get things underway in just a few moments for the practice session. This is going to be very important, of course, for the drivers to learn the track. Like we've just seen, a lot of drivers are new to the track with Glanigors. Lots of the southwest London-based drivers, a long way for them to come up here to North Wales. And this is a very demanding circuit. I always think it's a very demanding circuit for the drivers to learn.
It is that, yeah, definitely, as the car turned out. So I was miles back, I was lining up interviews, and they've all headed out. But as you say, you know, it's an important session for them to get their eye in on the circuit. As they head on out, and there's the usual bloom that we get when the carts first go out.
I think it's a shame you don't have smell-o-vision on these broadcasts. You can smell the premix in the air.
There's a particular smell associated with that. I love that smell. It's
about
great.
Two-stroke engines.
Exactly that. So the driver's starting to get their time out there on the track. Let's see if we can grab a few drivers. I'm gonna pounce on a Greg Smith if he'll talk to me. Greg. Well, we've just lost half the. How are you doing, mate? You all right? So, are you going out later in this session, presumably, are you?
I teamed up with Wardy, so I'll be going out 15 minutes later.
Ah, right, okay, so, 2024, is that a new race suit, by the way, or am I misremembering? Did I see a new lid design, or again, but no, you got a new lid 2 seasons back?
I got my new lid about 4 years ago, but this is my new custom racewear suit.
Loving it. Yeah, new suit, same helmet, that was it. So, how was Butmore for you? How's your season kicked off in 2024?
It was a disaster, darling. That's what Craig Revel-Ward would say. But look, it's only the first round and there is still a long way to go. So I'm not thinking ahead too quickly. So my ambition is the long game, and hopefully Lady Luck will come to me.
And GYG, how's it been as a circuit for you in the past when you've been here?
Well, I will come on record here right now and probably explain to you about GYG. That corner over there, 2 years ago, just at the exit of Spoon Corner, I had a horrible accident. It was during the A final on lap 2. I had a head-on collision with a certain driver who I will not name, but a certain driver who we are all very familiar with. And it really shook me to my core, and it really physically, mentally, and spiritually broke me. And yeah, I suffered from mental health problems after that. I took 4 months off of racing just to really focus on that. And I took up counselling at the start of 2023, and yeah, it's been a recovery process for me since then. I mean, last year I didn't get on the podiums. I mean, we had a few chances, but really it was just all about finding my place back in the field again. So we're sort of back where we are, but I do want to go faster, so that is the next aim. But for today, I'm here to try and make peace with my past sins. So it's all or nothing for me today.
Yeah, big story and significance then for this track for you. Well, as you say, you're just seeing how it goes today, right? Do you have a particular goal for the season as a whole?
Well, just I've been speaking to Nikki and Sam and been just taking on board their advice. I've been trying to analyse their footage and what I need to do. So by taking up SB60, it's a lot easier if you get the seed time in early, and then it helps build up your self-confidence and optimism. Because if you don't get that seed time in early, then how are you going to get all that self-confidence and optimism going forward into Sprint Sunday, which I'm now calling it?
Yeah, exactly. You take care, Greg. Have some good racing today. Good to talk to you, man, all right?
Thank you, Howard.
Cool, right. Let's see if we can find some other drive. They're all being shot. Greg's the only one who was standing in plain sight. I don't know who else we can...
Is there a tactic for these guys to like avoid the start of the grid when you start
there
the paddock
might
meet,
be.
I think?
There might be.
Not many drivers about all of a sudden.
No.
There were loads about 5 minutes ago.
To be fair, some of them will be getting ready to switch over in the kart. Let's be a little bit harsh and pounce on people. Who have we got here, sir?
I'm Zach. Nice to meet you.
Hi, Zach. Sorry, Chris. Nobody's around.
No, they're all out. So this is my first sprint race. So I'm an owner driver usually. I race at BPEC, and we decided to come along. So it's supposed to be at Buckmore, but the Dr. Vapes team who we're racing with all wanted to come do Club 100. So I thought we'd come and have a go.
Fantastic stuff. Welcome to Club 100, sir.
Thank you very much.
Have you raced at GYG before?
I have last year at BPEC. And that's one time.
Of course.
Great track, brilliant track. I did Club 100 Experience 2022, and that's the last time I was in a two-stroke.
Okay.
So we'll see how today goes.
Cool stuff. Are you one of our Class 3 drivers?
I'm a Class 3, yep, somehow. I'm not sure why, but I'm going to stay quiet and stay there, thank you, yep. A few people have moaned, but...
Well, don't worry. What's important is you haven't...
You're going to hide me, yeah.
What's important is you haven't just said that on a recorded paddock walk.
I'm not going to be obvious now, am I? No.
Yeah, that's well hidden. Well done. You have a good day's racing, sir, and yeah, we'll look out for you. Cheers.
See you later.
I wonder, can we pounce on other people? Chris, who else have we got?
Well, I'll grab with this guy here. Busy checking the lap times. You up for an interview? Are you up for a quick chat? What was tell us your name?
Charlie Summers.
And what class are you racing in today?
C2 today, yeah.
So it's pretty high level of contest here at Glanigor. Some good competition, I think. And this is a track that you enjoy?
Yeah, it's a good track. It's just a shame we've not been here in so long. So yeah, it's been 2 years. So it's just trying to remember what we're doing. I've got half a test coming up, so I'm just keeping an eye on time, seeing how it's going to be. But yeah, all to do.
I've always found this track in the past, when the temperatures are cold, it's a little bit slick and a bit slippery out there, especially in the early days to get the kart bedded in. What are your thoughts of the track? I've been looking at it this morning.
It doesn't look too bad, to be honest. It's fairly dry. The forecast was wet all week, so that would have been interesting. But it looks fairly gripped up, and I mean, all these guys going around for half an hour should do it a world of service. So yeah, should be good.
Should be good, I think. And of course, C2, a lot of good drivers in there. And what are your hopes for today?
Well, at the moment, I'm second in class, so all to do. I'm a little apprehensive. I've got a pole to start my first heat, so if I can hold on to that, get into the A final, it should be good. That's my main aim, get into the A, go from there.
Well, we certainly wish you the very best of luck. Anyway, have a good day. So we'll move on, I think, find somebody else out. I think there's plenty of others just making final preparations here.
Yes, indeed.
Tense moments.
We're gonna have a chat. We're gonna have a chat with the man who finished runner-up in the championship last year, carrying that number 2 plate.
Yeah.
I never know whether drivers like me saying it that way or not, but Mr. Dante Dillon, how are you, sir?
Yeah, I'm well, thank you. How are you?
I'm good. So we really should stop running into each other at GYG like this. But how are you looking at? Well, how was Buckmore, and how are you looking at 2024? Talk us through your approach to the season.
Buckmore was very positive. Went really well. Heats went really well. Final nearly went the way we wanted to, but it was still a great result. I used to do SP60 and sprints. I'm now doing endurance and sprints. So endurance has been a massive learning curve, to be honest. It's just the changeovers, really. You know, the driving's fine. It's the actual bit. But for sprints, no. Hopefully going for all of it this year. Really want to do well this year. I think, I was third 2022, second 2023, so hopefully first in 2024. But we'll see. Long way to go. Not first at the moment, so need to fix that and try and do something about that today.
Absolutely. Are you two-man crewing it in the Enduros or three? What's the setup you've got there?
We're a two-man crew, me and Sam Lovely, so we're currently 1-2 in sprints as well. But we're giving a go in endurance. It's a learning curve for us, but we've been able to get 2/4 so far, and so it's not terrible against people who know what they're doing. Yeah.
Yeah, so that's, for context, that's second and third in the championship from last year, teaming up for the endurances there. I always wonder what that does. Does that ever change the dynamic? Is there a gentleman's agreement that you'll laugh before you cry if it comes to tears in a sprint? Does it change nothing? What's the situation there?
Sam and I have known each other for 9 years now, so we've already had our run-ins and crashes before. Most of them probably my fault, to be honest. But no, we got on really well, and we're never going to get bogged down over each other. We'll still fight each other hard in sprints. At the end of the day, it is an individual. If we can work together in some heats, maybe we'll do that. But when it comes to the finals, obviously both of us want to win, and we just try and work together really to get 1-2 at least, and yeah, that's kind of the aim.
I just want to ask a little bit about the track as well, given your experience. I always think this track, it's weird, it's good for a dogfight, but it's actually quite hard to make a pass and make it stick here, at least in my mind. Maybe that's just me, but it's an interesting circuit, I think, this one.
You're completely right. With my experience of sprint racing here before, I've always struggled. I think it's been quite difficult. This is really hard to race, in my opinion, around here. I think it's perfect for an endurance. I think for a sprint, when there's very fine margins, there's no runoff or anything like that, it can get very messy, and it has here many times before. But who knows? Maybe this time will be a bit better. As I say, I really wanted it to be wet today. I thought it'd be a lot easier, but no, it's dry today, so we try and make use of that. And yeah, hopefully a good result regardless. We just need to change the luck around here, and hopefully today we can do that.
You can't count on rain in North Wales. It's always balmy sunshine here. I don't know what you... Yeah. Cheers for talking to us, Dante. Thanks for your time. Have a good day out there. Right. That was good to talk to Dante. We're getting a few more people around in the paddock now. I wonder if there's anyone else we can grab for a word here, Chris. The driver's just getting ready to sort of change over, so they'll swap carts midway through this session, which is why, what are we looking at on the clock? In about the next 2-3 minutes, you'll start to see the carts coming in and drivers swapping over. So that's why some of those we were talking to earlier are getting suited and booted.
I think a few of them are settling in quite nicely out there, so it'll be interesting to see what some of the thoughts are when they come back in.
Yeah, absolutely. And at the moment, not projected to rain at all, so Dante might not get his wish. But it's interesting what he was saying about the difficulty of the overtake here.
Yeah.
And it's also interesting when he says a term like there's not a lot of runoff. What he's talking about there's actually loads of runoff in terms of grass. But it's that, it goes back to what you were saying about that sort of Welsh Nürburgring feel to it. There's not a lot of tarmac runoff here. If you make a mistake, you will pay for that.
Yeah, there's absolutely no margin for error here at all. It's like I say, no runoff in terms of forgiving tarmac or nice for the gravity to get back onto. It's straight onto the grass, and the sort of soil here, it's very hard packed and very greasy grass, so it's very easy to get stuck out there as well.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm just seeing who haven't we spoken to here, Zach? Chris, is it? We've spoken to Zach. I appreciate you're probably about to go out. Who have we got here?
Sam Pike.
We have indeed, and how are you today, Sam? And GYG, have you been here before?
Yeah, I came here last year with the BUKC, and it was a good couple of days, so hopefully it'll be quite similar. It was really wet last time, so very different today. It's quite nice today, so yeah, looks quite quick, so hopefully it'll be good fun.
You preempted my next question, which was going to be, did you have BUKC conditions? Yeah. And you did. So yeah, were you with us for Butmore? For the sprints there. How did that go for you?
Yeah, no, it was all right, to be fair. I was quite surprised. I got into the A final, which I was very pleased with, but I was pretty slow in that final. But so hopefully it'll be similar today. But yeah, not expecting to be in the A final again. But if I can, that'll be a nice surprise.
Good stuff. You have a good day's racing. Take care. Right. Morgan. We're going to go through the pit lane just a little bit here. I'm going to try and catch some of the drivers on the other side of the race control. Here is race control, where all the decisions are made about stewards' decisions and whatnot. But let's try and get some more of our drivers' thoughts. There's Steph Theodore, who I can just see there. Let's get a word. Dan, have you got time for a quick word? How are you doing, sir? If memory serves, are you carrying the 5 plate this year?
6.
6 plate, sorry, so 6th in the championship last year. 2024, what's your outlook for it?
Well, try and win, I suppose. Like, obviously some tough drivers on the grid, but yeah, I'll give it my best shot, yeah. Try and win it.
And how's the start of the season gone for you? Was Butmore good?
It was all right. I was struggling a bit with the new tarmac they put down. I think I didn't do the practice the day before, so I was struggling to get used to it. But yeah, I still came 6th, so not all right points considering I wasn't that confident with it. So yeah, it was all right.
And we're asking everyone, of course, GYG, how's it been for you as a track in the past? Has it served you well?
Well, I've only been here once, and it was when we was here for the seniors a few years ago, so not got much experience, so I'll just see what I can do today, I suppose. Just try and get some points, I guess. I don't know.
Absolutely. You have a good day's racing, and take care out there and have fun.
Cheers, see you later.
Chris, I'm thinking, is there anyone else that we can...
I think we've got 1 or 2 drivers coming in from their first
There
stint,
are, actually, yes.
Go and grab a word in a moment. By the
There
looks of
is
things.
indeed. So you won't see this at all during today once we get racing, but a few driver changeovers. Probably not quite as sprightly as they're doing it in the endurances. And yeah, I'll just check how we're doing for time as well, because we need to make sure that we're all good. So there is Greg going out on track. Andrew Ward's coming out. And just like that, ladies and gentlemen, there's no one who's come in. So we'll see if we can find people. Are they behaving themselves so far this weekend, John?
It's been a good weekend. It really has, Howard. Yeah, no, they've really behaved. It's a great track, this, you know, and it's got lots of open space and, you know, room for mistakes, shall we say. But no, all good as gold so far. And I have to say, I mentioned it in the briefing, this is the healthiest grid we've had. It's, you know, really good, strong grids, you know, sold out this morning and very healthy this afternoon with the heavyweights as well. So, yeah, let's hope this sun keeps shining.
I don't know who you bribed to get this weather, but yeah, it's great. Take care, John. Cheers. Chris, do we want to get some of the thoughts of the drivers maybe who've just come in off track?
Hey, you right for a quick word?
Oh, doing me again.
What was your thoughts on the, just coming off the track, of course, what are your thoughts on it?
It's nice. So we're here yesterday, so sun's out today, it's a bit warmer, so...
It was quite nasty this morning, quite cool weather, but it seems to be settling in quite nicely, and I'd say it's approaching perfect conditions for racing on a spectator side. And do you feel it's good on the track?
Yeah, no, it feels good, like I say. Sun out, great track, North Wales, yeah, it's lovely.
Can't go wrong, really. And feeling good for the racing?
Yeah, I don't see why not. Let's see. It's always a tough track to race at, so see how we go.
I wish you the best of luck.
Brilliant stuff, and I think we've got to wrap it up there. So I think in the broadcast we'll also now move on to our paddock walk with our heavyweights later on in the day. So enjoy that, and hopefully we're in store for as good an afternoon's racing as we got in the early part of the day, which feels weird to say right now, but there we go.
Yeah, I feel a bit strange, of course, because we're just about kicking things off in real time, aren't we? But it's settling in quite nicely in the morning, at least. So I think when we come back to this broadcast, it'll be interesting to see how the racing pans out. Drivers are happy with the karts and happy with the track, so all bodes well.
Absolutely. Keep it here with Alpha Live, folks. Take care. So you joined us back on our, well, I was about to say paddock walk, the continuity update. You've just got to the end of your lightweights paddock walk. This is now the heavyweights paddock walk, but they're all over there about to have a driver's briefing from JV, and I think it would be a bit of a faux pas on our part to interfere with that process, as he's also doing the presentations for the lightweights. So we've just come out onto the track. And we're somewhere, well, I was just stood somewhere I'm extremely unfamiliar with, Chris. I think it's called pole position. Don't really know what that's about, never really been there. Yeah, you can see here, we were talking about it on comms actually during the lightweights, the very short run that they've got down towards turn 1 here. There's really not that much track space to Absolutely. So my dream, folks, if we can make it happen, because we're going to struggle to get hold of these heavyweight drivers. Obviously, they're being briefed at the moment. I'm wondering if we can maybe make it as far as Devil's Elbow here. We are going to have to be savvy to if we see them getting ready to go out for the test session. But right now, the briefing hasn't happened yet. There's no marshals on the post, so we're fairly safe at the moment. Crucial thing about this grid, of course, isn't the markers for grid positions, because it's a rolling start. But these tram lines, these are crucial, Chris, because if we see them, thankfully we haven't seen it much with our lightweights, but what the clerk of the course is looking for with the start is to not break formation out of these tram lines ahead of the line, in which case it may warrant a false start.
Right between the tram lines here. So on your car, nicely positioned there. And it's a little bit of a fight for position sometimes. People are trying to jostle and get themselves a good place on the grid and try and jump, well, not jump the start literally, but jump ahead. Just try and keep it in there, but not just
Welcome back to live coverage, courtesy of Alpha Live, of round 3 of the 2024 Club 100 Senior Sprints Series of Championships. Round 3 it is from GYG, Glannygores in North Wales. And we are about to go into our first heat of the heavyweights. Going to kick off with an apology, though. Sorry we weren't able to bring you the paddock walk for the heavyweights. We got a little bit caught out by the scheduling and had a few gremlins in the work trying to get the content together for that. So we will try and redress that balance later on in the season. Of course, we'll have paddock walks at all of our rounds that we stream of this 2024 Club 100 Senior Sprints Championship. But sorry for that. We'll redress that balance. So what we'll let the drivers do, though, I'm going to segue here, is we'll let them do the talking on the track, shall we?
That's a very diplomatic way of putting things.
Yeah, that makes it sound intentional and exciting. Oh, yeah. So shall we look at the grid for heat number 1? We'll get that one out the way as they're getting ready in the dummy grid. It'll be Adam Wright on pole for this one, Jonathan Wilson alongside, Damien Smith and Jack Giles on row 2, Miguel Hall and Jason Kirkham on row 3. Row 4 is where we'll find Gerard Moore and Tim Hill. Stuart Kirk and Mikey Nichols round out the top 10. Steve Bosley and Vinod Hirani are your 6th row of the grid. Row 7 is where we will find James Johnston and Luke Winter. Mark Houston and Jay Mooney are on row number 8. And row 9 to round out an 18-cart grid will be Will Emerson and Aberon Das. Still, of course, in the box here alongside me, Mr. Chris Zora. How are you getting on, sir?
Very good. Really enjoyed the morning's racing. It was very close and very typical of Glannygores. This is admittedly a new series for me, but I've been to Glannygores many times over the years, and it's a really demanding track and one where racecraft, I think, is very important. We were talking a few times in the morning show and also off air with a few of the drivers and ourselves off air as well. It's one of these tracks where quite often you'll make a pass 3 laps early. I mean, a lot of my background originally is with bike racing, and it's one of those sort of bike-style tracks where you can't just go steaming down the inside of somebody. You've got to think of your passing and really plan a strategy almost half a lap in advance, especially in the way the track's laid out. It's a rather unique layout here where you've got a really tight technical final part of the lap, and it leads straight through into a fast sweeping, almost slipstreamer style opening first quarter of the lap, I would say. So, yeah, really got to time your overtaking to the right moment and make it work.
Yeah, just there in the lunch break, we did get a chance, didn't we, to go and walk out on the track there, look at the last sector, and what we're trying to get across to people that the cameras don't do justice to, the sort of ribbon of tarmac that is the last sector of this lap. And there's elements that you and I have both competed here, and yet there are aspects that we go, do you know, this dip is worse than I remember, or certainly steeper than I remember. And this corner's way more on camber.
This leading through to the next corner after this, the second corner. It's even on here, you can see there's a bit of an elevation there. Yeah, we shouldn't admit that we've never walked the track before. That's a bit naughty, isn't it?
I've got some vague memory I might have done, but I think it might have been 11 years ago.
Possibly.
So I've forgotten things.
It's an eye-opener.
There it is.
Here we are. This is a brilliant angle. This is about as close as you get to serving an idea of just how much camber's on these corners.
Yeah, absolutely. So yeah, I must
admit, some of these Alpha Live camera angles, they really do a good job of showing some of the grading, because the thing is, when you're filming these events, we find it like in motocross, we've got a lot of like gradients and so forth. It's often difficult to do justice. You think of it in a motorsport term, Paddock Hill at Brands Hatch, for example, that first corner.
Yeah.
Looks steep on the cameras when you get there. It's like a wall.
Yeah,
this is a good idea here.
An element there was not just the dip, but also how cambered that next corner is. That I think both you and I were going, that's more than I remember.
Even the start straight, I think it looks on the camera angles, it looks fairly level, but it's actually a bit of a slope on there. So
yeah, there's a whole twist to that, isn't it? Because by the time you get to the turning point for turn 1, it is probably a flat straight. But coming out the last corner, you're absolutely right. It's off camber on the exit.
I think it's almost like a natural way of curbing any, pardon the pun, curbing any sort of potential do-or-die attempt on the last corner, because you've really got to get that. If you're going to go for it on the last corner, you've really got to get it right, or else you'll be off into the curbs and the barriers.
Absolutely, and all sorts of just things that play through your mind. Right, so when I see someone overcook it into this corner, they get a bit of the tail kicking out on the kart. It's not just the standard, oh, they've lost momentum because of that. They're actually sort of getting going again uphill.
That's it.
Because they're going against the camber.
Well, we just saw the karts going through there out to the last corner between there and that first apex.
Yeah.
From the racing line on the outside up to the apex of corner 1, there's actually a fair bit of a climb there.
Yeah. Yeah.
Certainly by karting standards, I would say.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
And, of course, the other thing we were talking about in the morning is the start layout here at Glanigors. It's rather unique. There's not too many circuits like this, and there's an extremely short run into the first corner. So we saw a couple of times earlier on where if you're on the second position on the left-hand side of the grid, if you can time your drop of the flag correctly, if you can time so you don't jump the start, of course, which is what you don't want to do, but if you can get that timing right on the rolling start, it's almost a paraphrase, almost like a Indy or NASCAR sort of start thing where you just steam around the outside and let the sheer momentum carry through into the lead. So it's an interesting little layout there.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely, yeah. It's a really fantastic circuit here. Let's talk a little bit about the format then. If you weren't with us for the lightweights this morning, where were you? Don't forget, you can go and enjoy it all back again on the Alpha Live YouTube channel. It is myself, Howard Mitchell of Double Dash Motorsport Media, and Chris Sora in the comms position for you to talk you through the action. We're going into our heavyweights section of the day. Right now, the drivers are having some warm-up laps, so don't worry about that. You're not missing any racing action. In a moment's time, they will form up in a grid formation to begin the first of 12 heats. You can think of those 12 heats as 3 rotations of 4. Each driver will contest 1 heat from each group of 4, and thus, at the end of the 12 heats, all of the drivers will have competed in 3 heats. The points accrued across those heats both count for the championship and count for getting yourself as good a position as possible on one of 3 grids that we will have in our finals. The finals races have 3 tiers to them. They have a C, a B, and an A final. The A final is the big one, offering the maximum points. The maximum 150 points it is this season. I have to keep double checking because it's adjusted compared to last year. It's 25 points for a heat win and 150 points for a win in the A final. All the drivers would ideally like to be in that A final. It's where the big points are. But they have to compete and earn their position on those grids. So no qualifying. Your position on those grids for the finals are determined by how you have finished across these heats. In these heats, the grid positions are randomly allocated across the races such that each driver has the same average starting position across their 3 heats. How that tends to manifest, or how that always manifests, is that you will always have 1 heat when you're starting towards the front, 1 heat where you're starting towards the back, and then 1 where you're sort of in the middle somewhere. There are 4 subclasses in heavyweights, classes 1, 2, 3, and super heavyweights as well. So there's an additional subclass there. Class 1 drivers are carrying the red number plates. Class 2 and 3 carry blue number plates. And the super heavyweights carry the green number plates. 7-minute heats ahead of 12-minute finals. Let's go racing. Adam Wright's going to lead them away. The driver who finished 3rd in the championship last year into turn number 1. Jonathan Wilson was alongside. And as they peel through turn number 1, it's a decent start as they head up the hill for the first time in heavyweight racing action today up to Spoon Corner. It's Adam Wright, though, who leads them still where he started this race at the start of that crucial Dragon Straight. Great start from Miguel Hall, though, from 5th on the grid. I can see there he's got up to 2nd already in that number 48.
Little bit of banging and buffing towards the back of the field there, but on the whole, a relatively good, smooth start there as the number 3 of Adam Wright gets himself established at the front. And here we go, down towards the compression corner, the Devil's Elbow for the first time. This really technical, difficult off-cambered section that we were talking about just a few moments ago. You just watch the karts closely through that corner. You can see how they drop as they get their way through the apex down towards the final corner. Gives you an idea of the off-cambered section there as they all charge through for the first time. And all looking very neat at the start of this first heat. Of course, one of the key things, like we saw earlier, of course, is that consistency is very important. What you really can't afford to do if you're one of the people aiming for the A or the B finals is to have one nightmare race, because that can really, we've seen earlier today how close things have been, that can really drop you quite far down the reckoning.
Yeah, absolutely. Could just see there Damien Smith and James Johnston doing battle. Damien Smith has this blue and pink race suit that he wears. James Johnston is the driver with that green helmet there in the number 51 kart. And ahead of them, I think that's Mikey Nichols doing battle as well. He was out on the grass a little bit at one point on lap 1, I noticed, towards the back. So I think he's making up for a little bit of lost time in the early phases of this one. As they cross the line, though, at the end of lap number 2, Adam Wright it is who leads, Miguel Hall in second, and Gerard Moore with a good start in third as well, ahead of Stuart Kirk and Jonathan Wilson, the end of your top 5. This is the battle coming up the hill now. In fact, this, is your battle for second place. There is Miguel Hall in the black race suit and the green and white details on his helmet. The number 60 there is Gerard Moore, ahead of very experienced racer in the form of Stuart Kirk there in the 54. As we've got a driver off there, I could just see the rear of a cart there off to the right of the shot. Someone's got off at the top of the hill into the tyres.
Well, if that's one of our midfield runners, possibly. We'll confirm that, of course, on the lap charts in a few moments. But Adam Wright at the front of the field doing a great job here, taking advantage of that pole position start and establishing himself at the front. A first heat victory would certainly be a fantastic way to start things off. And, of course, Stuart Kirk running very well from the super heavyweights.
Full course yellow.
Oh, full course yellow. That must be for the incidents at Spoon Corner. There we are.
It is, I think. And it looks to me, okay, so the driver, so Steve Bosley's dropped down the order. That doesn't look like Steve Bosley to me, though. Unless he's had a total change in helmet and suit, which might have done. No, I think this might be... Aberon Das.
It's the only one that's not showing up on the gate. He's quite far down. Is as good as a lap down according to the timing chart. So yeah, we can only assume that's the. Oh, there he is. No, it's Das.
No, sorry, that's him. So it's not him. Okay, I'm gonna have to. Maybe it was Steve Bosley. I haven't actually clocked him yet today and seen what get-up he's in. It is number 9. It's Steve Bosley. My apologies then. Oh, that's a black mark for me in the early Club 100 spotters challenge for 2024. So Steve Bosley it was who was off. You could see though he was, fundamentally okay, recovering his cart back to the road. But it means that we've entered this full course yellow procedure.
Aberon Das, of course, at the front of the field, albeit as good as a lap down, of course. So this could be an interesting dynamic here because you've got a driver who is out of contention in the race, but in terms of track position, leading the field at the moment.
Yeah, no, he's not doing the wrong thing there. They can't pass him.
He's entitled to be there, isn't he? Of course.
He is entitled to be there. So this full course yellow where the drivers have bunched up quite a bit here, actually, under this one. You don't see this procedure that often.
Clock's still going, of course, so we are still racing here, of course,
yeah,
albeit
absolutely.
very slowly. But
I mean, for Adam Wright, he's, I think, getting a little bit frustrated, perhaps. He's not happy about something with this procedure. I think that Das is doing the correct thing in that number 91 kart.
Yeah, I'm sure that he's not entitled to. He doesn't have to give up his position as such, because if he does, then I suppose he essentially drops out of the race. So
well, indeed, there's not meant to be any overtaking, I don't think. So
yeah, so he's doing the right thing by being there. But it's just going to add to the anxiety for those guys at the front. So we're just going to clarify that. But Aberon Das, who was also caught up in difficulties there, that brought out this full course yellow. So he leads the pack, although you'll see on your lap chart he is in 17th place, almost a lap down. So, yeah, we're just looking at the rules here. Circuit neutralised, no overtaking, and slow down to 50% race speed. So they can only start overtaking after the start line once the green flag is shown.
Yeah, so they may be showing it this time around, but to be clear, in that sense, I don't think Aberon is doing anything wrong there. We're going to go green this time around, though, so he's about to have everybody bearing down on him. No one can pass him until the start-finish line. And, yeah, I think he'll do well there just to get out of the way. Adam Wright, I think, there is slightly unhappy that he felt slightly held up off the start there, maybe. But away we go then for what is now, it's the last lap, everybody. Last lap dash here into the corner. Adam Wright has everyone behind him jostling for position.
Well, this is it now. Adam Wright, of course, had a very easy race up until that full course yellow. Now, of course, like you say, it's a last lap sprint to the finish line here.
And the driver who I think had the best start there is James Johnston. I think he's got himself up into third place. Yes, he has. The driver of the 51 there. That used to be occupied by Gerard Moore. I think has dropped a couple of positions here. Well, here we go. It's a bizarre one there. As we recovered, I assume it was for the stricken Steve Bosley. But it's going to be as they come down through Devil's Elbow. Adam Wright will take... I hope he doesn't mind me describing it this way. Possibly the easiest haul of points that he's had recently in Club 100. Yeah, usually he has to fight for it quite a bit.
It was a nervy few points there because he was sat behind the, effectively, the lap driver. So, of course, you'd assume, of course, that the driver will do the right thing. But it's always that nervous moment there. But he did very well there, of course, winning by just under, well, 0.4 of a second on the last lap. So he certainly put the pedal down when the green flag dropped.
It's true. It's true. Got a good gap there, all told, because he was very worried at the Dragon Straight there at first. And apologies for not identifying Steve Bosley. Clearly he had a bit of an issue at the top of the hill, but he seemed to recover it fine.
Bad news for Steve Bosley, of course. He's playing catch-up now, last place in that race, and one of the, what you might say, the seeded drivers, as it were, in terms of the top drivers in the championship. So, yeah, he's got it all to do in his next 2 heat races.
Absolutely. Right, well, a slightly bizarre way to kick off our heavyweight proceedings here, but it'll be Heat 2 coming up soon here at GYG. Okay, so as heat number 1 comes into the pit lane, we're going to take a look here at our grid for heat number 2. This, of course, the first race of the day for all of these drivers. Kurt Holmes, a runner-up in the championship last year, will take this one from pole. Jacob Harris alongside him. Glenn Orford and Mo Hassan are on row number 2. Then it's Dominic Vallant and Joe Wright on 3. On 4, it's where we find Yusuf Serhajono and Jamie Buchan. Kai Crawford and Stephen Jennings round out the top 10. Simon Dean and Sam Idlescott rounds out row 6. Tom Edwards and Rupert Rickson are next. Then it's Luke Leonard and Jue Wu. Archie Adkins and Cody Richards are on row 9. And that is how they line up for the 18-kart grid for Heat 2. Well, there was a bit of a slightly stunted start to this one. That one's
start there, wasn't it? Yeah,
yeah. We'd all come off the lunch break. We were ready to get going. That's an unfortunate way for it to have kicked off. Good to know, though, that all the drivers are okay off the back of that incident.
And another scenario here, of course, where one of the championship or potential championship front runners is starting from pole position here. So certainly a chance here to try and make that advantage count in this first heat. Of course, like you say, of course, Howard, it's the way this situation works with these 3 heats is that essentially these drivers will all have a similar kind of advantage in all 3 races. So Holmes, this is his big chance here to try and establish himself at the front and rack up a win.
Yeah, and the only Class 1 runner in this one absolutely gives him a fantastic opportunity there. So the drivers getting their reconnaissance laps, if you like, just an ability to bed themselves. And the reason for that is that technically they could have got to this point without having done the practice sessions. So they just get this opportunity to get their eye in on this lovely Glannygores circuit, as we've got a driver trying to recover themselves there.
That's down by the carousel by the looks of things. I think the driver's okay, but luckily it's happened on the first formation lap. They should be able to get themselves into position.
And I think that was the back of 2023 Senior Sprints Lightweight Champion Rob Newman helping him getting going again, actually.
Looks like it, yeah.
So we haven't seen him yet today on the broadcast. But yes, so the drivers winding their way through on these laps, and then they'll form up into grid formation.
This general sort of like background shot as they go around here, it gives you an idea of the topography here at Glannygores. It's the rolling North Wales countryside here in Conway, and it's just no major hills. There's no real flat part of the track, though, is there? Which really does make this track a difficult one to master.
No, indeed. There's been many a mine and quarry in this part of the world, but there was no carving out of the land at all for this. It just fits to the contour of the land quite nicely, this circuit. And as such, it's quite quite a few drivers' favourite, actually, this one. They really do like coming here, and it's...
I think, to use a cliche, it's a real driver's circuit, isn't it? I mean, we said earlier on, of course, the nickname for this track is the Welsh Nürburgring, because it's a similar sort of, in a karting sense, it's a very similar sort of idea. It's constant changing of the gradients. There's plenty of tricky little off-camber corners, some technical parts as well. There's not really a place where you can relax on this lap. There's not a nice little straight where you can just give yourself a couple of seconds.
No, even the Dragon Straight has, well, you can see it there. That's the straight, everybody. It's got a massive right-hand kink in the middle of it. So you can't even massively relax on that one, really.
And the trouble is there, it's potentially a key overtaking opportunity on that straight as well.
Maybe if you're hot lapping, you can have a rest, but if you're in a in a
race
battle,
situation.
yeah, you're gonna be thinking about positioning and where everyone is around you. So yeah, it's a very intense circuit to drive this one, no doubt about it. So Kurt Holmes, runner-up in the championship last year. Jacob Harris, my commentary colleague of last weekend when we did the cadets and juniors. In fact, on commentary admin, thanks to Tim Penny, who once again has brought his offering to stave off the commentator's curse from the commentary gods. He's bought us some Welsh cake. You can have a Welsh cake, by the way, Chris. Feel free.
Might have one later.
But he's come with his offering.
Tanny Casheth ones as well. I said they were the second best Welsh cakes. There's something that I think it's Village Bakery at Cudpoeth up by Wrexham. They're the best ones, or there's one in Anglesey, but they're right up there.
I will take your word for it. I'll take your word for it. These were nice enough for me. Away we go, though. Kurt Holmes leads them away in the number 2. Immediately pulls over to the left to try and open up the line through turn number 1. Glenn Orford, though, with a brilliant start from 3rd on the grid, tries to pull alongside, but Kurt Holmes is wise to that as they all peel through Spoon Corner for the first time. Can everyone keep it on the tarmac? Yes, they can, as they break into the top of the hill. Looks to me like a good start for Dominic Valance in the number 95. Looks to have got himself up to 3rd place.
Joe Wright struggling for momentum there as he made his way down the bank towards the carousel. Nice start there from Kurt Holmes. He just got the elbows out. He was hugging the apexes there everywhere on the first half lap just to make sure nobody had a early dash for the lead. Now he's established himself at the front here as they make their way down to complete the first lap. And he'll be looking to try and put a couple of good solid laps in here and just try and break away from that chasing pack.
Yeah, absolutely. Challenge here at the end of lap number 1. Yusuf Hojono versus Kai Crawford in the 33 car. They've both held each other up, such that Stephen Jennings in the red helmet there, seeing an opportunity on the inside. Is he going to get both of them by the time they get to Spoon? Yes, he is. That's a lovely judged move there by Stephen Jennings.
Nice bit of racecraft there as well from all the drivers, I would say, because 3 drivers into that corner is not the most ideal situation there. So they're working well between each other to stay on the track, of course. There's some very close racing in this midfield right now, and it's all getting very hectic in the early laps.
Yeah, absolutely. Tom Edwards is in that number 10 cart as well on the tail of them, and further back here we've got frenetic battles between Sam Iddles, Joe Wright, Archie Adkins. They're all in this pack. Not a lot of field spread in the early phases here, by the way. The entire field separated by some 5.5 seconds across all 18, so really close battling here in the early running of these heavyweights race schedule.
Glenn Orford in 2nd place, just starting to get a toe from Kurt Holmes here. I think Holmes was hoping to try and shake the rest of the field off here, but Glenn Orford, there he is in 2nd place, number 30, having a quick glance over the shoulder just to check the progress from the other drivers. He can see now that he's got a clear run here. He doesn't have to worry about chasing drivers at the moment, but he's tagging onto the back of Kurt Holmes. I'm sure he knows who he's chasing here right now, so he'll be quite keen to certainly from a confidence booster here, would say, to get the first race win. That would be very good for him. Although Dominic Valance and Mo Hassan, as you can see on the graphic setting the fastest lap of the race there, they're trying to get involved in this one as well. So the race going very well for Kurt Holmes so far. With that chasing pack down to around 4th, 5th position, they're certainly tagging on here and trying to make a race out of this one.
Yeah, Mo Hassan's got some great pace, hasn't he? He's closed up onto the back of Glenn Orford. It's now a 3-horse race for the leader this one. But as you say, Chris, the chasing pack really have not. Okay, it's spread out a bit more now over the last few laps. It's now 10 seconds that separates the entire field. But yeah, there's some really good pace here. Certainly amongst the top 6, you've got Jacob Harris in 5th place there. I think for now working together with Stephen Jennings. That's a move for 2nd.
There, he took the gap.
Yeah.
I was just about to say there, it looked to me like Orford was losing a little bit of pace on Holmes, the race leader. So Hassan there, we took half a gap there, a little bit of trading paint there, but I would say it's on the legal side of things. And snatching that position we had to do. And the unfortunate Glenn Orford has just lost the momentum there. Sometimes you'll get that, of course, when a driver's pushed offline. It's just going to knock him back for a few more corners.
Yeah, absolutely. That was Dominic Valance taking the opportunity there. And, Mo Hassan clearly felt that he had the pace to catch and challenge Kurt Holmes. He's been setting successive fastest laps. And to be fair to him, he is right now all over the back of Kurt Holmes. And that is no mean feat, given the calibre of the driver who currently leads this race.
Yeah,
So
Mo Hassan settled into this race very nicely indeed. He's racked off a few of the fastest laps here, and he's just pulling a few tenths here and there on Kurt Holmes, and I think it looks like he's just starting to apply the pressure.
yeah, absolutely. So I'm not sure this was on the in the game plan for Kurt, because I think he would have looked at this and thought, on balance, I can win that. I can bag the 25 points. But he's definitely being pressured here by Mo Hassan, and he's looking to the outside. He's going to try and get the switch back through Spoon. Kurt Holmes will be wise to it. He'll position his kart there shallow on the line. He'll be wise also to the fact that Mo Hassan will look for a switchback, a late apex, so he'll park his kart, as indeed he did on the apex curb. That leaves this carousel corner as one of the places where Hassan could attack, but for now can't do anything with that. And other than that, he's going to have to be very bold as they come down the hill here into compression. Those are the main areas that Mo Hassan can attack.
Yeah, this is where Hassan made the move for second place here, so maybe now he's just drifted a little bit there to lose maybe a tenth or so. I think now, this next lap or so, he's just going to try and look for possibilities here from Kurt Holmes. I think it's going to be a case of just weighing it up, seeing where he could possibly make a move stick. Just the race drawing to a close here.
Yeah, harder times again for Glenn Orford. That was a move from Jacob Harris into the compression section of the lap that time around. I could just see it in the back of shot that brought him up to 5th place. And this is pressure from Stephen Jennings on Dominic Valens. This is for 3rd place. And that's a beautiful move there through Spoon section. That's textbook. That's how you get that one done. And Stephen Jennings having a really good first race for him of the day here.
So you've got to make that pass stick as well on that corner. There's
Yep.
a very easy re-overtaking opportunity down towards the carousel there. So, yeah, like you said, that was textbook. And here we are, Hassan just starting to reapply that pressure. There you see that real drop down on Devil's Elbow. Down towards the final corner they go. And this is going to be Hassan's moment here. This is going to be I think this is going to be the last lap of the race now, isn't it? 54 on the clock.
Oh, no, it's not. Sorry. It's going to be the penultimate lap.
Oh, there we go.
He gets 2 goes at getting by Kurt Holmes. Come up through Spoon corner. Another fastest lap from Hassan.
Again, you see how aggressively Kurt Holmes parks that kart on the inside, blocking that apex. He's going full defensive here.
And he has to be fair.
Definitely.
This is fantastic pressure. Has he got a nose alongside? Whoa, that is a late move there. That's as late as I think you dare from a defensive perspective there, because Mo was starting to draw alongside Kurt there. But it stays as they were for now.
I think Hassan knows he's able to apply the pressure quite easily here, because this is Kurt Holmes' big chance to secure with the greatest respect, a straightforward victory, taking into account his championship position. But Hassan not really obeying the rule books here, and he's going to have a real go at this. He's perfectly entitled to, of course. It's racing here, and Hassan, he's in the top 10 in the series, of course, so he's up the sharp end. He'll be wanting to get these points for himself, of course, with 1 lap to go.
Yeah, make no mistake about it. Ignoring where they finished last year, this is a legitimate battle between 2 drivers in the top 10 of this championship, but Kurt Holmes is driving the widest kart in Conway County at the moment in that number 2 kart. And he goes defensive into the carousel. Oh, and a nice cheeky dummy there from Mo Hassan. What a move. Can he make it stick? Yes, he can. That was a gorgeous selling of the dummy there. And I'm very impressed by that move from Mo Hassan.
That was brilliant stuff. Textbook jinking there, like selling him the dummy, making him commit to the corner, and just sneaking down on the inside. That was one that I think Nigel Mansell will be pleased with that one. I think shades of Silverstone 87 there. So here we go. Mo Hassan into the final corner. Kurt Holmes not giving this one up. But Mo Hassan with a fantastic victory there. I would put that down as pass of the day so far. Holmes in second, Jennings third, Valens fourth, Jacob Harris in fifth with Orford, Crawford, Archie Atkins, Joe Wright and Tom Edwards rounding up the top 10. But definitely the main talking point there, Howard. A fantastic move into carousel from Mo Hassan.
I don't want to read too much from it. I'm not sure Kurt was massively happy about that crossing line. But from my perspective here in the box, and it's not my call, folks, it was a firm and robust defence. It had a firm and robust attack, and that looked all fair in racing.
I would say, again, just purely as a spectator's point of view, that was hard racing there.
Yeah.
He got the elbows out, so to speak, but yeah, it was on the right side of being fair, I think. I can imagine that Kurt Holmes would be disappointed with that.
Oh, yeah, no one likes to lose it on that last lap.
Doesn't it? You're going to be unhappy with a move like that, but I would say full credit to Mo Hassan for pulling that one off, because it was difficult to get that one right as well.
Definitely. Already then, the grid out on track doing their warm-up laps for heat number 3. Let's take you through the grid then for this third heat. first race for all of these drivers of today. Very experienced Paul Williams takes them away from pole position. Andrew O'Neill alongside Alex Pritchard and Adam Nather are on row 2 ahead of Joe Holmes, who kicks off, our defending champion, Joe Holmes, doesn't kick off his campaign. It's round 3, Howard. Anyway, he's on row 3 with Vijay Patel alongside. Simon Lloyd and Pepe Lucchesi are on row 4. Adam Hadfield and Marcus Gilby round out the top 10. Stuart Jones and Lenny Wood are on row 6. Richard Newton is next with Ben Smith alongside Eddie Lonergan, and Adam Napora are on row 8, and then Marcel Chmielewski rounds out the 17-car grid for this third heat of round 3 for our senior sprint heavyweights.
And notably, of course, 4 C1 drivers in the top 7 on the grid for this race, so all of whom, of course, like Kurt Holmes in the previous one, will be looking to try and bag an early race victory, because they'll be starting further back as the event goes on. As you can see here at Glandegor's, quite sunny this morning, but starting to cloud over here. Let's hope that's not a foreshadowing of anything, but yeah, it's certainly approaching prime conditions for racing here, I would say. The temperature around 10 degrees, the track quite grippy, the kart's responding very nicely. We saw some very quick lap times earlier on this morning at the in the morning race meeting, of course. The track bending in really nicely as, again, the drivers setting out for their sighting. Up here we see those rather angry looking clouds that have moved in. Let's hope that's as much as as near as they get to Glandegor's, because it really has been fantastic here. Quite a few of the comments we've had on the broadcast seem to be, well, it's sunny in Wales, isn't it? So I think we're in the lucky part of the country here today.
We are. Yes.
We're going to keep a close eye on those clouds, because we were doing a bit of a track walk earlier, weren't we? And there were some rather angry clouds in the sky.
There were a few.
Stay away.
There were a few. Sorry, I'm laughing. Morgan Jones, one of the Alpha crew working with us this weekend, was also here last weekend, where it was also lovely conditions for the cadets and juniors. They went, I don't think it's been like this for months. But it's always sunny in Wales. It's official. We've got not just our driver who's our defending champion, but leads the championship coming into today, Joe Holmes. So comes into today as your points leader. And also, it's worth noting as well that just ahead of him on the grid in 4th is Adam Nather, who comes into today leading Class 2 in the points as well. So we've got a few of our drivers who will definitely be looking to open up a strong campaign of today in this one.
It's going to be a hectic few laps here. There was a lot on stake for a lot of these drivers, even in this first heat for these drivers. Very early on here, but it seems to be a bit of communication. There's a kart stationary at the top of the circuit outside of our...
There's something a little off here. We are definitely going around again.
One or two drivers cut away from the rest of the packet for some reason.
I'll tell you what's confusing me predominantly is that it looks very much like Alex Pritchard is on the left-hand side of the grid, and he's definitely supposed to be on the right. That's one of the things there that I'm noting. Unless... Nope, I'm not quite sure why that would be the case. We've got the person who's meant to be sat 3rd on the grid running alongside the person who's meant to be on pole, according at least to the graphic I've got in front of me here. Unless there's been a last-minute pull-out, drivers become stationary.
There were a couple just catching up here, didn't quite catch the numbers there, so I don't know where they were supposed to be on the grid, but it's strange how it's suddenly got a little bit slippery on these formation laps.
Yeah, I think it's got a little bit cooler out there as well, just the cloud
temperature
covers.
has dropped,
yeah, it has, definitely. So as the cloud comes over the circuit here. Well, they seem to be in agreement on a grid formation, so I'm going to go with it. Paul Williams is definitely on pole. He's in the number 24 car. And away they go for racing in heat number 3 into turn 1.
Adam Nather there getting the kart on the inside line as they make their way up towards Spoon Corner for the first time. Nice move there for him into 2nd place. There's already a group around 4 or 5 just starting to break away. Oh, somebody mowing the grass there slightly. But Paul Williams with a good start, staying towards the front, but a very competitive opening half lap here as the number 12, Nather, nipping down the inside into Carousel. Lovely move there to snatch the lead on the first lap, but really keep it open there as he makes his way through. Pritchard right up there as well, the number 4. So a brilliant opening half lap there for Adam Nather. Had a great start to snatch 2nd place and starting to make his way through to the front nice and early in what could potentially here be a very important heat race with quite a few highly ranked drivers starting towards the front of the grid in this one. So for all of these drivers, it will be their big opportunity to bank some good points going into the later two heats. Later in the afternoon, of course, so Adam Natter doing the right thing here, getting to the lead nice and early, and you can see the hands being waved from the chasing pack there. They're eager to work with each other here to try and get up with the leaders as they make their way through there. Adam Natter through the spoon corner and down towards Carousel. Nice swooping line there as he makes his way down the hill. And the 24 of Paul Williams coming under pressure now from, I think that may have been, was that Joe Holmes, I think, down the inside possibly. As they make their way through, we'll just try and confirm. No, number 4, my apologies, Alex Pritchard, sorry.
So sorry, I was just, the reason I was so quiet there, we are down 2 karts in this one, one of whom is the 17 of Andrew O'Neill. So not quite sure how that what's occurred there, but that would be why the grid was in a different formation at the start. It's a 15 kart grid, this one.
Adam Napora and Eddie Lonergan also playing catch-up. Of course, they were cut adrift somewhat at the start of the race, but starting to catch up with the rest of the field. They start to do battle in the midfield. So Adam Natter, after that brilliant first lap of the race, leading the race now by 0.4 of a second. The action now in the midfield is having a peek down the inside. Oh, trying to make that one work. And it pays off there for Simon Lloyd. He had to be brave there, but that is going to allow the
Lucchese. It's Pepe Lucchese who's gone through.
So again, a classic opportunistic move there in karting. Sometimes somebody will go for a move, push each other wide, and you can nip on through there. So Lucchese, textbook move there, getting a couple of positions.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's change at the front going to be confirmed here. Joe Holmes to the head of the field, and Adam Natter in second now. So Joe Holmes inhabiting a frequented habitat for him at the head of the field now.
Of course, the number 1.
And
we'd say Adam Natter here, though, a decent driver, and they'll be looking to get some good experience here of racing against the reigning champion here, just to use that as a bit of a guiding point, maybe.
Absolutely, and it's not just the case that he comes in today 4th. It's not just today that when I say he comes in as the top Class 2 runner in the championship, he's 4th overall. You know, he got 2 heat wins back at Butmore Park. So
yeah, that is also important to stress, of course, isn't it, how that there is the sub-championship. So they all, of course, are on the same track, racing for the same positions as well at the same time. It's almost 2 series in one there.
Yeah, same track, same machinery, same point system, no separate points. So every position counts, whether it's one of your fellow classmates or not, as that was a bit of a moment over the curbs there for Lenny Wood, one of the super heavyweight class.
And you see there, actually, Lenny Wood, that off camera on that final corner, got it ragged out to the final corner. So not only did you have to straighten that kart up, had to get the momentum back, and it's cost him positions there as they make their way back through the spoon corner.
Yep. Paul Williams there leading through with a battle over 6th place. Stuart Jones and Marcel Chmielewski doing battle behind him.
Chmielewski's done well here from the back of the grid, number 26, fighting way through to the midfield and looking strong here. And you see that's the one with the white helmet there, just starting to put the pressure on down the inside. Oh, half a gap there, and he found it. So an aggressive move there, and I don't think that Stuart Jones didn't look too happy with that one. But Chmielewski fighting his way through now into 7th place. There he is, the black Alpine Star overalls with the white helmet. Down the inside of Williams here, who started on pole, of course. So Chmielewski, he's having to get his elbows out occasionally here, but he's making some good progress here.
Yes, not something you always see. That's the person at the back of the grid passing the person who was at the front of the grid.
It's very odd, isn't it, in a sprint race? But yeah, he's credit to him. He's doing very well to fight his way through. Vijay Patel's dropped a few places, though, the number 22. Meanwhile, of course, Joe Holmes looking very comfortable now after that early scare, out at the front.
Yeah, 1.6 seconds to the good, and I'd wager it'll be slightly more when they break the time beacon this time around. Paul Williams now defending against...
that's Chmielewski again. Oh, no, my apologies. No, number 65, wasn't it?
That's Stuart Jones, yeah. So...
No, Chmielewski's gone. He's passed him already.
He's gone. He's... I think he started the drive home now. No, Joe Holmes with another fastest lap, 2.2 seconds. Definitely a statement of intent here from Joe Holmes, but not a done deal for 2nd place yet. Adam Natter and Alex Pritchard running close together, but they will also have their head screwed on and know that this is a good haul of points either way. This then the closest battle, or certainly the biggest train of karts on track. The battle over 7th place. Paul Williams, Stuart Jones, Richard Newton and Adam Hadfield are part of this one.
Looking at Chimolensky again, he's drifting almost down the approach to the Devils. He's very quick through this section here. You'd almost say perhaps with the heavier drivers, this might be even more of a difficult part of the track. He can't afford to be too aggressive and lose the momentum, as it would be even more difficult to get the kart back up to pace again. But Chimolensky, I think time might be against him here, but he really is charging at the moment.
Certainly is. I wonder if... No, I'm not going to say that, actually. What I was wondering is if you get some penalties in practices, they can be applied to the race. But Chmielewski is one of our Class 3 runners, so he would legitimately be at the back there.
Yeah, he's
making
his way through here, I suppose. So, good start to the day for him so far. But Joe Holmes, we're coming up towards the final few seconds of this race. It's going to be last lap now, I believe.
Yeah, he'll get the last lap board.
He'll get the last lap board. There he goes, the number 1 of Joe Holmes. Round the final corner he goes. And over the line start. This will be the final lap for him. So after some tense early moments here, Joe Holmes is controlling the race well, and another fastest lap.
I was going to say another fastest lap, and his pace is in rude health here. 50.579 for Joe Holmes.
You have to look at how hard Adam Natter was charging at the start of the race. He simply left it behind here. So a real statement of intent in the first heat race for Joe Holmes.
Yeah, absolutely. This is the interesting story of this last lap, though. Pepe Lucchesi having a look here at Alex Pritchard, side by side into carousel. Alex Pritchard will try and keep enough alongside to stay ahead. He's not too happy with the attempt, but
I think that was fair.
I think again, you have to go for it. You have to go for it. Coming round though to the final corner though, starting off as he surely means to go on, Joe Holmes takes the win in Heat 3 for round 3 of the heavyweight senior Sprints Championship for Club 100. My brain just stopped then, sorry. Adam Natter alongside Alex Pritchard in 3rd, Pepe Lucchesi in 4th and 5th. Simon Lloyd. And shout out to Chmielewski as well in 6th as the highest place of our Class 3 drivers.
Class 3 driver, as well. So he's passed more than a few of the Class 2 ones there. Not too far behind Class 1 Simon Lloyd either. So certainly this Gleneagles circuit is to his liking. And, of course, being a Class 3 driver, he'll have to start after that all again later on as well, I suppose. But he'll certainly look forward to that one.
Absolutely. The whistle's just blown for Heat 4 to get their engines underway in the pit lane. Let's take you through the grid then for Heat 4 of our Heavyweight Club 100 Senior Sprints Championship here at GYG. Paul Jennings will start this one on pole position. Steve Lindley alongside Heinrich Watson-Miller and Bodner are on row number 2. Matt Jones and Richard Scatchard are your 3rd row of the grid. Daniel Underhill and Anwar Barul-Smith are on row 4. Tim Penny, who has staved off the commentary curse by giving us offerings of Welsh cakes here in the comms box. And Luke Somerville round out your top 10. Scott Parker and Bill Taylor, points leader and defending champion in super heavyweights, are up next. George English and Kieran Hyde Moody, are row 7. And row 8 is where we find Kevin Taylor Beebe and James Bate to round out the 16-kart grid.
Try and eat just one Welsh cake and not eat the rest. It's hard.
It is hard. I had to stop myself.
I've not even started yet because I can't help myself.
It's also messed up with my ability to speak as well, as it turns out. An unknown effect of having Welsh cakes for me, but there we go. So, at the end of this race, all of the drivers will have done one heat. They will have all banked that score, whether good or bad. And we were talking earlier about how that, psychologically you always want to open up with a good start to your day. And it's important to remember as well that we do have a drop score system here in Club 100. But what you don't like to do in the early parts,
you never like relying on it, do you? I suppose
you don't want to. Yeah, there's always that. I know when I've come away from rounds in the past and gone, well, that better be one of the drop scores, else I'm in for not the season I thought I was. So it's never nice if you have an issue.
It's one of these things, similar principle to being in the heat races. You don't want to be behind the curve playing catch-up, really, do you, at such an early stage?
Yeah.
Same principle with these races, of course. If you hit the grass in the first race and spin off, you're playing catch-up from there on in. It's not a nice position to be in. So, yeah, it's the old classic motorsport saying, really, isn't it? You can't win the championship in the early rounds, but you can go a long way towards losing it. So that very much applies in the March, April, May sort of months in a racing season.
Absolutely, absolutely. So after this one, the drivers will no longer get these little warm-up laps because they'll all have already familiarised themselves with the circuits. With the circuit. I told you I've lost the ability to speak. They'll have worked out clockwise, uppy bit, downy bit, all of that stuff as they're picked up by Elliot Alt in the pace kart.
We'll see how this race goes, but you can see on the broadcast, if you're watching this morning, it was a lot brighter. There was a lot of beaming sunshine on the track. It has clouded over quite significantly, and you can feel it here in the commentary booth. The temperature has dropped, and a couple of times in those opening races, we saw a little bit of slipping and sliding there in some of the more technical corners, and I wonder if the grip might be just going away from the drivers ever so slightly.
Yeah, it stands to reason, doesn't it? Just slightly less ability to lean on these tyres. And bear in mind, the tyres are being worked quite hard throughout the day as well. There is somewhere that you get over the course of the day. So
we'll have a way round with the looks of things.
Yeah, we will go around again. Everyone doing the latest dance craze in karting of twizzling you around in a loop.
Of course, they're not in race formation. If it gives you an idea of the tram lines here when they're going through slowly, if anybody's new to this, of course, is at the start of the race. The important thing is they've got to stay between those tram lines to ensure a good start. But the difficulty is in karting is drivers are trying to take advantage of the start as best they can. So you're trying to almost jump out of the tram lines. But obviously you can't do that to the risk of jumping the start. And then if there's too many wave arounds, too many full starts, then that's when the race directors tend to get a little bit chopsy.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Any false start will incur a 2-minute reduction on the race time as well, which for a 7-minute heat, it's not much.
So having this extra wave round lap here, aren't we? So
yeah, we are. I don't know if we just have someone who needs to join onto the back.
Obvious cause to that, though, does there?
Can't see it. Thumbs up this time from the pace kart driver. I've got to say as well, if you're thinking, but that means that if they had 4 full starts, they wouldn't get a race. Absolutely right, and they need to get their act together and not get full starts, don't they?
Self-policing, I think.
Self-policing rules. That's the ticket.
So
right
then.
We go. Away we go then. Paul Jennings will lead them away off the line into turn number 1. It's a decent start from him. Steve Lindley, second on the grid, is out onto driver's left there, and Heinrich Watson-Miller is going to try and push through on the inside as they come up through the hill. Much cooler conditions, as Chris was noting, but they all seem to be good gripping the circuit. No one being run out onto the grass off to driver's left as they come through and down the hill towards Carousel for the first time. Steve Lindley versus, I think, a fast-starting Daniel Underhill, that might be, as they come through Carousel for the first time.
1 or 2 hitting trouble towards the back of the field, which you'll see just at the back of your screen. They're just dropping out of contention, so we'll pick those up in a few moments. But on the whole, a relatively smooth start to the race as Paul Jennings trying to control the race in these early stages. Again, he seemed guarding those apexes there. He's looking for the shorter line on this first lap just to make that kart as wide as possible.
Looks to me like Tim Penny may have had a very good start up to 5th place on lap number 1, and I thought Dan Underhill had a really good start. We saw Jacob Underhill getting, if I remember correctly, a first win in class at the Cadets and Juniors weekend last weekend. And now Dan's having a cracking start to his day's racing here, challenging Steve Lindley, whilst ahead of them, Heinrich Watson-Miller challenges Paul Jennings.
Just having a peek going down to Carousel there, wasn't he? Going for that sweeping line to try and get the line for the potential outbreaking manoeuvre here. Paul Jennings is making this look incredibly easy in these opening stages. Very smooth driver. When you watch him driving the kart around the track, it almost looks slow, doesn't it? But that's what you want. You just want to make it nice and smooth.
Uneventful.
Yeah, minimal inputs. Keep the kart pointing straight as much as you can. And certainly a long way to go in this race, of course. Still got 5 minutes. Oh, gets a bit messy there for the number 47.
That's a big moment there for Steve Lindley.
Steve Lindley in the coming off worse in that collision in the midfield there. So Lindley evidently not very happy about that one. I don't know what the stewards will have to say about that when we have a look at that.
In fairness, I don't think his spine is going to be too happy with that one. That's a big impact he just had coming back on. The end of that curb is clearly a bit of a launch spot for the kart. Being reminded of Oh, it's going to be an old reference here. Does everyone remember years ago in F1, I think it was Vitaly Petrov, misjudged the curb at Malaysia and just became airborne for a bit.
A little bit.
A bit reminiscent of that, really. Down through...
penalty here for Dan Underhill.
Yeah, and that's for bump and pass.
Bump and pass.
And that will surely be for the incident with Steve Lindley, because it was those two who were side by side with each other when Lindley ran onto the curb. It's the lead battle, though. Paul Jennings and Heinrich Watson-Miller. Watson-Miller with plenty of experience as well, accrued not just in this championship but in the British Universities Karting Championship.
Just going to keep an eye on the number 89 here of Matt Jones in 7th place, as you'll see on the left of your graphic. Fastest lap of the race so far. And just starting to tag on to this battle for what is now developing to the battle for the lead here. It's the 3rd, 4th and 5th place drivers here being drawn into this fight for the lead, as Paul Jennings driving very defensively, very smoothly, looking for those good lines around the track and making life very difficult as driver out of contention 32. So that'll be Luke Somerville up at that's on the exit of Spoon Corner heading down towards Carousel. So he's out of contention. Matt Jones then will move, of course, up to 7th. But this is turning into quite a race here, Howard.
Yeah, it's all coming up to the boil quite nicely here, isn't it? Dan Underhill can't win this race officially. If he finished first on the road, he'd still be demoted 4 positions based on that bump and pass penalty. Fastest lap of the race for Tim Penny in 4th place, which is what has brought him up closer onto the back of these top 3. And they're a side-by-side for 2nd place between Watson-Miller and Underhill through Spoon Corner. Look out for Tim Penny in the 4. Look out, we've barely mentioned him this race so far, but look out for Anwar Barul-Smith coming through as well, lest we forget him. And he's through on Tim Penny there as well.
I think he's finding his time here, isn't he, Anwar?
He is, yeah.
He's not really been too keen to get involved in this nasty little scrap here.
It's fairly frenetic, isn't it, stuff in this race? And I think with experience comes the feelings. They somehow go 3 wide through the penultimate corner. How's this one going to end between, this is Scott Parker in the 20, and Tim Penny is dropping down the order quite a bit here, and he's back at the back of the pack here now with Steve Lindley. He was probably not feeling the most charitable driver off the back of what's happened. Not
too happy, is he? Yeah, interesting to watch there, Anwar. There he goes into 2nd place. It's good racecraft here from an experienced driver, I think. He can see that battle's getting a little bit tasty out there, and he's not too keen to get involved. I think he almost knew that was going to come towards him at some point, so he just had to bide his time, maybe over a lap or two, and now all of a sudden, he's up to 2nd place, so we've got 2 minutes left on the clock, and he's handily placed here to have a go for the lead.
Pick the battles you can win. I think there is where the experience is coming through here.
So here he goes. New challenger for the lead then is Anwar Barul-Smith in 2nd, the number 13. Around the final corner he goes. Then the chasing pack charging through just behind there. Watson-Miller, Underhill, Parker, Jones, Penny and Lindley all very close. And there we go, Anwar Barul-Smith. Fastest lap of the race now as we draw towards the conclusion here and going for a late challenge for the lead.
Yeah, absolutely. Paul Jennings is about to feel pressure from one of the most successful Club 100 karters in the series history. The number 13 of Barul-Smith looking to the inside at the carousel, and he's through and up into the lead. That was textbook move there into carousel.
Well, we're talking about how Paul Jennings almost looks slow when he's going around. Barul-Smith is making this look incredibly easy thus far. Just looks like he's having a little gentle nudge through the field, but working very hard.
And we're hearing a little bit of a report of rain here. Well, no, we're hearing a full report, but of a little bit of rain at the circuit here now. Not a little report. It wasn't just whispered to us. But yeah, apparently a few spots falling on the circuit.
Not on the forecast, that, was it?
No, it wasn't.
Yeah, we shall see how that affects things. So here's Anwar Barul-Smith on, this will be, I think, now the final lap of the race.
I'm not sure, I think we're on the penultimate one, actually. They just crossed the line with enough time for them to give them 2 more.
It'll be close here, so another one for Barul-Smith to complete. And now Watson-Miller, Heinrich Watson-Miller in 3rd now, of course, is starting to put the pressure on Paul Jennings. There's another one who's trying to wave them down the field, but I don't think anyone's going to take too much notice of that one in this closing stages here.
It's not quite gone Watson-Miller's way, though, has it? Because Dan Underhill has got back past him as he's been trying to eye up the move there. And who else is that who's got involved with that, actually, as they come on to their final lap? It's, there we go, so it's Paul Jennings, Dan Underhill and Scott Parker it was who got past Watson-Miller on that lap. And now, if anything, Watson-Miller has to think more about the attention of Matt Jones and Tim Penny as he navigates this circuit for the last
I would
time
say
in this
here as
heat.
well, I think with Dan, nice move there for Dan Underhill in second place. Now, of course, he has got that penalty, but he's certainly within his rights to try and limit the damage that works. If he finishes in second place, one would say it's going to be a much better result for him.
Yeah, absolutely. The penalty doesn't mean you stop fighting. It means you're just fighting to try and mitigate it as much as possible.
There's one or two slipping and sliding carts
There
through
is,
carousel
isn't there?
there, I just noticed.
Can't see anything visibly on the cameras, but I could well believe that it is spitting a little bit there. Clouds are over the circuit. Coming round the final corner, though, to take the win is Anwar Barul-Smith, who's not that one, but is that one. There he goes, taking the checkered flag. Is Anwar Barul-Smith ahead of Dan Underhill, albeit with a penalty to be applied. Scott Parker in third, Paul Jennings in fourth, and fifth for Heinrich Watson-Miller. That's how they end up Heat 4. We're into our second rotation of heats, kicking off with Heat 5 in a moment's time. Here's your grid then for Heat 5 of round 3 of the Heavyweight and Super Heavyweight Super Senior Sprint Championships for Club 100 in 2024. Tom Edwards starts on a pole. Simon Dean alongside Sam Iddles and Adam Hadfield are on row number 2. Miguel Hall and Kurt Holmes make up row 3. Row 4 is where we find Mo Hassan and Andrew O'Neill. Simon Lloyd and Pepe Lachesi are rounding out your top 10. Jason Kirkham and Joe Wright are on row 6. Yusuf Sohajono and Cody Richards are on row 7. Then it's Archie Adkins and Mark Houston on row number 8. Jay Mooney and Adam Napora round out the 18-kart grid. No warm-up laps for this one, and that's unfortunate because it's probably the time of day you'd want them the most under these conditions.
Quite nice now. I've just been to have a look, and it feels close out there. It's still bright, but there's some rather nasty clouds in the air. So we did just have the report of a few drops of rain on the track, but even if there's no rain, it's getting a little bit slippy and a bit greasy out there as the temperature drops.
Absolutely. Tom Edwards leads them away then. What's the grip condition going to be like? Well, I don't think we've had anything yet that's hard enough or intense enough to affect grip conditions. They're all leaning on each other a little bit, 3 wide, maybe even 4 wide as they head up the hill. And what that allows Tom Edwards to do is go, all right, everybody, I'll get on up the road then, and try and start to eke out a little bit of a gap as they come through the top of the hill. And down towards Carousel, it looks to me like, was that Adam Hadfield, I think, who's got himself up into second place? And there's an impact there into Carousel, and that's 2 karts facing the wrong way.
I think that was always on the cards, that one, wasn't it?
It was looking a little bit, just a little bit too robust between some of the drivers as they came through the top of the hill, didn't it? And it was getting a little bit too intense, as that's a move for the lead there. 2 going by on Tom Edwards. One of them is Miguel Hall and Kurt Holmes as well out of nowhere.
Kurt Holmes, fantastic.
Where did that come from? The end of lap 1, though, it is indeed Adam Hadfield who's got to the head of the order at the head of the field. Miguel Hall in second and Kurt Holmes in third place. All of those top 3 gaining 3 positions on that first lap.
So a fantastic opening lap there for Kurt Holmes up to third place, and of course going on from a strong first race, of course, with Mo Hassan right in there. He's also in the top 5 as well, exactly where he'll want to be as well. These drivers really do need to get a good, strong finish in this second heat race for them to get them into a good position going into heat number 3 a little bit later on, as Adam Hadfield having to drive a little defensively here as Miguel Hall, who's looked good so far this afternoon, is just starting to put the pressure on the race leader. Ray one there, he's got a clear visor. You can see the concentration in his eyes here as he goes around there. Adam Hatfield looking very quick as he charges through, heading up towards Spoon Corner, the only real straight on this circuit. But you can see there's no scope for relaxation here as Hatfield guards the inside line. That's going to leave Miguel Hall to have a peek down the inside, though. Half a gap then, he's going for it. Snatches the corner away from him. Kurt Holmes could take advantage here as well, which he does so, and Kurt Holmes down the inside into Carousel.
Nice move from Miguel Hall. He had to gently prise the door open, but the key thing is he did it gently.
That was a tricky one there, wasn't it? Because it could have gone wrong there.
Yeah, he was like, there's just enough room, I think, for a Club 100 go-kart down the inside of this corner. That's exactly what he managed to do. He's been a very entertaining driver to watch for years as Miguel Hall. I always think the way in which he goes about racing, he can be he's a really good driver to watch for entertainment value.
Nice racecraft there, I would say.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's just enough to get that get the front wheel in there just to put him off. But obviously, Kurt Holmes, they can see him gesticulating to Adam Hatfield just to follow on here and try and make life difficult for Miguel Hall, who's having to be defensive here because Kurt Holmes had a nice line through Spoon Corner and is just starting to apply the pressure.
Absolutely. Further down the order, Archie Adkins and Joe Wright just got by on Simon Dean. That was last lap. So a few good battles happening through the order here. This is your top three, though, coming down the hill for the fourth time in this one.
There you see, almost like a drop-off there for Kurt Holmes. Really aggressive through the Devil's Elbow corner. And Holmes, to me, looked like he was taking an early turn in there, going for the apex, just to try and get a different line going up the towards the Spoon Corner. And some drivers in the midfield starting to pick up the pace. Oh, there's Mo Hassan getting involved in this one as well, in 5th place.
Yeah, he's been playing himself into this one nicely. And 4th and 5th place are, as Kurt Holmes goes for the lead, up the inside of Miguel Hall. And that was a gorgeous move, super confident on the braking there from Kurt Holmes, and gets himself up into 1st place. I don't think he wants to lose this one this time, Chris. I think he'd quite like the win.
He'll be smarting over that defeat to Mo Hassan earlier on. So, yeah, racer's instinct. You put it behind you and almost like a golfer, move on to the next hole and get that one right instead. So here we go. Kurt Holmes in towards the through the Devil's Elbow he goes, and just trying to put a good solid couple of laps in here to try and break away now from the chasing pack. Because the star from the first heat race, Mo Hassan, getting involved in this one, dragging along Sam Iddles and Simon Lloyd with him as well. So 2.5 minutes to go in this race, and it could still be wide open. Kurt Holmes desperately trying to pull away now, as Pepe Lachesi sets the fastest level. A nudge there in 3rd. I don't think Hatfield intended to do that, but yeah, Miguel Hall just trying to urge him on a bit here. Yeah. Kessie and Simon Lloyd also getting involved in this one as well. I think if the battle starts to heat up for 2nd place, you can see for yourself now, it could really be on here because 6th, 7th and 8th position are really starting to tag on to this battle for the lead.
Yeah, indeed, everyone down to, I think it's Archie Adkins who's at the back of this pack. So the top 9 here all together on the circuit. So this is an interesting one, and we've got at least a couple more laps to go of this one. Mo Hassan trying to push up onto the back of Tom Edwards. Tom Edwards actually has had really good pace in this race. You can see how he's pushed up onto the back of Adam Hadfield and is now very much a part of this 2nd place battle.
To me, it looks like they're just having to work that little bit harder to make the corner at the tops on the exit of Spoon Corner. You just see they're really jinking at the steering wheel there, just trying to get the extra traction into the corner. Maybe we'll suggest the track is a little bit greasy at that top end of the circuit, quite possibly.
Yeah, know what you mean. It's just looking not... Earlier on we were saying it's perfect, near perfect conditions for karting. It's now not quite perfect conditions for karting. It's just dry, but it's...
Looking at that, having to work a little bit more, I think, here.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely.
So Kurt Holmes just trying to break away again, just trying to get the maximum speed as he makes his way through the Spoon Corner, heading up towards the top of the circuit. Let's watch them again as they make their way into this tricky little left-hander. Again, you can see the carts really jinking about under braking. Of course, earlier on, they were flying through that corner. The lap times not really demonstrating that, but they were still putting in some good lap times. 51-second region right now. And Kurt Holmes looking strong at the front, but this race still finely poised here. 20 seconds left on the clock, so I think he's still wide open.
Yeah, I mean, when we're talking about the carts not being quite as nice for the drivers, we are talking about fine margins here. You're not going to see. We're not talking about seconds off of a lap time here, but it's just little bits of body language almost from the carts as they're turning in. You're absolutely right, Chris. Not quite as comfortable as before.
Full credit to the drivers, of course, as well. They're making these carts work in conditions that aren't quite as ideal as they were maybe an hour or 2 hours ago.
Yeah, absolutely. This has closed up quite nicely on the lead, hasn't it? This was this is battle resumed at the front, and Adam Hadfield there had a go at. I don't even know where that came from. How did he get past Miguel Hall? When did that happen?
Didn't it?
He's on the outside, and he tried to go around both of them, and he nearly made that work.
So here we go, Kurt Holmes heading towards the final half lap now. Got a whole train of drivers behind him now. Hatfield, Edwards, Hassan, Iddles and Lloyd right in there, but closing up On the checkered flag here for Kurt Holmes, who goes nice and defensive as he makes his way through the Devil's Elbow for the final time and down towards the final corner. So this time around, Kurt Holmes is going to take the checkered flag. So Holmes the winner, Hall second, Hatfield, Edwards, Hassan, Samidal, Simon Lloyd, Lechechi, Adkins and Wright. 3.2 seconds covering the top 10 drivers. Very close finish to the race.
Absolutely, yeah. Still really good to see how competitive the field is here at GYG in our heavyweights and super heavyweight classes. And a good win there for Kurt Holmes as he continues what is a very impressive. He's got a second and a first now, so a very impressive run of points for him. Heat 6 is up next for you here at GYG. Here's your grid then for heat number 6. Richard Newton starts this one on pole position with Steve Bosley alongside. Lenny Wood and Tim Penny are your second row of the grid with Alex Pritchard and Adam Wright on row 3. Row 4 is where we find Jack Giles and Mike Bodner. Steve Lindley and Daniel Underhill are rounding out the top 10 there on row 5. And then it's Anwar Barul-Smith and Matt Jones on row 6. Row 7 is where we find Vijay Patel and Avirun Das. Will Emerson and Luke Leonard are your 8th row of the grid. And then Zheyu Wu rounds out the 17-car grid for the race. That will take us to the halfway point in the running of our heat races.
And this, I think, could be a very important race for the second-place driver, Steve Bosley, of course, who span out of the first heat, which is the last thing on to do, because he is now playing catch-up. So he's got the good fortune here of starting second on the grid. So he's really got to try and make that advantage count as Richard Newton leads them away, charging to the first corner. And Bosley round the outside there, but gets pushed a little wide, so that didn't quite come off for him. And Newton holds on to the lead as they make their way through Spoon for the first time. Looks like Lenny Wood, Tim Penny also getting away well. They charge up towards the top of the hill for the first time into the right-hander. And you'll see them charging through into the right-hander. There is a waved yellow, a few drivers going out of contention there. So emerging there is Richard Newton from Bosley. And I think is that Tim Penny, I believe, also in third place. But about 3 or 4 drivers out of contention. They're all back on the track. Will that be a good start, do you think?
Yeah, no, I don't think that was anywhere near severe enough to warrant a full start. So they'll stay as they were for now. We'll try and work out who has had a bit of an issue on the first lap. And there's another, and that's Lenny. Yeah, that was Lenny Wood round, I think we just saw there on the way down the hill. So not a perfect lap for several drivers there. Richard Newton leads Tim Penny in second, Adam Wright in third. Drivers who've had an issue on that first lap then, Jack Giles, Luke Leonard, Zheyu Wu and Lenny Wood, unfortunately facing the wrong way as they came down through the compressions. Tim Penny, though, right now, applying major pressure here to Richard Newton. He wants to get by, but he doesn't want Adam Wright to come through as well. Adam Wright, his experience showing there, one of the most consistent drivers in this heavyweights category. That was beautifully read from Adam Wright to bag a cheeky second place there.
I'm not sure Tim Penny knew he was there when he went for that move. Yeah, it was a nice little move there for Adam Wright. Perfect opportunistic move, I would say there.
Absolutely was. Even if he did know he was there, I think he sort of thought, well, he can't go up on the inside because Richard's there. That'll block him, and it just that wasn't the way it played out at all. The battle behind them, though, as side by side between Adam Wright and Tim Penny there ahead of them. Steve Bosley.
Anwar Barul-Smith. He's just doing the same tactic again he did in the first. He's just sitting there at the moment, it looks like. He's just watching the race unfold in front of him.
Yeah, absolutely. Allowing perhaps some of the chaos to unfurl in front of him. Steve Bosley, don't forget, there in fourth place. Needs a good result from this one after he came off the track in that first race, and that got very close between him and Dan Underhill there into the carousel. Underhill also, don't forget, had a bump and pass penalty in that first heat. We saw this morning in the lightweights, and we've seen many a time here in senior sprints in Club 100. If you have a bad heat out of your 3, that very often will be the difference between being on that A grid and having to fight your way up from the B grid. So several drivers here who need a good result.
Yeah, some of the top 10 runners, they will be determined to try and avoid the B final and the potential jeopardy that's involved. Here they come charging up the hill as Matt Jones in 9th position sets the fastest lap of the race. Richard Newton continues to lead, but it's going to come in some real pressure as Anwar Barul-Smith makes up a position, I believe. No, he's still there just ahead of Steve Lindley, Here they come down the hill, and again you see Newton. I think he's starting to go a little bit defensive here, as he's led pretty much the entire race, of course, but we're looking to try and hold that one on for the last 4 minutes or so, coming under a lot of pressure here.
Absolutely, and he's doing well to defend it. But through's gone Tim Penny on both of them. That was well, he's had a fair, he's had a good run through the last few corners, and they're going too wide behind them as well. Steve Bosley there leading Dan Underhill, and Alex Pritchard coming through and up into 5th place there.
That was a nice move there from Amar Barul-Smith.
There you go. That was another well-judged move there by Barul-Smith. But Tim Penny leads, Richard Newton in 2nd, Adam Wright in 3rd. There was an incredible series of corners there for Tim Penny, and Adam Wright can sense the opportunity getting away from him. And he's desperate to get by there. And he had a look to the inside. There wasn't the space, and he went over the cone. He's not happy there with Richard Newton. His
to paraphrase Murray Walker, I'm going for first.
I'm going for first, says Adam Wright. And he absolutely, clearly he feels
all, is he? That was getting a bit tasty.
Clearly he feels that he wasn't given the space on the inside. I didn't really clock how much of his kart was alongside, so I can't really pass judgment on that. But one thing's for certain, the cone is very unhappy with that move.
And Adam Wright getting a contact warning there for that little Conchamps there, as we see Anwar Barul-Smith just starting again to pick his way through. He's got past Alex Pritchard, and now having a look, I think that's Steve Bosley.
It is, yes. He's having a look at Steve Bosley. Fastest lap of the race from our leader, trying to stretch his legs at the front. Steve Bosley a little bit wide on the exit. That'll leave him vulnerable down the hill towards Carousel. Anwar Barul-Smith will pull alongside, apply the brakes as normal, and he's got the job done.
Look at Alex Pritchard. Classic move there.
Trying to follow through as well. I think that was a dipping of the wheels onto the grass for Steve Bosley. Pulls back across Steve Lindley.
Oh, poor Steve Lindley's not having a good day, is he?
He's not having the best run of it. Frustration there. Adam Wright is through, though, on Richard Newton. Finally, he must be thinking in that crash helmet, because he's not been enjoying sitting behind Richard Newton in the 43, but he's through either way. Another fastest lap from Tim Penny, though.
Well, I'll tell you, Richard Newton's dusted himself down here. Wasn't very happy, but he's going back now to try and take the fight back to Adam Wright here. So this is the thing that we were joking there a minute ago, but it's very easy to lose your concentration in a race like this when there's contact out there. You feel aggrieved at the other driver. You've almost got to dust yourself down, just get on with it now. And that, I think, is what Richard Newton's doing here, as he tries to go back towards 2nd place.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. This is the battle between Steve Lindley, Matt Jones and Mike Bodner. This is over 8th place.
Oh, that was a move. Nice move there from, that was Matt Jones. Yeah, found half a gap and took it.
Yeah, Mike Bodner's through as well on Steve Lindley.
Trouble is, of course, Steve Lindley was pushed offline there with overtaking moves, so that meant that Bodner was well placed there to try and fight his way back through. And poor Steve Lindley here, the race has fallen away from him a bit here, so he's just got to try and regroup and snatch a few places back in the closing stages.
Yeah, still running there in 10th place. He'll bag some reasonable. It's not 17th, but yeah, he'll be hoping for better things in his 3rd heat. I have to say, as quickly as we were talking about it being overcast and possibly spitting rain, it's now glorious sunshine again.
Now, so the question is, of course, with the beating sunshine on the track, will that bring the course back to the drivers a bit more? Because it's been a little bit screwy the last 2 or 3 races. The grip hasn't quite been there. But when we've had the sun down here at Glanny Gorse, it really has got warm out here. So let's wait and see as Tim Penny comes down towards the final corner. Looking very good. So this is going to be the last lap now, Howard.
It is. Last lap board is shown to Tim Penny. Provided he doesn't have any incidents and accidents and make any mistakes on this lap, he should be coming across the line. We in the comms box would like to make clear that this has nothing to do with the fact that he's given us a pack of Welsh cakes. He's got there on merit, but we're very grateful nonetheless.
Howard, the race hasn't finished yet. Be careful what you say.
That's true. That's true. My goodness. I'm just toying with the commentator's curse as a concept at this moment in time. So there's still some good battles coming on to this lap. One wonders if Alex Pritchard might challenge Anwar Barul-Smith on this last lap. They've been working together a lot in this heat. But will it be interesting to see how they come through the final corner. Demonstrating a fine execution of that final corner, though, is Tim Penny, who comes around it now to take the checkered flag and the win in Heat 6. Nothing to do with the Welsh cakes. Adam Wright finishes 2nd, Richard Newton in 3rd. Anwar Barul-Smith does hold on to 4th ahead of Alex Pritchard. Dan Underhill is next in 6th place. Then it's Steve Bosley in 7th, Matt Jones in 8th, 9th for Mike Bodner, and Steve Lindley probably hoping for a slightly better time of it in his final heat in 10th place.
Dramatic race there, and like you say, Steve Lindley will be looking for some better fortune next time out. It was some furious tempers there midway through the race, so one or two drivers, it was getting a bit tense out there, and somebody, is that Das, I think, in trouble?
Possibly, I think it might.
Only going on
it's a 3-digit car. I think it might be Wu.
Sorry, my apologies.
Yeah, I think it's AU Wu who's struggling to get the kart going again. He'll get the assistance he needs to get that recovered, and we will soon be back with you here on your Alpha Live broadcast with heat number 7.
So here we go with heat number 7 in the heavyweights and the super heavyweights, and this is how they will line up. First on the grid is the 144 of Bill Taylor from Luke Somerville, Scott Parker and Stephen Jennings on row number 2, Glenn Orford and Heinrich Watson-Miller on row number 3. Paul Jennings from Jacob Harris, Tim Hill and Stuart Kirk rounding up the top 10. We've got Joe Holmes down on row 6 from Gerard Moore, and the rest of the field made up of row number 7, James Bate and Luke Winter, with George Inglis and Ennie Lonergan rounding up the 16 driver field. So Joe Holmes with the number 1 plate starting down in 11th position here, so it'll be interesting to see how he copes to fight his way through the top 10 and try and get himself a decent position. He's done very well so far, but this of course is where it's a little bit more difficult for him. And as we've seen in a few of the preceding races, some of the racing has been very frantic and very close out there. The track has been coming and going, had a few drops of rain out there, so although you'd expect Joe Holmes to fight his way through towards the front of the field, we saw him run very well earlier on today, I would argue here that it's by no means a foregone conclusion, and well, we'll be interested to see how he gets on in this one.
Certainly will. We've got defending super heavyweight champion Bill Taylor as well leading them away for this one. So that will be... that's not true, by the way. I don't know why I've said that. It's Lee Henderson, isn't it, as the defending champion. He's highest placed in the points standings. Sorry, Lee. Coming into this one is Bill. So he'll be looking for a good result in this one. Away we go then. Bill Taylor leads them into turn number 1. And up the Dragon Straight for the first time. Good even start from both sides of the grid, that looked like to me.
Bill Taylor, to me, just controlling the race quite strongly on the inside, controlling the paces. Oh, somebody...
That's Luke Somerville.
Luke Somerville.
And that's a dramatic off there, and we've got at the back of the grid as well. Not as confident as to who that is, who is doing a little pirouette there on the grass.
Just to let you know, Somerville, I can see from our vantage point, he is okay, so he's going to try and push his cart back onto...
Tim Hill on the grass.
Tim Hill on the grass there.
As well, and he's got to be careful how he rejoins.
To stay out of trouble. That was a tense moment there. Yeah, Somerville's okay, so he's going to rejoin the field at the back, and looks like we've got a clear track now, Howard.
Yeah, absolutely. A few dramas on that first lap, certainly, but at the end of that one, Bill Taylor still leads. Scott Parker is there in second. Glenn Orford in third. Yeah, Tim Hill, Stephen Jennings, Ennie Lonergan, and Luke Somerville all off during that lap. And Luke Somerville, just to rub salt into the wound, has just had a jump start penalty. So he was judged, obviously, to start ahead of Bill Taylor, who now has been demoted down to second, now third, because Scott Parker and Glenn Orford, whilst I was covering those who have had an issue on the first lap, have got by on Bill Taylor. So it's now Scott Parker to the lead of the race, Glenn Orford in second, Bill Taylor in third, and coming under pressure from Paul Jennings.
And Watson-Miller hard at work there as well in the top 10, as we see Joe Holmes just starting to get to work here, trying to pick his way through the top 10. We moved up about 5 positions at the opening part of the race. Here they come around past the finish line into that first corner, and charging up the hill once again through Spoon Corner. Scott Parker looking good at the front of the field now from Glenn Orford, who is keeping that pressure on. Jennings, Taylor, Bate, and Joe Holmes just having a peek down the inside as they make their way through Spoon Corner. Holds that inside line from Taylor, I think that was, and there he goes through to another position. So Taylor Oh, he's fought it back though. Good,
yeah, no, he
there.
got by on James Bates, didn't he, into that
Bates
corner,
well?
I think.
Sorry, my apologies. Yeah, the 1-2-1. Sorry, yeah, of course, yeah.
And now he's through on Bill
Now he's
Taylor as
through.
well. It doesn't matter. He got by on both of them to make it easy for us anyway. We're both right now.
Sorry, Bill. Sorry to preempt things there.
So Scott Parker leads Glenn Orford down through Devil's Elbow and through onto a new lap. Paul Jennings in third, and now Joe Holmes will be confirmed in fourth place.
You can see everyone just desperately trying to make that exit to the corner as neat as possible, because it is, like we were saying earlier, it is quite off camera on the exit of that final corner. So if you stray too far onto the curbs, you're really going to set yourself up for being overtaken on the straight leading up to Spoon Corner.
Yeah, quite a battle there behind Joe Holmes in the background. I think Bill Taylor having to defend against James Bates and Heinrich Watson-Miller. You can see there, that's James Bates. I think that's Gerard Moore as well getting involved in that. So plenty of change going on in the mid-pack as somebody's sent a cone flying there.
Yeah, that's a cone warning.
Oh, and it's round. And that's Paul Jennings.
Paul Jennings,
That's
yeah.
Paul Jennings, and that's from third place. So that's a gutting moment for him. You can see the disappointment in his body language. That was from a very high position. Now, how did that come about? Is there any penalties forthcoming for those who are towards the top of the order?
I had a cone warning for Jacob Harris. I'm assuming that's the one who sent it into orbit. I think that nearly ended at Bala Lake, that one. They went so high.
It's an unusual start for the beginnings of the Welsh space programme, but it was a good effort there to lob the cone into orbit.
So Scott Parker, of course, is unconcerned by all this, although Glenn Orford keeping that pressure on in second place. There is the number one of Joe Holmes, now clear in third. And it looks like Heinrich Watson-Miller has now established himself in fourth. It was a difficult previous lap there. So, yeah, trouble a bit further down the field there. Paul Jennings, of course, will be disappointed with how the race has gone. And nothing else going on the stewards chart there apart from the cone warning. So whether it was just a mistake, I don't know. We was out of our shot there, so we didn't see it happen.
We have to assume that it was an unforced error. Fastest lap of the race from Joe Holmes. Although, he's 7/10 of a second, I think, off the fastest lap he set in early heat. So he's clearly off the boil. Needs to try harder. There's that, Joe Holmes.
I think there's levels on there, I think.
Doesn't win enough. That's his problem. So, yeah, challenging, definitely applying the pressure to Scott Parker at the front. In fact, did we cover, the
Luke
change there?
Just being lapped by everyone. He's still in the race, of course. But
he is, yes.
Would he get past Paul Jennings? I think Paul Jennings still in contention, just a little bit further ahead of him. So not a good race at all for Luke Somerville.
No, being courteous enough though, I think, and letting people through. He knows he's not in this race at the sharp end now. So yeah, Glenn Orford leads now, ahead of Scott Parker. There is Joe Holmes applying pressure.
Fastest lap here, and he's just having a late charge here. I think he's brought the gap down to 9/10 of a second. So. There is Holmes, the number one, just starting to apply the pressure slightly to Scott Parker, who's been top form in this race. But the two leaders here coming under a bit of pressure from Joe Holmes. And again, I think this is a bit like Anwar Smith, Burrell Smith in the previous race. It's a case of he's been picking his battles here, Joe Holmes, a little bit. There's been some rather frantic action. One or two drivers spinning out of contention. So the experienced head here just biding his time and letting the battles come to him a little bit.
Absolutely. He must have heard me. He's dropped below the 51-second mark now.
It's a reverse commentator's curse there, I think.
Something like that. I didn't know we were going out over General Circuit Tannoy, but he must have done. He's pulling alongside now, and is he being allowed through?
Scott Parker waved him through there.
I think Scott Parker did wave him through. I think he's gone, well, I know I can't. I think that's a very shrewd move there,
you see,
from Scott Parker. He's
Holmes returning the favour there, pointing down, just tag on to me here. So, a bit of tactics here, I think.
Yeah, I think he's going, well, I know given your pace, I might struggle to stay with you, but you might be able to help me get past Glenn Orford.
This is the lovely thing about kart sprint racing. You almost imagine it being like 7 minutes of war, but there's these little micro battles and micro alliances that crop up in a race every single time like this.
Absolutely, that's the joy of it. Now they'll get the last lap board this time around. Glenn Orford leads them on to the last lap, but will he be leading it at the end of it? Joe Holmes in his wheel tracks now.
And see Scott Parker just tagging on to the back of Joe Holmes as best he can here, trying to capitalise from any kind of fight for the lead here. Parker could still be in contention for the win here as well. Of course, he'll know that if it all goes wrong, he's the one that's poised to take advantage of this. And there he is, just tagging on to the rear as close as he can to Joe Holmes as we go down with half a lap to go.
Yeah, absolutely. Glenn Orford, though, positioning his car well there to dissuade the moves. And Joe Holmes will know that he'll still bag a good haul of points come what may here, but he is trying to find an alternative line through the last few corners. Is there going to be a move into paddock corner? Glenn Orford leads them into the final corner. Is he going to be able to steer around? He goes a little bit wide on exit, but he's still going to hold on to it. Glenn Orford takes the win in heat number 7. Joe Holmes in second. Scott Parker in third. Heinrich Watson-Miller in fourth. Fifth for Bill Taylor. Then it's Gerard Moore, James Bate. Your highest place of your novice Class 3 runners there is Bate, so good drive from him to 7th place. Stephen Jennings in 8th. 9th for Stuart Kirk. And then Tim Hill rounds out your top 10 finishes there for heat number 7.
Some great driving there from Glenn Orford in that final lap, coming under some real pressure from Joe Holmes and Scott Parker, but placed the kart exactly where it needed to be, I think, there, and taking a well-deserved victory.
Absolutely. Right then, heat number 8 is up for you next here at Glammy Gauls.
So we are about to get underway with sprint heat number 8 here in the heavyweights and the super heavyweights. This is how they will line up. James Johnston from Marcus Gilby, Vinod Hirani from Mikey Nichols, Stuart Jones and Damien Smith on row number 3. Then it's Paul Williams and Adam Natter on row number 4. Jonathan Wilson and Jamie Buchan on row 5. 11th for Kai Crawford, Dominic Valance rounding out row 6. Richard Scatchard, Marcel Chmelsky on 14th position, Rupert Rickson, Ben Smith, Kieran Hyde-Moody and Kevin Taylor-Beebe, row number 9 in this 18-driver lineup. So Marcel Chmelsky, who of course number 26, who novice driver, having to start quite far down the field. But we saw in the earlier heat, he certainly was looking quite attacking.
Yeah, absolutely. Really took the fight to the field in his first heat. This, of course, the last of the second rotation of heats. So basically all the drivers will have done 2 heat races by the time we get to the end of this one. James Johnston, a driver with a fair amount of experience now, leads them away from pole position. Away we go then for 7 minutes of racing around this Gleneagles circuit. It's a good start from James Johnston. Vinod Hirani as well, immediately slotting into second place. Behind him, and there's a spin. And that's there was loading there on the driver from second place. That's Marcus. I think that was... no, that was Vinod Hirani round. Yeah, apologies, I miscalled that completely. Vinod Hirani was on driver's left. And, well, that has to have been some form of loading there because your kart just doesn't randomly spin out in the middle of a straight.
Sent right off the circuit there.
And sorry, it was Mikey Nichols who had the really good start. There he is in the 36. But, yeah, that was a dramatic way for it to get going there.
Driver okay in that incident off the first corner, just sitting him up trying to get the kart back underway. But I'm imagining now as they make their way down towards the start-finish line, we're going to get yellow flags here, one would imagine, because that kart is still on the edge of the circuit here.
Hands going up to acknowledge the yellow flag. Good heads-up driving there from James Johnston as a race leader. Alex Pritchard, Adam Natter pulling alongside. And Mikey Nichols, a little surprised to see Natter pulling alongside because they're in a yellow flag zone. There wasn't a pass made, so as far as I'm aware, that's absolutely fine. But Mikey Nichols was a little bit confused for a second then as the 12 pulled alongside. And actually, Kai Crawford's got through. He's got through on both of them there.
Neat little move there going down into Carousel. Not the easiest place to make a pass. There's this trouble further back, though, with 2 or 3 drivers getting together on Carousel and spinning out. So the drama continues in this race, and it's turning into a bit of a race of attrition here.
Did Kai Crawford time that yellow flag zone perfectly? The rules say that green flag conditions return. As there's an incident there, that's another incident.
Buchan,
yes, Jamie Buchan and...
was that Chmelsky, I wonder? I'll have a look on the lap charts.
Be.
Yeah, he's dropping down the reckoning. So,
well, no, actually, sorry, Damon Smith dropping down as well. And I think I saw one ending with a 9. But you're right, Chmielewski has had an issue as well. It's Damien Smith, Marcel Chmielewski, Jamie Buchan, and Vinod Hirani have all had issues in this race. And yeah, it's all getting a little bit raucous out there, isn't it? In some ways, there is a move from Jonathan Wilson. Oh, is it a move or is it a defensive move? Holding off Dominic Valance, I think that was, for 5th place.
So Satchard there in 7th position, getting a track limit warning, but running strongly in that 7th position right now, as James Johnston looks to hold onto the lead as they make their way down to complete another lap, about halfway through the race now, just over 4 minutes to go. And what has been quite a dramatic race so far, quite a few incidents on there and drivers dropping out of contention. So Johnston leading. The very impressive Kai Crawford, who's put a couple of good overtakes together in the early part. He's going for the lead here down the inside. As much as he can dare, squeeze that kart down the inside through Spoon Corner. It's always a brave move to make an overtake there, and it looks like Crawford has pulled it up. Adam Natter fighting through into 2nd place as well.
Yeah, absolutely. And now Mikey Nichols wants a piece of the action. And this is what we're talking about. When you lose your momentum in the way that James Johnston just did, it's so hard to gather it back up again before it feels like the entire world is bearing down on you.
If you're the chasing driver, you don't need half an opportunity to snatch that position. When you see that driver in front of you faltering there, it's just that 2 or 3 corners to get the momentum back again, which he has done now, of course, Johnston, the previous race leader. But that's just enough. It was only, like, say, 2 corners, which dropped him down to 4th place.
Yeah, absolutely. Still in a good position, though, here is James. He can get some good points from this one. Dominic Valance up to 5th place behind them as well. That's a battle that's still going on between himself and Jonathan Wilson. In fact, that didn't look like Jonathan Wilson behind him, and that's because Jonathan Wilson is side by side with Stuart Jones, who's charging through in the number 65, coming off the back of setting the fastest lap last time around. So Jonathan Wilson down to 7th place. Stuart Jones working his way up the order. Kai Crawford, your leader. Adam Natter in 2nd. 3rd is Mikey Nichols. James Johnston and Dominic Valance are next. And then it's Jonathan Wilson in 6th. And here is a move for the lead of the race, Adam Natter. Through on Kai Crawford. In between compression, he just had a great run through compression and then was able to seize the advantage into Devil's Elbow. Mikey Nichols now going for a move for 2nd place on Kai Crawford. Again, smelling that opportunity. Yeah. Aha! So you've just been passed. You've just got offline. That's my opportunity to strike. And also, I think as well for Mikey Nichols.
Crawford's really fought back well. He was pushed wide coming out to the final corner. He didn't look too happy with that one, but in fairness to Nichols, it was there for the taking.
Yeah.
So Crawford's fought back there as well, but Adam Natter again looking very impressive and getting through to the lead.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. And he's done so with the closing stages of the racing coming. Couple of minutes left on the clock. Will probably shake out as a couple of laps left. Might just get in 3. But really nice move from Natter a lap ago to take himself on to the lead of this race. Kai Crawford now a lot more comfortable than he was a lap ago with Mikey Nichols behind. In fact, if anything, he's closed the gap there, has Kai Crawford. I don't think he's done here. I think he has some unfinished business at the front of this
Crawford
field.
Looking friendly down the inside there after Spoon. Oh, it almost went wrong for him there. He did well to recover that one.
Yeah, really bold move on the brakes, but unfortunately it slowed down both of them, and Mikey Nichols will not need a second time of asking there. He's going to come through and look out for James Johnston as well. They go 3 wide at the mid-corner into Carousel, and that's beautifully read by James Johnston in the number 51. Still, though, Adam Natter leads this one.
Kai Crawford immediately fighting back after that pass for the lead went all wrong, gets himself back into 3rd place. You saw Adam Natter there going immediately defensive there, going through towards the carousel. Now down to the final corner they go. And here they come out to the final corner. Contact warning there for Kai Crawford after that move for the lead, you would say. But almost self-policing there because he's come off worse by quite some margin here, back down to 3rd. This is just allowing Adam Natter to pull away as they make their way through Spoon Corner.
Absolutely, last lap board has been shown. And are there any moves on here? Mikey Nichols is going to go for a very late apex there out of Spoon to see if he can get an advantage into Carousel. James Johnston covers the inside, Kai Crawford on the outside. Mikey Nichols is going to pull alongside Kai Crawford at least here to take 3rd place. Adam Natter is coming through the top of the hill now as they come down, and Mikey Nichols is going to go for a move on James Johnston as well. They're for the outside of compression. James Johnston fights back though. Aggressive stuff here, and look out for Kai Crawford taking both of them. Adam Natter is going to come through and take the win in the heat, and Mikey Nichols is going to be out wide on the final corner. It's Kai Crawford in 2nd, James Johnston in 3rd. And then it was almost a dead heat across the line
that
between
was close.
Stuart Jones, Dominic Valance and Jonathan Wilson. And then Mikey Nichols will not be too happy there in 7th place. Paul Williams in 8th, Ben Smith in 9th, and Rupert Rickson in 10th place. More drama here as we round out the second rotation of the heats, Chris.
Yeah, that was very close indeed. I think Mikey Nichols will be a bit unhappy with that, but that's just the way it goes, sadly, sometimes. Shout out there for Marcel Chalewski, who was down in 15th position, but didn't give up. He set the fastest lap of the race. So not the way he would have wanted after that incident at the start of the race, but yeah, certainly full credit for not giving that one up.
Absolutely. Heat number 9 is coming up next. Here's your grid then for heat number 9. Yusuf Sohajono will start this one on pole. Stuart Kirk alongside Matt Jones and Tim Hill are on row 2 with Scott Parker and Bill Taylor on row number 3. Row 4 is where we find Richard Newton and Luke Somerville. Simon Dean and Mo Hassan are on row number 5. Then we get to our first Class 1 runners on the grid, Steve Lindley and Alex Pritchard. And then we're going to have Heinrich Watson-Miller and Jae Wu, Eddie Lonergan and James Bate on row 8, and Luke Leonard to round out the 17-kart grid. Last heat for all of these drivers.
And this, I think, is going to be a big race for Steve Lindley down in 11th place. The first 2 heats have been a nightmare for him, really. So he's going to dust himself down here, have a good, consistent race, stay out of trouble, and just try and consolidate with a good result here.
And it's his lowliest grid start as well under the random grid system. Away we go then. Sohajono leads them away into turn number 1. You can see Mo Hassan right in the middle there, quite distinctive with the red helmet there, trying to find early positions as Heinrich Watson-Miller dips a couple of wheels onto the grass, coming up towards the first major braking zone, though it's still Yusuf Sohajono in the lead as they come through and head down towards Carousel.
All going away nicely on those first few corners as Hassan there pushed to the outside. The number 30 is going to be the loser in that one as Steve Lindley starts to get to work, nipping down the inside and grabbing a couple of positions there as they make their way down towards the final sector.
Oh, that's contact there.
That was it. So went off number 4.
Yeah, Alex Pritchard. And I think that might have been contact with Watson-Miller. I think. I'm not... there's several drivers in that part of the
That was a tricky
pack.
first lap incident there. 2 drivers going for the same bit of track.
Yes.
So whether there'll be any repercussions, I don't know. But you could tell by the body language of Alex Pritchard there what that means. He's out of contention here at the worst possible time.
He's going to have a lot of hard work to do, one would imagine, in the B final now, unfortunately, I would predict. But as I say, I'm not quite sure who the contact was with. There's a lot of drivers in this field who have just, who have a white helmet, basically, with no design. So a little bit difficult to see exactly who that contact was with. Scott Parker, though, has got himself to the head of the field. In fact, yes, in all of that, what a first lap for Scott Parker, everybody. 5 positions. And there's the takeout penalty confirmed for Heinrich Watson-Miller. So it was the number 46 with whom that contact occurred. So Scott Parker leads, Sohajono in 2nd, Matt Jones up into 3rd.
Scott Parker's looked very neat this afternoon so far. He's relatively stayed out of trouble there. So, Steve Lindley working hard here to try and... There's 2 different approaches here. You've got the likes of what we saw with Anwar Brule-Smith and others just trying to make the race come to them. But Steve Lindley here is grabbing it by its throat, I think.
Yes, it's a sort of Prost versus Senna style philosophy here. If he doesn't go for the gap...
So Lindley certainly working, which he has to, of course, working very hard here.
No, in fairness to him, he's got to get up this order in this one, doesn't he, to salvage something, to salvage as good a position as he can on those finals. So to be absolutely clear, Steve Lindley kind of just has to go for it here.
And in fairness to him, though, is James Bate that got the contact warning there. So, yeah, it's a little bit of a whisper word in the ear there for the number 121, but Lindley just fighting his way through here, number 47. Here we see the number 89, Matt Jones, who's had a good, steady afternoon so far, but coming under some real pressure here from Richard Newton, having a jink this way and that to try and find an opening as they make their way through Spoon Corner. So Jarno setting the fastest lap of the race, the 2nd place driver, number 27, as he looks to try and tag on and make a fight for the lead with Scott Parker. He's going to have to work here because Parker is controlling the race at the front right now.
Stuart Kirk under pressure from Tim Hill as well in the background there for 6th place. And there is a bump and pass for Steve Lindley. And that's the risk with him really going for it with these moves. if at some point he's judged to have been too robust with his attack, then that's exactly what can happen. So
you'd say unless anything drastic happens here, he's going to have to fight his way through the B final at least.
One would have to think so. He's had so many dramas throughout his heats, and that bump and pass penalty will be 4 positions added to wherever he finishes this race. So difficult afternoon, or remainder of the afternoon, in store for Steve Lindley as Tim Hill pulls alongside and goes past on Stuart Kirk, that looked like to me. Yes, indeed. And Steve Lindley is the next person to try and challenge Stuart Kirk.
For the first time this afternoon, this is the only race where Mo Hassan has struggled, I would say. He's down in 10th place. He hasn't really shown much in this race so far.
He was put out wide in Carousel on the first lap, I noticed.
Not really fought back from that, has he?
He was sort of on the... he was the outermost driver of a 3-wide battle, as that looks like a move on Richard Newton, or is that Matt Jones coming back at Richard Newton potentially there? Yes, it is. So Newton definitely challenging Matt Jones on that lap, but Matt Jones coming back at him, and immediately Jones wants to get across the inside to cover off any attack from Richard Newton, because I think Newton seems to be quite strong on his run out of that last corner and along the straight. And don't count out Bill Taylor as well in the 144, looking for an opportunity there. Scott Parker leads this race. I'm not sure I've actually seen him during this race.
He's kept it nice, and there he was.
There he was, yes.
Just dropping out. That's the sort of thing you like to see, just dropping out of view for the lead, he would say, for him. He's really controlling this one quite nicely. 0.7 of a second, which doesn't sound very much, but it's quite a big gap in a sprint karting race, one would say. So Jonah had a bit of a look there to try and match the leader for pace, but the top two, you would say, in general, breaking away quite nicely at the front here as we look at the number 89 here. Matt Jones coming under some real pressure now from Richard Newton, who's got the opening on the inside as they make their way up towards the Spoon corner. And Newton just hanging on to that inside line. Of course, Jones will have the momentum on the outside, but track position for Richard Newton, and a neat little move there. Took some doing, but there he goes into 3rd place.
Yeah, nice little move, a nice bit of racing all round there. Matt Jones, we've seen on previous laps, has moved across to block the pass on that Dragon Straight. This time, though, was quotient of the fact that Newton already had an overlap with him, and so didn't do so and gave him the racing room. Good racing respect there shown between the two competitors. And it looks to me as well like... it's been a costly lap for Tim Hill potentially there, because I think Steve Lindley and Mo Hassan have both got by on the driver of the 28.
Every position still matters here for Steve Lindley, of course. He's got that penalty, but he's got to try and salvage what positions he can, because every point will matter. So it's going to be very unlikely to get to the A final, of course, but every point matters, I should say, for the grid positions in what I would imagine would be the B final for him.
Absolutely. It is the penultimate lap of the race, by the way. Scott Parker ahead by a few seconds, such that it wasn't the last lap board this time around, as Steve Lindley goes for a move on Bill Taylor and makes that one stick.
So there he goes, Steve Lindley now moving up into 5th position. So that would bring him down to, I believe, 9th place. Mo Hassan starting to get to work. He's had a quiet race so far. He was pushed out at the start of the race. Oh, and there we go. He's coming back into form now. Mo Hassan, neat little move there down the inside on Bill Taylor now, tagging onto the back of the number 47. Here they come down towards the final corner. And a cheeky little move there from the number 46. Didn't quite come off. That's the off-camber playing the part there. So Heinrich Watson-Miller making the pass there on the final corner, but you see, just immediately compromises himself starting the next lap. This is where this Glanny Gore circuit, I think, really fights back, you would say, in terms of got to really time your battles and time your overtakes, because the circuit is very demanding here.
Yeah, absolutely. As Tim Hill having a real look at Bill Taylor there, and the fact that he's ducked out of that move is going to open him up to attack from behind. It's going to open up Heinrich Watson-Miller to have a go at James Bate, is it, behind them? As coming down now towards the final corner, we need to keep one eye at the front, because Scott Parker is going to come round here to take the win. There he is. We've barely seen him this race, but he's controlled that one beautifully. Sergio Jono will finish in 2nd. Richard Newton in 3rd. Steve Lindley got up into 4th on that final lap ahead of Mo Hassan and Matt Jones. Bill Taylor in 7th place. Tim Hill in 8th. James Bate in 9th place. And Heinrich Watson-Miller to round out your top 10. Shout out to James Bate as the highest placed Class 3 driver there. And a good showing from Richard Newton as well as a super heavyweight up into 3rd.
I think I'll set us up for some potentially quite entertaining B finals here, because Alex Pritchard out of the race as well. Steve Lindley dropping to 8th, I believe, with the penalty, so they'll be having to fight back as well. So some big names here, not having the afternoon they'd have wanted.
I think the fact that they've changed it now such that 4 people get repechaged onto that A grid from the B final maybe prove quite crucial for some of these drivers' campaigns.
That's going to be a big race, I think.
Heat 10 is up for you next. Here's your grid then for Heat 10. Gerard Moore will start this one on pole. Kai Crawford alongside Joe Holmes and Jamie Buchan are on row 2. Then it's Vinod Hirani. We'll be hoping for definitely better things after that dramatic incident at the start of his previous heat. James Johnston alongside him. Tim Penny and Marcus Gilby are next. Adam Nather and Andrew O'Neill round out your top 10. Glenn Orford and Adam Wright are next. Row 7 is where we find Paul Jennings and Jay Mooney. Archie Adkins and Mark Houston are on row 8. And Ben Smith rounds out your 17 car grid for our anti-penultimate heat of the heavyweights here at Gleneagles.
So this, I think, could be a crucial race, especially for Joe Holmes, you'd say, starting 3rd. And Tim Penny, after that race win earlier on, he could be on for a good result going in towards the A final, he would hope, as they get underway.
And that was an unusual start, but Gerard Moore
okay, I think.
is going to lead them away. And going onto the grass there, that is not the standard line there for Glenn Orford, I think it was, who was going across the grass there. His spine won't be thanking him for that one.
That was a heart-in-mouth moment there.
It was,
Can't
definitely.
have gone anywhere, but luckily he's okay and still in the race.
Yeah, the start has been called good. And, Round has gotten the 97 there in dramatic fashion. That is Mark Houston going around. Just had the 2 wheels on the grass and felt a little bit run out of space there, perhaps. He goes round, but a small blessing for him, but didn't take anyone else out with him in that dramatic fashion, which wouldn't have been good to see. The end of lap number 1, though. It is still Gerard Moore who leads this one. The hesitation at the start there, I think, was Gerard was very much not in those tram lines.
Yeah, he was in the middle of the track there, but it was a bit of a surprise. I thought they were going to wave that one through, but
Joe Holmes, though, is not in the mood to discuss that. He'd quite like the lead of this race, please, and he's through.
Look at Kai Crawford there. He didn't have the finish of the race he would have wanted last time out, but he's fighting back here, now into 3rd position, and trying to get closer and put the pressure back on Gerard Moore in 2nd place. The new leader, of course, is Joe Holmes. Just waving on there to Gerard Moore just to try and tag him along here. The followers, they make their way down towards the final sector here, down towards the Devil's Elbow. You watch the karts on the inside line here when you see them go through. Just watch how they drop when they go off the apex. There they go. Just demonstrate what a tricky little corner that is. And you can see on the camera angle here just how much the undulation is there. That last corner, very off camera as they make their way through to the first corner. Holmes leading. Oh, it's getting tight there for 4th position.
Gerard Moore with a bad run off of the paddock corner, and it allowed James Johnston through. Off of Devil's Elbow. James Johnston got through immediately and up into 3rd place. But Gerard Moore now under serious pressure from the likes of Jamie Buchan and Tim Penny behind him. And I think he's been able to hold off that attack, as that's Tim Hill having a look. No, it's not.
Move there. Is that James Johnston on the inside of Kai Crawford there through Carousel? Yes, it is 51. So that was a textbook move, I would say, there through Carousel to make that one stick.
Yeah, absolutely. And well, you consider in what relatively easy fashion Adam Wright was able to get that win in Heat 1 when we had the full course yellow. Here's the other side of it. He's now at the back of this pack there in kart number 3, and he's got to pick his way through all of this if he wants to bag some good points from this particular heat. That is the nature of the random grid start positions.
So all drivers have got work to do at some point during their heat races, and you'll see Tim Penny, of course, down in 6th position. He's got a bit of work to do after a very strong victory last time out, so we'll see how they get on in what this would be, I suppose, their weaker race, you would say, starting towards the back of the field and having to work hard. So Penny in 6th and Wright in 8th position. Just under 4 minutes to go in this race, so still a couple of laps for them to make inroads here.
Yeah, absolutely plenty of time still left on the clock here in heat number 10.
Is that Penny making a move on
Nather?
Nather, possibly.
That's how they started the lap, I think. So
might have been Buchan just in front, isn't it? So yeah, he's looking good.
What it was more going by on Crawford as well.
Adam Wright just started with the pressure on the back of that little train there as they make their way up towards the top of the hill through Spoon Corner, heading down towards Carousel. And look out for the number 3 here. He's jinking about at the back of this little group.
Oh, he's
he's
through
got
on
past
Tim Penny.
Yeah, and he's right on the tail of Adam Natter right now. So Penny will be looking to try and tag on to the back of the number 3 and get a pull through the field here as well. But Natter coming under real pressure here as Adam Wright just starts to pick his moment.
Yep, absolutely. Another great lap for Tim Penny here. He's dropped back behind Natter and behind Adam Wright. And Archie Adkins as well, trying to get involved there. Here's the battle over third place. Gerard Moore in that 60 kart, and you can just see James Johnson was ahead there in with the green helmet. He's in second place and has just set the fastest lap of the race as he tries to apply some pressure on Joe Holmes. So fair play to James Johnson, actually. Think of how good a pace we've seen from Joe Holmes so far today. That is fantastic pace there from James Johnson in the number 51 kart. Tim Penny wants the position back off of Adam Wright.
Oh,
goes to the inside of Carousel. And is it going to be a double pass? It is. Yeah. He's through on the number 18 of Jamie Buchan. So really nice corner there. Really nice run through the Carousel from Tim Penny. Bags himself 2 spots and is now on the tail of Kai Crawford.
And we see, I think it was Adam Natter signalling there to try and work together because this is getting quite frantic here. But I think that Kai Crawford in no mood to listen here, but they both come off worse.
I thought they were both going to spin round there. I'm not going to lie. They managed to keep it pointing the right way, but it's allowed 4 karts by on the 2 of them.
Another fastest lap there for James Johnson, who I think has realised that he's well clear of this scrap for third place now, and he knows he's clear now to have a run at trying to catch up on Joe Holmes. But all the action behind them here, as all of a sudden, of course, Adam Wright and Tim Penny, of course, just moving up a couple of places. I think he's hand going up there. Did he give the position back there, I think?
Potentially, yeah. I think to try and remove the possibility of a penalty, perhaps. But I'm really impressed by this pace from James Johnston. This is fantastic stuff as it all gets there's a little bit of a ruckus going on through that corner. Adam Wright has got himself to the head of the field. Kai Crawford is out wide on the curb.
Again, coming off worse off that final corner. He's just he's fighting back all the way there, and he's inevitably going to come off worse on that first corner.
Yeah, absolutely. Archie Adkins, I think, a beneficiary of all of that. And really unusual race. Just feels a little bit...
it's that off camera on the final corner that's catching these drivers out a little bit, I think. And, well, you see that he's not looking too happy there, the number 33, Kai Crawford. He's had a penalty now.
I mean, in some ways, yes, and he's got advantage by contact times 2. In other words, he's been doing far too much. He's gone the wrong side of rubbing his racing versus that's just contact.
That's not the way he would have wanted this race to go, because he's looked fairly impressive, you'd say, in the previous 2 races. So will that affect him? Of course, he is down in all the way down to 12th. So de facto here he's in last place, you would say, when you take that penalty into account. So will that affect his lineup going into the to the finals later? We shall have to wait and see. Which would be a real shame for him, I think, because Crawford's looked good in the previous races.
Yep.
But this final one really falling away from him here.
Absolutely. Last lap board is out then. This is the tightest battle on the track. The third place battle. Gerard Moore holding off Tim Penny through the top part of the lap. Jamie Buchan and Adam Wright would really like to gain a few more positions at the last moment as well. Tim Penny there having a little look as they came over the rise, but nothing on for him there. We've got to look to the last corner though. Joe Holmes is going to come round the last corner and take another win here in the heats at GYG. James Johnston with really impressive pace, and the fastest lap of the race finishes second. I think that's the only driver to deprive Joe Holmes of the fastest lap in a heat race today. So well done to James. Gerard Moore in third, Tim Penny in fourth, ahead of Jamie Buchan in fifth, Adam Wright in sixth, Adam Nather in seventh, Archie Adkins in eighth, ahead of Glenn Orford and Paul Jennings. That's how they round out Heat 10. Heat 11 is already going out onto circuit.
Here we go then with heat number 11 in the heavyweight sprint here. Let's have a look how they line up. Richard Scatchard in first position from Pepe Lucchesi, Joe Wright and Simon Lloyd in fourth position, row 3, Sam Iddles and Tom Edwards. The fourth row made up of Mikey Nichols and Stephen Jennings, row 5, Mike Bodner and Jacob Harris, row number 6, Damien Smith and Kurt Holmes in 12th position. Rest of the field made up of Kevin Taylor-Beebe, Marcel Jamelski, Cody Richards, Rupert Riskin and George English, bringing up the 17th driver in this 17-driver field. So this time, of course, Kurt Holmes, who we saw at the front of the field earlier on, is essentially, I would say, starting at the back. The only people he's ahead of are the C3, the novice drivers, one of whom, of course, is Marcel Chimevsky, who we'll keep an eye out for him because he had a very impressive first race, span out of contention in his second, but didn't give up. Was still charging up the fastest lap. So we'll see how the number 26 gets on as the race gets underway and they charge up the hill for the first time in towards Spoon Corner. Very close start to the race here.
Yeah, it was a drag race up the Dragon Straight there between Scatchard and Lucchesi, but I think Scatchard has come out on top, and indeed I think Joe Wright there is following through and up into second place, I believe. No, sorry, it is Lucchesi who's got up into second. My apologies there.
Looking at number 2 there as Kurt Holmes just jumps to the inside line there, going through carousel, just trying to pick off a couple of places on that first lap. Well, he's just being held up by this battle here a little bit by the number 71, Simon Lloyd.
Simon Lloyd's round. Simon Lloyd, sorry, just ahead of Kurt Holmes, and I don't know if he was helped into that, but Simon Lloyd spun round there as he turned into compression corner. And I think he was able to gather it back up again. It wasn't a 100% spin, but he definitely lost a lot of time there, did Simon Lloyd in the 71. Drops right back down the field. In all of that, Pepe Lucchesi has got up to the lead of the race, but not for long because Richard Scatchard is coming back at him. And look too as well for Joe Wright in the number 11. They'd all like to have a go at leading this race. And I promise we've not sped up a formation lap. This is the genuine battle coming down towards Carousel. The 39 is Sam Iddles as well, trying to get involved. But it is Richard Scatchard who comes back to lead this race in the number 88.
Scatchard certainly controlling this race very well, coming under a lot of pressure from a whole host of drivers here. And Lucchesi, the latest challenger to the lead here. But Scatchard coming down towards the final few corners now, guarding the apex on the inside line. Here they come. Down towards the final corner, and let's have a look at the gap when they go over the line. It's going to be 1 second covering the top 5 drivers. Kurt Holmes, Jacob Harris trying to get involved in this fight for the lead. Simon Lloyd, of course, on the fight back. And the outsider I was talking about there, Marcel Chimevsky, the novice driver, already up to 12th place here. So he'll be trying to close up along with the likes of Mike Bodner and Simon Lloyd to get involved in this fight for the lead, because there's only still, I would say, around 1.5 seconds covering the top 7 drivers here.
Yep, absolutely. It's really not got a lot of field spread here at the head of the field. Richard Scatchard in first, Pepe Lucchesi in second, Mikey Nichols there in the number 36. Sam Iddles and Joe Wright, your top 5 at the moment, but yeah, 3 seconds covered the top 9 coming onto this lap.
Scatchard, to me, looks like he's a little bit defensive at the front here, just looking to guard that lead for the time being. And what this is doing, it's just starting to bring the rest of the pack in the top 10 in towards the leader, as Lucchesi has a look down the inside. Neat little move there through Spoon Corner. He's made the pass stick. Now, can he make that corner? And following through into second place for good measure is Mikey Nichols, who again is going to fight for the lead down towards Carousel. Has a jink on the inside. Oh, he had to bail out of that one. And Lucchesi holds on to his newly acquired lead.
Yeah, indeed. Good defensive driving there from Lucchesi. And Mikey Nichols will look for another opportunity. Kurt Holmes starting to challenge a few drivers in this pack. He got by on Jacob Harris last lap. He's challenging Tom Edwards now at the back of this one. On to lap number 5 we go.
Kurt Holmes right on cue, their fastest lap of the race, bringing the gap down to 1.8 seconds between the top 7 drivers. So he could still very much be a factor in this race. There's a second group just behind these contenders for the lead. Jacob Harris, Jennings, Rickson Bodner, all fighting through there as Lucchesi just starts to pull away as that battle starts to intensify here in the top 5.
Yeah, good move by Scatchard through the top part of the lap, through on Mikey Nichols. So that's the number 88 back up to second place here. Really good run from Richard Scatchard. And it just keeps bunching up again, doesn't it? This is everyone back to Stephen Jennings in that 9th place in this top pack.
Looked like Kurt Holmes there making a move possibly on Tom Edwards, was it? Yes,
Yes,
number 10, yep. So he's just behind the number 11 of Joe Wright. Stephen Jennings still on the charge here, setting the fastest lap of the race. I think those guys on the edge of the top 10 desperately trying to get involved in this fight for the lead as it just starts to spread out a little bit, but there's not much field spread between, I would say, the top 10, 11, 12 drivers.
Yeah, well, behind this top 9, a couple of seconds back from Rupert Rixon is your highest placed Class 3 runner as they go 3 wide into Carousel. This is over second place, and it goes the way of Mikey Nichols, and I think Sam Iddles there has got by. Has he? No, it's still... Yes, it is. The 39 ahead of the 88. 2 drivers with orange helmets, black suits, and double-digit number plates, but it was indeed Sam Iddles who got by there. So Mikey Nichols up into second, Iddles up into third, and I think Kurt Holmes and Joe Wright may have got by as well on Scatchard. So that was a costly lap for Scatchard indeed, down to 6th place. But yeah, there's another battle pack from 10th downwards. Rupert Rixon's doing battle with Chemlevsky and Simon Lloyd as well. So everyone's having fun out there here at GYG.
That black and orange Lapel sort of Alpine Star karting over, they always seem very popular, that colour. I've got one myself actually. It was a very popular colour combination, which makes things a little bit difficult when you're picking out the drivers. No mistaking Kurt Holmes, meanwhile, who's nipped his way down the inside of Scatchard, I believe. Yes, he has. Oh no,
Iddles.
Sam Iddles, sorry, my apologies.
We fell for it.
There we are, yes.
It's down the inside indeed.
Pepe
Good move
Lucchesi,
there.
though, the race leader, he's done very well here. He took the lead early on, snatched that lead with a brave move going up towards the top of the circuit. And he's been on defensive mode ever since here because he's got a lot of challengers here. He's got Mikey Nichols and Kurt Holmes. And I think, would this be the final lap now, I think, Howard, looking at this 45 on the clock?
Yeah, last lap has been shown to the driver of the number 56. Fastest lap of the race from Kurt Holmes, though. This is quite the pressure to have on you in the last lap. Lucchesi will lead them up over the top of the hill. But Mikey Nichols and Kurt Holmes will want to find any which way. Mikey Nichols is going to look to the inside. Is this going to provide an opportunity for Kurt Holmes? It's going to have to be something bold around the outside here as Lucchesi leads them back up the hill for this cresting through these top right-hand corners, heading down towards compression. And the opportunities are running out now for people to challenge Pepe Lucchesi in this number 56 kart. It's going to come round now. It is going to be an opportunity for Mikey Nichols. He's going to go for it into the last corner. And Lucchesi's wide off the circuit. Mikey Nichols will finish on the road first. But we're going to have to see how that one gets called as everyone else has crossed the line in the time of me saying that one sentence. Mikey Nichols was across the line. Kurt Holmes second. Sam Iddles in third. Joe Wright in fourth. Pepe Lucchesi in the end in fifth, ahead of Jacob Harris, Stephen Jennings, Tom Edwards, Richard Scatchard and Rupert Rixon when you're top 10. I would remind you that all confirmed results can be found at results.alphatime.co.uk. I'm not sure I want to call that one either way.
It's tricky one to call that. I think Lucchesi will quite rightly feel wrong with that one, but there again, there was a gap going into that final corner.
It's a tough one. It's a tough one.
I think it's coming back to what we were saying earlier. That last corner is very difficult to make a move stick on there because it's such a tricky little off-cambered corner.
But that's the thing. When you go out wide as well, the camber works against you. It pulls you away.
So is it naturally going to be pulled away into Lucchesi there? So yeah, I think we'll leave that one for the race director to call for definite, I think.
That's why we're in this box, and we're not in that one called race control over
I'm
there.
happy enough here. I think that'll do. I'll be diplomatic, I think, on that one. I think we'll leave that one. But I think both drivers would have a right or a wrong on that one, definitely.
Indeed. Heat number 12, our final heat, is up next. Here's your grid then for the last heat. Vijay Patel will start this one on pole, Anwar Burrell Smith alongside Jason Kirkham and Daniel Underhill at row 2, with Dominic Valance and Stuart Jones on row 3. Row 4 is where we'll find Lenny Wood and Adam Hadfield. Steve Bosley and Jack Giles round out your top 10. Jonathan Wilson and Miguel Hall are row number 6. Row 7 is where we'll find Paul Williams and Adam Napora. Kieran Hyde-Moody and Will Emerson on row 8. Aberrun Das and Luke Winter are on row 9, rounding out an 18 kart grid. And we are ready to go racing for one last time in these heats before we go into the all-important finals. Away we go. Vijay Patel leads them away. That is a mega start from Dan Underhill in the 120, who immediately goes to the head of the field there. That's a full start. I thought so, because as good as it was from Underhill, there was some...
A little bit of pushing the advantage there, you might say.
There were some interesting interpretations of the formation desired there, I'm going to say. Not entirely within... People may have been in tram lines in their mind, but they weren't in the ones that are painted on the track.
And of course, this is going to work against the drivers here somewhat, because this will shorten the race distance. They will still continue the race very shortly, but it does go against their race time, so it just reduces the time for those guys further down the field looking to fight their way through. Of course, Steve Bosley down in 9th on the grid here with a bit of work to do. So, yeah, this effectively, Howard, of course, takes one lap off the drivers with this full start as well. So it just makes things a little bit more difficult for them.
Yep, absolutely. It's going to be slightly harder, as you say. 2 minutes less on that clock. We're going to go for it again, though. How are they going to be on the discipline with the tram lines this time? The 22 of Vijay Patel is your pole sitter. We go racing. That looks a lot better to me. Anwar Brule-Smith, though, swooping around the outside at turn number 1. That was a really good start from the driver on the second on the grid. And he leads them up the hill, round Spoon Corner, as once again we've got blissful sunshine here on the circuit. There's a few wheels being dipped onto the grass, but it looks to me like everybody has got through that section cleanly enough.
And that was what we were talking about earlier, of course. When we looked at Anwar Brule-Smith, he timed the jump there on Vijay to Patel to perfection, you would say. He got the jump on the field and didn't bother turning in to make the corner, just planted it around the outside. And if you can do that, just sheer momentum gets you through into the lead. So Anwar Brule-Smith into the... Oh, trouble there further back. Who is that?
Yeah, Lenny Wood, I think, is one of them. That all looked rather odd to me. I didn't actually see
91.
any...
Oh, that's
91.
Das again. Oh, not been his day so far, because that happened in the first race for him as well. And would that be...
Yeah, so Lenny Wood was the other one. Will Emerson has had some drama out there as well, I think. Well, actually, no. I think he just had... He hasn't had a spin. I think he's just had some kind of drama, little mistake somewhere that's dropped him a few seconds off the bat. But yeah, costly moments for Lenny Wood and Aberrun Das. I don't think they were in the same place in the running order, so I think one of them may have spun off
the
in
yellow
sympathy.
flags coming up here now then through carousel. Hands going up there as the drivers are signalling to each other. I think that coming together on the first lap still being sorted out a little bit there. And this is the first time, of course, in the heat races where Anwar Brule-Smith, the race leader, has in fact, you would say, led a race from its origins here. Most of the races today he's been playing catch up, having to use some racecraft here, but now for the first time he can control the race from the front, and it'll be interesting to see how he controls this race.
Yeah, absolutely, and he's doing exactly what he needs to do with his highest grid position of the randomly allocated grid positions that the drivers get for these heats. This is the last time we will see a randomly generated grid, because obviously the grids are now generated from the points accrued across the heats, as there was somebody sending a cone going into the air there as they came off of the Spoon section of the lap. This is Vijay Patel defending against Jason Kirkham as they start to come down the hill. Dominic Valance is the third kart in the line here. This is the battle over third place. We haven't really mentioned Dan Underhill since that first attempt at the start, but he's running well in second place, a little bit up the road from these three. So Anwar Brule-Smith leading the race with a plum. 1.5 seconds to the good and a new fastest lap of the race. As who's that off? Who's trying to get back onto the track?
Oh, 62 of Adam Hatfield that was then, who's in trouble.
Yeah, costly moment for Hatfield, and you think he had a really good heat earlier on,
really
right at the forefront in his earlier heat in the day, but this one's going to be a costly one for him. That was, there are the leaders coming through, so he's going to have a lot of pressure bearing down on him in a few laps. So that is Jason Kirkham passed on Vijay Patel. So that's a change for third place there, the 55 up into the third spot, and there too going through is Dominic Valance. So 2 drivers through on Vijay Patel. Miguel Hall has arrived on the scene as well. Does he go for a move into paddock? No, he doesn't. He thinks better of it. He keeps his powder dry until he's on the Dragon straight. And he's brought his friends Stuart Jones and Steve Bosley for the party as well.
And of course here as well, with the trouble on the first lap of the race, this is one of the rare races we've seen today where back markers could play a part. You have the blue flags out, of course, with drivers falling down the field. Now, of course, they will be expected to concede track position to the lap drivers, but just adds that little extra bit of anxiety and jeopardy there for the drivers fighting for the lead. Oh, was a little bit of a mistake there. I think was that Stuart Jones. I think
Valence?
Valence, possibly. Yeah, Valence 95, sorry. Just got a wheel on the grass there, but did well to save it. It'll be interesting to see what Dan Underhill can do here in second place. Anwar Smith pulling away, you'll see on the lap charts there. 2 seconds, the gap between first and second. I think Underhill has a bit of a mixed fortune with the races here. He'd be very well versed here just to try and tag on to Burrell Smith as best he can, just to stay away from this. Another ferocious battle here starting to develop for third place. There's been plenty of action in the heavyweights this afternoon, and drivers not afraid to trade paint where they feel it necessary. Here we go once again with another superb battle here for third place with Jason Kirkham. Oh, I think he's just been overtaken there, but very close fight here for third position.
Yeah, absolutely. This is the last lap, remember. If it feels like it's come around quickly, we did lose the 2 minutes due to the false start. Side by side, there's Miguel Hall going for a move there as we're looking to pick up our leaders. There's Lenny Wood, who's a lap down. He'll be having some work to do up through the finals. Oh, and off.
That's Daz again, isn't it?
It is. So that's an issue perhaps between the traffic and the leaders coming through. Anwar Burrell Smith, though, takes the win in heat number 12 for round 3. Daniel Underhill finishes second. Jason Kirkham in third. No, excuse me, Dominic Valance in third. Jason Kirkham in fourth, ahead of Vijay Patel, Miguel Hall, and Stuart Jones. Steve Bosley in eighth. He might have a bit of tough work to do through the finals. Yeah, it's going to have a tricky one, isn't he? Paul Williams in ninth and Jonathan Wilson in 10th.
Adrian Daz, I think, unfortunately, will get the Wooden Spoon Award for this afternoon, but no fault of his own, really. It's just one of these days where it just doesn't go your way, really, and that's about the third or fourth time he's been off this afternoon.
Yeah, he's having a tough one, but may well be his first time at the circuit, getting to grips with all of that.
Well, at least he's got you say he's got the C final at least to try and salvage a bit more points in the final one.
Exactly that. There you are then for your result on Heat 12, and there'll be a little bit of a pause here at the circuit just whilst everyone's sorting out their C final grid. Do hope you're enjoying this coverage. Alpha Live broadcast of round 3 of the 2024 Senior Sprint Championships, coming from Glanigors in North Wales. Myself, Howard Mitchell, and Chris Zora in the comms position for you. And we've now finished our heat races. We will now go into the all-important finals. 3 12-minute races to determine the big points. 25 points it was for a heat win. It's 150 for whoever can win that trophy final in the A final. So we're going to look ahead to that here at the circuit, and we'll be back in a moment with your C final. The drivers then just, doing much the same as we are, actually, just working out the grids and which grid they need to start on. I do believe we've got the grids here in the box, so perhaps a little sooner than some of the drivers know. Let's go through the grids here on your stream, on your broadcast here with Alpha Live. Richard Scatchard and Kieran Hyde-Moody will start this one on row 1. Jay Mooney and Luke Winter are next, ahead of George English and Mike Bodner on row number 3. Row 4 is where we'll find Will Emerson and Simon Dean, Lenny Wood and Jack Giles on row 5. Lenny Wood, I think, has had a difficult time of it through those heats. Damien Smith and Eddie Lonergan are on row 6. Then it's Kevin Taylor Beebe and Luke Somerville on row 7. Mark Houston and Cody Richards on row 8. Luke Leonard and Vinod Hirani on row number 9. Adam Nepora and Zayu Wu and Abirun Das round out the 21 drivers in this C final, and it is a different system this year. Previously, you may have been familiar with 4 promotion or repechage spots from the C final to the B. It's changed this season, so it's only the top 2 who will get through, and the top 4 of the B final will get promoted. So different balance now between the C final promotees and the B final promotees.
You would say that makes sense in the terms of just weighting it towards the midfield runners, you would say. It makes it more important, of course, to get a good, consistent result, because at least if you can get yourself in that B final, worst case scenario, you have got more chance of getting through to the all-important A final. Noticing there, of course, Richard Scatchard on the front row of the grid for the C final. I must admit, I'm surprised to see him in the C final. It must have been very tight on the points there, because he did show some good races earlier. But yeah, it just goes to show how important the consistency is across the 3 races. You can't afford. I think there was the one heat race where he dropped some serious points, and it's just enough to tip him into the C final, which I'm sure is where he wouldn't particularly want to be right now, as final preparations being made. Those C final drivers getting themselves into position, and I think poor old Daz at the back there, number 91, of course, he's had a difficult day so far, and I would say starting at the back of the grid through no real fault of his own. So I'll keep an eye on him as the race goes on, and hopefully he'll have a bit of better luck this time. Might be able to salvage a few points as the C final about to get underway. Of course, victories available in itself, of course, in the C final. It is a race in its own right, not just a qualifier, but in the back of the drivers' minds, of course, is the repechage element of this race, with the top 2 drivers progressing to the B final. And of course, it's always going to be difficult, but there's no reason to say they couldn't progress yet further to the A final, of course. So yeah, plenty still going on here with 3 races to go, but of course 3 very important races coming up as our finals. Drivers now making final preparations and getting themselves ready and onto the grid in just a few moments.
Yep, absolutely. And if you're watching this and you're going, this looks mighty fun, how do I get involved? I would recommend heading over to club100.co.uk for all of the details of the various championships that Club 100 run. There's all sorts of series that they run these days. We've mentioned, naturally, being as it's the Senior Sprints broadcast, we've mentioned the Sprints Championship for seniors. There's obviously the cadets and the juniors. But beyond that, we've got all sorts. We've got the Club 100 Experience Championship. We've got the SP60 Championship. We've got the Endurances. If you're a student watching this, there's the British University's Karting Championship. Look up details of your university's karting club. And if they don't have one, start one, for goodness sake, and come and join us and do some good racing.
It's one that's worth looking at here, because especially when you see these karts close up, it is an arrive and drive sort of base series, but this is pretty far removed, I think, from your classic stag do and birthday party corporate karts you get. These are pretty serious racing machines, of course, powered by the 125 Rotax engines, 2-stroke machinery, race tyres. It is very much set up towards a full-blown race series, and these are really serious pieces of kit. The kart parity, of course, we talk about how well the karts are maintained between the drivers. They do have, of course, in the A final, the opportunity to make sure that they're happy with their kart lineups here, of course. But yeah, if you're interested in getting involved in this, pop along to the Club 100 website. It's also on social media as well. And there is the opportunity to get involved in this series. If you're watching this stream as a newcomer, if you like what you see, it's a great entry level, of course, as well, if you're interested in karting and want to see how you can get on the ladder as well. So you would say more modest race fees and having to buy the kart yourself, of course. So yeah, do get along to check out the action here at Club 100. And like we're saying there, Howard, of course, with these, it is an arrive and drive setup, but this is quite far removed. I was just saying there, of course, using your example as your birthday or stag do sort of corporate karts. This is a whole different ball game, really. These are proper serious racing machines, lovely 2-stroke Rotax engines, and the Rotaxes really do shift when they're out there.
You see it reflected the most when when we have the cadets and the juniors series, and you ask these younger drivers, it's like who have just made that change, right? A lot of these drivers have been doing this for years. It's not that they don't appreciate it, but they've become used to this speed. You ask those cadets, you ask those juniors, like, what do you like about Club 100? What's the first thing they say? It doesn't matter what age they are. They'll just go, they're fast, and that they are. It's that big step up.
It's an eye-opener. When you first get into a 2-stroke race kart, it's a real eye-opener, the power band and just how much power there is on there as well. They really do travel down the road quite quickly.
Yes, the first time I got into one of these Club 100 karts, it was the first time I'd ever driven a kart this high. I've never been in owner racing before, and I got into one of these, and I can't say what I screamed the first time I put my foot down. Actually, it's not entirely broadcastable, but they're a lot of fun.
Of course, these the tyres as well. You're looking more towards a more competition kind of spec tyre as well.
Absolutely.
I was just making the comparison there to the corporate karting. They tend to have a more friendlier, sort of hard-wearing tyre, you would say. But when you get into these sorts of karts, you see drivers jinking about to keep the tyres warm. You really do have to do that because they got a tendency to understeer off the course if you pile on too much on cold tyres.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a challenge, and of course, slick tyres as well if it gets wet. We haven't seen it at all this weekend, but part of the unique challenge here, it's just not time or cost effective to go and change all of the tyres over to wets on a set of CLUB100 karts. The solution? You've got to learn how to do it on slicks in the wet.
Arrive and drive racing in the wet on slicks. That is always fantastic fun, I have to say.
Absolutely. And the best, I distinctly remember an interview where Rubens Barrichello was talking about techniques that he and his dad used to train when he was younger. And he said, if it was raining, we stuck slicks on the kart and out I went. So I learnt how to find the grip out there.
That was, good reply. They said, don't knock it, of course. Yeah, because it's certainly get some skills from doing that as well.
Absolutely. Absolutely. You see many a CLUB100 driver doing rather well in this and other categories when it starts to rain, which thankfully isn't a concern.
It's like Gilles Villeneuve and his snowmobile in the 70s. He always said he was so good in the wet because of the snowmobile racing in Canada. So back to the track then, and we get underway with our C final with, of course, Richard Scatchard leading the way. I was saying there, of course, perhaps slightly unexpectedly to see him in the C final after some good results earlier on, but that bad score perhaps just dropping him down just enough to nudge him into the... Oh, is that him gone off, actually?
That is indeed Scatchard off.
Oh, no.
At the top of the hill. He clearly feels he was helped into that one.
Yeah, he was pushed out a bit wide going into the spoon corner. Whether that was anything... whether the stewards will have anything to say about that, I don't know. But he was on the wrong side of the track, you would say. And that's just how a race can unravel for you sometimes. He would say he was very much a favourite to... try and get that progress through to the B final. Now he's just got to try and get back on the course now.
Oh, and around has gone Jay Mooney. He was leading as well.
So
he inherited the lead. Someone else has spun in sympathy. Oh, am I going to be able to...
We're waiting for a winner here. We don't seem to be getting one at the moment as his first lap goes. So it's Luke Winter this time that leads the way. So yeah, for the likes of Winter there, and of course Richard Scatchard, they've just got to try and fight back now and salvage what points they can. It's going to be a real tall order for them to go any further today. As Luke Winter leads from Kieran Hyde-Moody in second place. Winter, of course, has done very well to avoid the trouble on the first lap. Was that a warning there for, was it English, I think? Contact warning. George English, yes. So whether that was an incident with with claimed Richard Scatchard, I wonder. But in any case, he's just got away with a warning there, so the race goes on for him.
I'm appreciating the classic vintage comms line, by the way, there as well, about yes, nobody seemed to want to lead this race. Luke Winter, though.
That one from, don't you?
Oh, I do. I absolutely do. Luke Winter taking the lead of the race, though. He's
got a penalty now for omitting the circuit. So.
Yes, he has.
Oh dear.
And I wonder if that was. Did he spin off so far that he thought it best to rejoin?
Perhaps he's gone back on at the top of the hill, straight through onto the second pass.
I wonder if that was just he thought, well, I've spun off so far, I'll rejoin where the nearest bit of track is. But under the rules, you can't do that. You've got to go back onto the track where you came off.
Comes back to the old regulation of respecting the race distance, I suppose, really. So, yeah, that's a bit unfortunate there for Richard Scatchard, and a real shame for him because he started on pole position. And you would say on his heat race form, perhaps a bit unfortunate to wind up in the C final as well. But this just goes to show how, of course, this is a race in its own right, but this is a race where for drivers looking to get further up the grid, you really want to avoid being in this race at all, because through no massive fault of your own, you could find yourself at the back of the field and essentially out of the meeting here.
Yeah, Kevin Taylor-Beebe has had, unfortunately, a drama of that nature. The number 72 dropping right to the back of the field. Right then, what is the situation? Luke Winter leads the race by 1.5 seconds. Kieran Hyde-Moody is next. We're looking a little further back. This is the battle over 5th place we were just looking at there, which is Lenny Wood is there in the 40 kart and Mike Bodner in the 21. These are two of our super heavyweight drivers. two very experienced drivers, I have to say, who would ordinarily, I think, not expect to be battling away in this C final.
It's very competitive here at Glanigorse, and we've had a real variety of fortunes here, you would say, because there are some pretty decent drivers out here in the C final, and there's still plenty of warnings going out here. Of course, you have the contact warning and now the curb warning for the 117 of Jay Mooney. Another contact warning, so that's two, I believe, contact warnings now for the 117 down in the midfield. So it won't really have any massive repercussion towards the front of the race here, as Jack Giles gets to work here. The number 44, fastest lap of the race, 4.4 seconds down on the leader right now. We see the number 32 going through there, Luke Somerville just behind Eddie Lonergan, and Vinod Hirani in there, number 45. That's a driver who's had a difficult day, Hirani. So
it's a change for position as well. Cody Richards is through on Hirani now, so the number 87 up into 12th place ahead of the 45 as we cut back to the battle over 5th place as they come through here to, this is the Lonergan battle once again.
He's just on the edge of the top 10, of course, there. Eddie Lonergan, Cody Richards, Hirani, Abiran Daz, number 91. I tell you, he's having a decent race here after a disastrous heat and starting right at the back of the field. Daz has fought through to 14th position here. So
heart in the mouth moment there for the 87 of Richards.
Yeah, I think shout out there for number 91. He's had a good fight back here after a disastrous heat race. So let's hope it was in there just a little bit further behind this fight as we look at the number 45, Vinod Hirani, at the back of the still group here. We haven't really seen much of Luke Winter or Kieran Hyde Moody at the moment, and that's with good reason, you would say, because they're nicely out away at the front of the field, looking quite comfortable for the B final right now.
They are to an extent. If George English, though, can find some pace, it'd be good if we can have a look perhaps further up the order. This is a bit further up the order. This is the battle over 5th place. Still Lenny Wood, and you can see further up the road there. That's Will Emerson, the next up the road, the driver with the white helmet and the blue suit.
Jack Giles showing some good pace over the last 2 laps. The fastest lap a couple of laps ago, still running in the low 52s, but can't find a way past Damien Smith or Mike Bodner here. So there he is, number 44. And, well, he's just stranded there a little bit now. He's just desperately trying to get past this group. But, of course, at this stage of the race, I don't think Damien Smith or Mike Bodner are going to concede position all that easily. So Jack Giles, certainly with a bit of work to do, stuck at the back of this group of drivers right now.
Yep, absolutely. It's a difficult time there, as there's a takeout penalty for Adam Napora. And as well, we haven't covered it, Luke Leonard as well has had a bump and pass penalty. Now, if there's been a takeout penalty, that means there's been a takeout. And it doesn't mean someone's gone and got themselves some ramen noodles or something. They've gone and taken out another competitor. So is anyone dropping down the order? Well, ironically, Luke Leonard is dropping down the order.
Yeah, so Napor, of course, down in 17th. So, yeah, this is action a little bit further down the field. Looking at the timing charts, it looks like Hyde Moody just starting to put the pressure back on Luke Winter at the front as we look at this very close battle towards the edge of the top 10. There's the number 40 of Lenny Wood, just withstanding that pressure. Still, Jack Giles can't find a way through at the moment. He's hovering all over the back of Damien Smith here, but number 44 at the moment looks like 8th is about as high as he's going to go.
Absolutely. Luke Winter crosses the line then in the lead of this race, and the gap is closing here at the head of the field. Kieran Hyde Moody is closing the gap. George English and Will Emerson are getting closer as well, as we're looking still at this battle over 5th place. And there is fastest lap of the race confirmed for Hyde Moody, so he's really taking the fight at the front of the field here. As the battle for 5th place comes down towards Carousel. You can just see ahead of them that was George English and Will Emerson. They're the drivers next up the road. Looks to me, just looking out the window, like the battle for the lead has really closed up, though.
Towards the final corner now. The 2 race leaders, Luke Winter and Kieran Hyde Moody, is really starting to close onto the back wheel as they make their way through the first corner. Here we see the battle coming out of the final corner. Still with Lenny Wood, you'll see Hyde Moody, another fastest lap here. The gap goes down to 0.4 of a second at the front. Meanwhile, Mike Bodner, Damien Smith fighting with Lenny Wood here as they make their way up to the top corner. Through the spoon corner they go. It's George English and Will Emerson, and there is the number 84 of English. As, having a peek down the inside there is Jack Giles as English picks up a track limit warning. And here is the battle for the lead here with Luke Winter with the white helmet and the black and green overalls. Second place, Kieran Hyde-Moody. Dark coloured overalls there, the black and blue ones in second position. There we go. So you see that Winter was controlling the race quite comfortably at one stage, but Hyde-Moody has been chipping away over the last 3 or 4 laps and bringing this down. It was 0.4 of a second. Here we go over the line. Let's have a look at what's happened now as they go through, and still hovering around half a second.
It strikes me that Luke Winter seems confident in this first part of the lap where it's high speed, and I feel like Hyde-Moody closes up a bit as they come through the sweepers at the end of the lap. Just as I was looking at it there, we've got a driver off.
There with the driver off. Yeah, I think you could be right here. You get this dynamic sometimes where the drivers a lot quicker on one part of the track, a lot slower on the other, but they realise that it balances itself out. So yeah, we'll have a look at that, Howard. I think you could certainly be right there, because of course we're back under racing conditions, past the spinning driver here. So Winter back onto the power. There is a lap driver. Is that Luke Leonard, I think, in front?
Is, yeah. I just feel like he closes up around this part of the lap.
Devil's Elbow, a lot quicker, isn't he?
Yeah, and there is blue flags being shown to the driver ahead. Is this going to be the opportunity? Ordinarily, you'd hope that and that's good driving from Luke Leonard there. Makes way for the driver. He's got to be careful he doesn't compromise second place if he can at all help it through Spoon as well, though.
Not a particularly nice part of the track to encounter a lapper, is it really?
It's not. But that's good as well.
Yeah, he did well there. And very sporting there from Hyde-Moody. Gives the thumbs up to him. And I think the lapper there, the 85 Luke Leonard, did very well to try and stay out of that fight for the lead. Not really affecting things too much. So, yeah, we'll have a look at this again, Howard, as what you were saying here. Looks like Hyde-Moody's dropped back a bit here, but then we go down to the second part of the lap, and especially through Devil's Elbow. Hyde-Moody looks a lot quicker through there, and again reels back in as we look again at George English here, number 84 in third. 2.7 seconds down on the leaders who have already gone round the final corner. So time running out here for the number 84 in third place, although he's having to fight here, of course, with Will Emerson in fourth position.
Adam Napora was your spinner at the top of the hill, I think, a couple of laps ago. And I think that he was helped into it by Richard Scatchard, because to rub salt into the wound of Richard Scatchard's final race here, C-finals race here, he's got an ABC taking out penalty as well. So it's going to be a costly one for him, as having a real look here for third place is Will Emerson on George English, but just can't find a way through. And look how this has closed up for the lead as well between Luke Winter and Hyde-Moody. Now this is an interesting dynamic here. They're going to see the last lap board this time around. Both of these drivers will want a win. Both of these drivers will know the significance of the position they currently occupy. So how much do you go for this if you're Hyde-Moody as they come onto the last lap?
So here we go, and as you can see on your timing screens, less than a quarter of a second between the top two as they go through. Pretty much identical on that pace, although Hyde-Moody just pulling a few tenths. Here they come up towards Spoon Corner, up towards the top of the circuit now, and you can see Winter very defensively guarding that line, although Hyde-Moody with a nice drive out of the corner down towards Carousel. Winter looking this way and that, and there could have been the potential there for a dummy from Hyde-Moody, but thinks better of it and just falls in behind Winter. This is the part of the circuit I think Hyde-Moody will know that he's quicker through this final part of the lap. And here they come down towards the final few corners, down towards Devil's Elbow. If this is where the move's going to be, this is where it will happen. Here they come down towards Devil's Elbow for the final time, and you can see Hyde-Moody right on the rear bumper here of the race leader Winter. Into the final corner they go, but they're going to fall through line astern. Winter takes the checkered flag, Hyde-Moody second. They both go through to the B final. George English tantalisingly further back in third from Will Emerson, and then, too close to call here. Lenny Wood, Jack Giles, Mike Bodner, Damien Smith, Luke Somerville. Good fight back there for Somerville, and Simon Dean rounding out the top 10.
Yes, indeed. And it was very close across the line there between Lonergan and Harani after a race-long battle as well there for 13th place. So Luke Winter and Hyde-Moody, provisionally at least we say, have bagged themselves the positions on the back of that B final grid, which otherwise is sat in the dummy on the dummy grid in the pit lane, ready to go. Good win there for Luke Winter, and we'll be looking to get that B final going any moment now
And of course, with these being finals, of course, even the drivers who do not progress through to the B final, there's still points offer for them. So, yeah, very important final lap there for quite a few drivers, I think.
Absolutely. It's not all about the promotion. It's about maximising the points that you can from the race that you're in. The B final is coming up next here at GYG. Let's take a look at your grid then for the B final here for round 3. Joe Wright starts this one on pole. Tom Edwards alongside him. Jonathan Wilson and Jacob Harris on row 2. Row 3 is Paul Williams and Heinrich Watson-Miller. Row 4 is where we find Tim Hill and Yusuf Sohajono. Alex Pritchard and Archie Adkins rounds out your top 10 ahead of Steve Lindley and Jason Kirkham. Simon Lloyd and Stuart Kirk are on row 7 of this grid, with row 8 occupied by Paul Jennings and James Bate. Vijay Patel and Jamie Buchan are on row number 9. Marcel Chumlevsky and Ben Smith round out the top 20. Kai Crawford and Steve Bosley are next, 2 fast drivers there on row 11 ahead of Adam Hadfield and Rupert Rickson, rounding out the provisional grid. And I say provisional just because we are checking the confirmed results. Luke Winter and Kieran Hyde-Moody will be on the 13th row, having been promoted from the C final. The other thing I haven't checked is how many Class 3 novice drivers we've got and how many super heavyweights. And none of the podium positions were confirmed by that C final because enough members of each class have qualified for the B and A finals. What I can say is that there are no Class 3 drivers at the moment on the A final grid, so your Class 3 podium is highly likely to get determined in this race. Potentially not. Potentially you could get multiple Class 3s getting the promotion spots, and then the race goes on to the A final. We've got 2 super heavyweights at the moment in that A final as well. So whoever finishes highest of the super heavyweights in this would bag either a chance to challenge those top 2 or secure the first step, or not the first step, the third place step on that super heavyweight podium. Is that the first step? Because they're the first ones called out onto the...
It'd be close, wouldn't it? But what I would say is for definite here, there were 1 or 2 people calling out on the broadcast about what a race this is going to be in the B final. Some of the drivers in this one, and well, you see there, of course, the number 33 in there as well. And well, we look at Alex Pritchard down in 9th place. So Steve Lindley, of course, we talked about him and the difficulties he has had this afternoon. He's down in 11th. And then Jamie Buchan down there, Steve Bosley down in 22nd, amongst many others. And, of course, many points on offer, of course, in this B final in itself, but they've also got to try and get into the top 4 to progress to the A final, especially with some of the championship big hitters. So there's a lot of drivers, and just to give an idea, there's 3 points separating the top 12 drivers. So this is all very closely poised here as well. Kai Crawford there, of course, down in 21st position, the number 33. And that's been a driver who's been fighting amongst the front runners earlier on today as well, so he's got a lot of work to do. There's some fast drivers fighting through the field. And, of course, Marcel Chmeski, of course, he was hampered by that bad second race that he dropped down pretty much at the back of the field. I think he should be higher up than he actually is, in 19th on the grid, so he could be another factor. He's been making a lot of passes this afternoon, and he's one of the novice. He was the 3rd novice driver, I believe, on the grid. Archie Atkins in 10th position is the leading Class 3 driver, so he could be perhaps with an outside chance of making that A final, possibly. So, yeah, there's too much going on in this race throughout the field to call you, and then we'd have to see how it pans out here, because this really is, I think, how this is going to be wide open, this one.
Absolutely. This is going to be one of the more dramatic races of the day, I think, and with that change in the rules, the 4 promotion spots rather than 2, so a few more golden tickets going the way of these drivers, but it feels like there's all the more drivers who would expect to get them. So
yes, it's going to be there's going to be a few that lose out, I think, on this one, definitely. So here we go. This first lap, very important here. Very important to get a good start, gain positions, but crucially, of course, not to find yourself on the grass or in the barriers. Here they come through the spoon corner for the first time.
there's
Oh,
contact
look
there.
how tight this is, 4 abreast. And, oh, incredibly, they just about make it. Whoa.
I have no idea how everyone's still facing the right way, but that they
That
are,
was
so
awesome.
let's carry on. Joe Wright is in the lead. I think what it was that Tom Edwards and Jonathan Wilson got very tight, close together on the apex as they turn into spoon. And what I thought was happening was I thought Jonathan Wilson was then going to skirt wide after a bit of a touch on the curb, but they managed to keep it all going as they stream down the hill. Somehow they've found themselves into something akin to single file, but Alex Pritchard tried to make a move early on there down the hill, and he has made that move stick. How are they lined up then at the end of this first lap? Joe Wright has retained that lead. Jonathan Wilson in second. Heinrich Watson-Miller up to third. Big mover on that first lap was Steve Lindley up 7 places
6th place.
into 6th place. That's a huge start there for Stephen Lindley. Here is the front of the field. Jonathan Wilson in the 106 chasing the 11 of Joe Wright. That's Heinrich Watson-Miller in third, and fourth at the moment in the last of those promotion spots as it stands at the moment is Jacob Harris as Tim Hill goes for a move on Paul Williams there, and Alex Pritchard goes by as well. Steve
Lindley's on the
Lindley.
grass.
Steve Lindley going for the rallycross line there off of the carousel, and that's going to cost him dearly, and he's dropping. Look how he's dropping down the order. He's out on the grass again.
Yeah, yellow flags are being waved there, so he got it wrong again. Oh, it's not been his day at all, Paul Lindley. And look at this, there's banging wheels here. Whether the race control have something to say about that, because it's getting quite tasty out there. The number 98, incidentally, that of course is Archie Atkins, who's just had the contact warning. That is still your lead Class 3 driver, so he's still with an outside chance.
He is, but that was a contact that happened between him and
he's had a
Tim Hill.
penalty actually
Yeah.
right on cue, so yeah, they've determined to
Forcing a driver wide is the penalty there. It's all changed at the front as well. Jonathan Wilson to the head of the field. Heinrich Watson-Miller as well. Something's happened to Joe Wright there because Joe Wright is now battling away with Jacob Harris. Your top 4 are still the same group of people, but they're not in the same order that they started this lap. Jonathan Wilson then in the 106. Heinrich Watson-Miller in the 46. And then it's Joe Wright in the 11 and the 79 of Jacob Harris.
in amongst all that as well. Alex Pritchard up to 6th place. He made a 4th place on the previous lap. So we're desperately trying to tag on to this fight for the lead now as it just starts to settle into a little bit of an order here. We've got Wilson leading from Watson-Miller, Wright, Harris, Edwards in 5th. Pritchard fastest lap of the race. A contact warning again for Archie Atkins. So the lead novice driver looking to, well, he's dropped down through to 14th now. And Chemevsky moving up to 13th, and that was the driver saying at the start who's been quite a frequent overtaker in the heat races, so he's living up to that in the B final here. There he is, actually, the number 26. So yeah, I would say he'd be an outsider to make the top 4, but he's certainly giving it a good go to get into the top 10 at this stage.
Yep, absolutely. It's a lot of drivers pushing hard here to try and get on terms. I mean, there's still surprisingly, given how much drama we saw in the first few laps, there's not a huge amount of field spread here, actually.
It's still fairly close, isn't it?
There's a gap back from Alex Pritchard in 6th back to this pack we're seeing here, which is headed up by Tim Hill. So you can see him just at the head of that queue there.
Alex Pritchard charging in 6th, trying desperately to get, of course, with Tom Edwards. That could be the key to get into those crucial top 4 places. And, of course, for these guys further down in the top 10, as we see a straight cone there. I wonder who's that going to be. But points for all the other drivers, of course, in terms of the overalls here as well, and their points for the weekend.
Absolutely, absolutely. Drivers just want to maximise the points at the end of the day. It's closing up between the top 4. Here we go. Nose to tail here at the head of it. And as you rightly pointed out, Tom Edwards and Alex Pritchard both pushing up onto the back of this. So suddenly we're going to have 6 drivers at the head of this one. And in terms of the promotion spots, 6 into 4 doesn't go. And
there they are to the back of the screen here, rapidly catching up here. Another fastest lap here for Alex Pritchard.
Yeah, and I think Jacob Harris is starting to feel the pressure here. He'd dearly like to put a move on Joe Wright, so he's got a bit of a rear gunner. He's got one position in hand, and he's got the job done. That was a nice move there from Jacob Harris. And he's having a look at Jonathan Wilson as well, but Wilson will have the inside line at the corner. And behind them, Tom Edwards down the inside of Joe Wright for 4th place. Has he been able to make that stick? He couldn't because It slowed him down too much on the exit of Carousel. And what that's allowed is not just Joe Wright to come back through, but Alex Pritchard to come through as well. And Alex Pritchard is challenging Joe Wright for the last of the promotion spots, and he's through at Devil's Elbow. Now, that didn't look too bad to me in terms of contact. There was a little bit of rubbing side pod to side pod, but from my perspective, Joe Wright just seemed to me to get offline and get out the rhythm.
Kind of on the right side, I would say there. But one thing these drivers can't afford to do right now is to hold themselves up too much here, because here they come through the rest of the field, the edge of the top 10. I mean, there must be about at least 15 drivers pretty much nose to tail.
I think it's 7th of Tim Hill down to the 24th of Vijay Patel, are all in that train.
Whole host of drivers charging on the edge of the top 10. Now, these top 4 drivers have got a small cushion here. We're looking about 3 seconds between this whole group of drivers, too close to call right now. Anything happens with the top 4 here, if they start getting together and pushing each other wide, if these lot get sucked in, this could blow the whole race wide open, I think.
I'll tell you what, it's a good job the penalties in this series are position-based, not time-based, else this would be an extremely expensive race. Jason Kirkham on the move that time around. He and Paul Jennings getting by on Paul Williams on that lap in this queue.
Starting to hot up at the front here, though, of course, as Watson Miller leads, and you'll see that Alex Pritchard is now into 4th position. Tom Edwards just a little bit behind in 5th, as you see Pritchard having a peek down the inside of Jacob Harris. Less than a second covering the top 4, so with just over 5 minutes to go in this B final, it was just starting to settle down, and now concertinaing together with the top 4. But you'll see just at the back of your screen any moment now, of course, the jeopardy here is these 4 drivers really don't want to afford to be too aggressive here and suck the rest of those top 10 drivers into this battle, because it's all very close to the edge of the top 10. It's just starting to get a little bit tighter here as Alex Pritchard trying to time his moment here as they make their way up towards the spoon corner, heading towards the top of the hill right now. Here they come. Watson Miller still leading. Wilson from Harris. Pritchard still there in 4th. Here they come. Neat little move down the inside there for Harris.
Brilliant
That came
move.
out of nowhere, that one.
Fantastic move there by Jacob Harris. Gives himself another cushion, if you like, on the promotion spots, and leaves Jonathan Wilson exposed to attack by Alex Pritchard, which he's able to fend off for now, but Tom Edwards is now right on the scene. And that was a big move there for Jacob Harris in order to give himself, well, as I say, a bit more of a cushion now. He's up there into 2nd place. And
It's all panning out very nicely right now for Heinrich Watson Miller, the race leader, of course, who's got the tiniest of advantage at the front now. It's 0.6 of a second, but that feels like a lifetime when you see how close this race is. Harris, Wilson, Pritchard, Edwards still there. And of course, Pritchard on the bubble right now, with Tom Edwards looking to stay involved in this battle. Joe Wright just falling behind a little bit now in 6th place, and is in danger here of being caught up by the rest of the top 10 of the contact warning there for Alex Pritchard. So he's got to be careful here.
Everyone remember when Steve Lindley was going across the grass twice on lap number 1 and he was at the back of the pack?
It's
26 karts in this field. He's now up to 13th.
Well,
he's pushing like crazy here.
Not giving up, is he?
No.
You would say here, I think these guys in the 10, 15 positions, they're all outsiders now in terms of the repechage positions, but anything happens at this fight for the lead. It's finally poised here. There's a penalty for Archie Atkins, a contact warning, and so that's another one now, so he'll be penalised for that.
He will, yeah. That's 2 times 2 that he's had that. As there's a cone warning for Heinrich Watson Miller. Don't do it, Heinrich. You're in the lead.
Yeah, you've got to be careful here, isn't he?
You've got to hold on to it, mate. But, yeah, he's controlling this one well enough. Alex Pritchard applying pressure to Jacob Harris. Now, how much will Jacob fight this one? You've got to wonder, because, you know, he's a savvy driver. He was in this comms box a week ago. He knows how this works. He knows that he can allow Pritchard through and still have the promotion spot onto that A final grid. But he is also a racing driver, and thus would quite like to win the race.
I think in these situations, it's I think your racer's instinct has to kick in here, and you don't want to be too keen to let people through here, because he has still got that cushion. He has got a driver separating him from 4th position here, and he is actually starting to challenge Watson Miller for the lead here as they make their way to the top of the circuit. Harris down the inside. He's tried to make that work before. Didn't quite come off this time. And, of course, Alex Pritchard sitting there in 3rd place, ready to poise on this fight for the lead. And Watson Miller, as Chemowski sets another fastest lap here, he could still, again, relying on other people making a mistake, but Chemowski, the C3 driver, could still be an outside chance of making the A final here.
Yeah, indeed. I mean, in a way, Harris has got the benefit. He can go to the inside, half in attack and half in defence at the moment at some of these corners. As still at least a couple of laps to go in this one. 12 minutes, don't forget, these finals races. Behind these three, don't forget, the last of those promotion spots is still to be decided. Jonathan Wilson only a couple of tenths ahead of Tom Edwards. You can see them there. I think at the moment they're working together a little bit to get onto terms with these top three. And there's the move from Alex Pritchard through on Jacob Harris. The number 4 up to second place. You could see already that look from Harris. He wants to know, where are the other karts? How much time has that lost me in the pursuit of one of these promotion spots?
This could be dangerous here, though, because Jonathan Wilson and Tom Edwards still involved in this one. So there are still 5 drivers now in this fight. So somebody's going to be going home after this.
There are indeed.
If things stay as they are.
I've been working the abacus and the slide rule, and once again, I can tell you that 5 into 4 does not go.
So here we go. I think this is going to be the final lap, I believe, here. Howard, yep, well, last lap to go. Here we go. So Watson Miller from Pritchard, Harris, Wilson, and 1.2 seconds covering victory and your BFH here, you would say, between these drivers. Yeah, that's so close here, and no margin for error whatsoever here on the final lap.
Can Alex Pritchard challenge for the lead, though? He dearly liked the win. He's got a massive switchback move there out of Spoon Corner. Very late apex, but Watson Miller knows about that. He covers the inside brilliantly there into Carousel. He knows he wants this trophy for the B final win as they come around the top part of the circuit. Still drama for Tim Hill has dropped to the back of the field, by the way, in all of this. I can see further down the order, so not a day to remember for Tim Hill. He'll be scoring far fewer points than he would have hoped to have done so. Heinrich Watson Miller, though, has controlled this race brilliantly. There's a bit of contact in the last corner, but it's still Watson Miller who crosses the line in first. Alex Pritchard in second. Jacob Harris in third. Jonathan Wilson in fourth. Provisionally, those are your promotees up onto the back of the A final grid. Tom Edwards in fifth. 92 thousandths away from getting a promotion spot. That one might sting a little bit, but it was a very good drive nonetheless from the driver of the number 10. Joe Wright in 6th. Marcel Chmielewski in 7th. Fastest lap of the race. And your winner in Class 3, I think we can say. I'll just double-check the A final grid. But there are no novice drivers there, so Chmielewski is your winner for round 3 in Class 3. Paul Jennings in 8th, Jason Kirkham in 9th, Steve Bosley in 10th in the end. Tough day at the races for him in some ways. Steve Lindley, what a recovery drive up to 11th. I'm sure he'll be frustrated and it'll be a case of what might have been, but that is highly impressive nonetheless. Archie Adkins, your second highest Class 3 driver of the day, in 12th. I'm just going to skip down the order to some of the key headlines. Kieran Hyde-Moody, your third place, rounding out the podium in Class 3. And well done to Stuart Kirk as well, who finished 20th there, and thus is your third place super heavyweight of the day. There are 2 super heavyweights in that A final. So that's how they go. That's how they wrap up there in the B final. And we have just one more race to go, folks. It's the big trophy final here for our heavyweights. The A final coming up next for you here at GYG. So, as the A final gets ready in the pit lane, let's do the grid. Let's take you through how they're going to line up for this one. And it reads like quite the enticing grid here, funnily enough. We've had some very impressive drives from all of these drivers so far today, and it's going to be interesting. Joe Holmes in the number 1 kart starts on pole. Kurt Holmes in the number 2 kart starts alongside. Anwar Barul Smith and Scott Parker are your second row of the grid. Adam Wright and Tim Penny are row number 3. On row 4, we have Adam Nather and James Johnston. Mo Hassan and Miguel Hall round out your top 10 ahead of Dominic Valance and Daniel Underhill on row number 6. On row 7, we find Glenn Orford and it'll be Gerard Moore. There we go. Pepe Lechese and Mikey Nichols on row 8. Row 9 for Stephen Jennings and Stuart Jones. Richard Newton is your highest placed super heavyweight runner coming into this final, ahead of Sam Iddles to round out the top 20. Matt Jones and Bill Taylor, your other super heavyweight qualifier for this, rounds out the 22 kart provisional grid. They will be joined by the confirmed promotees from the B final, which will be Heinrich Watson-Miller and Alex Pritchard on row 12, and Jacob Harris and Jonathan Wilson on row 13 for a 26 kart grid. That's how they line up. Now, I have to include a bit of an announcement here, and I arguably could have done this earlier on in heat number 9, because heat number 9 was won by Scott Parker. I'd like to give a huge shout out to his mom, to Claire Parker, who got in touch with us earlier in the week to ask. He said, we can't be there, his mom and dad can't be here, but it's going to be his birthday. Can you give him a shout out? Well, yes, we can, Claire. So it's a happy birthday to Scott Parker. It's a happy birthday, and it's his 30th birthday as well. I'm not sure if he wants me to tell everybody that. Different people have different perspectives as they enter their fourth decade.
He's all right.
He can't hear it. I embraced my fourth decade arriving. It's good. Be proud of it, Scott. And he's celebrated it with a heat win. I mean, you can't say fairer that that's not what I did with my 30th birthday. So, happy birthday to Scott Parker, and a shout out to all his family. And well, he pulled a heat win out the bag there, didn't he? And he's sat in fourth on the grid here. He could yet have even more success.
It's better than my 30th birthday party. We had a private hire at a motocross track, and the air ambulance ended up showing up later on.
Oh, goodness, okay. I had a murder mystery party. But yeah.
In light of all that, I think day at the karting sounds a bit more sensible, especially if you won as well.
It does, yeah. But yeah, happy birthday to Scott, and congratulations on that heat win. And well, what could the A final have in store for him?
Yeah, fourth on the grid. You wouldn't put it past him. And we've seen, of course, a few times, if you can get the jump on the outside, it's a fairly open start here, of course. You've got the advantage of the inside line for the first and the third place drivers. But yeah, for those drivers on the outside, of course, second and fourth, if they can time that jump as they come through to the first corner, here we go, when they go round here, you can just get that drive on the outside. You can use that little escape on the outside line there just to keep the power on. But that really does involve timing that jump to perfection on the start as well.
Absolutely. What's happening right now, you ask? These look like they're going at racing speeds. They are going at sort of racing speeds. These are the reconnaissance laps that they are allowed to do for the A final qualifiers, as drivers who have been successful enough to have made it onto the A final grid. They have earned the right to be discerning customers with these Club 100 karts. Nevertheless, Club 100 do a fantastic job of maintaining the parity of these karts. I promise I've just made... It sounds like I'm saying a disclaimer. They didn't tell me to say that. That's just what I always say. It is true, though. I still maintain these Club 100 karts are great. But when you're talking about this level, just tiny little differences between how a chassis feels, you know, I always say, like, you'll get into a Club 100 kart and they will be capable of producing the same lap time.
Just the feel of it sometimes,
it feels slightly different. And if you know, the drivers at this level, they are so attuned to their driving style and how it plays out the kart, they can detect that and they can go, yeah, I could get the lap time out of that. There is Joe Holmes, who's made the call, and he's just gone, you know what, this one doesn't quite suit my driving style.
There's a couple, I think, making a swap here. So
yeah, Kurt Holmes, that's Daniel Underhill as well, making the change. So
we could be talking
drivers.
Fine margins here as well, because we've had some very aggressive heat races. So it might be just the case the karts are a little bit out of shape, possibly. Like we say, we are talking fine margins here. I mean, if they were just to jump in the kart they're in and go racing, they probably wouldn't be, in terms of lap times, that much slower. But like you say, it's just the feel of the kart sometimes. You just want one you're a bit happier with.
Yeah, it can be just the smallest thing. Or even a kart that happens to feel more similar to what you were racing in the previous time you were on track. Just little subtle things. We are talking about that, you know,
just the feel of it, really, isn't it?
Yeah, small percentage point differences. It's very hard for me to describe. Just sometimes you can get into them, and as I say, they'll be capable of doing the same lap time, but a certain chassis might just feel a little looser. They talk about this in F1 as well.
Yeah,
how no
so
two chassis are the same.
It's one of these things you've got to be pretty sure on as well, because at the end of the day, you've got to disrupt your build-up to this race to jump into the pits, jump into another kart and go out there again, which isn't ideal, really. So you've got to, I think it's a decision you've got to be quite sure to make as well.
Yeah, exactly. And the time to warm up the karts as well.
Just disrupts everything. So
certainly. So we're not ready to go this time because our pole sitter's not in place.
Yeah, Joe Holmes, he did swap a car here, didn't he?
Yeah.
So he's got to fight his way back through to the front of the grid. So we are going to take another lap here. Yeah, we are, aren't we? Another lap here. Where is Holmes? I think he's towards the back of the grid here, isn't there? He is.
Yeah,
down the
he is
middle.
coming through the middle.
So hopefully we should be good at the end of this lap, I believe.
Yeah. It's a fantastic way to feel strangely powerful, by the way, being out of position on the grid. The line, the road's just part for you. Like, yes, thank you very much. For me, of course, that quickly is returned by everyone getting past me on lap 1, but at the time it feels great. 12 minutes then will be on the clock for this trophy final for round 3. And we have brought together the creme de la creme of the heavyweights as they have been over these heat races to contest this one. Don't forget, we're going to determine who our winners are in, well, we've only determined a winner for this round so far in Class 3. So classes 1, 2 and the super heavyweights all to be determined in this race.
Top 2 also tied on 73 points as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Across the heats, we've got a tie at the front. The two Holmeses tied on points. Who is it going to be who takes home the big gold trophy at the end of the day? We're about to find out. For one last time, let's go racing around Gladygores. Away we go. Joe Holmes leads them into turn number 1 for the A final for round 3 for our heavyweights. And they head up the Dragon Straight for the first time. You can see Joe Holmes' head ducking left and right, going, which side of me are they coming on? The answer, Joe, is both of them as they come round the corner. That's Kurt
coming
Holmes.
Off worse there on that drive around the outside. Is it a penalty as well?
Yeah, jump start, and I thought it was a bit too good of a start from Kurt Holmes. He crossed the line ahead, and we've got drivers off on the... That's Mikey Nichols off on the grass, and the cone's been sent flying as well there as they all peel through Carousel. And we've got a breakaway pairing here of Joe Holmes, and I think is that Anwar Barul-Smith. I wouldn't be too surprised if it were. I think it is, coming down the hill. So it is Joe Holmes versus Anwar Barul-Smith. And I might have said that just a few times before in my commentating career on this Club 100 series. But as they all come down through the sweepers at the end of the lap, it's been a really strong first lap from Joe Holmes and Anwar Barul-Smith. Adam Nather has managed to find his way up to that third place. Daniel Underhill and Mo Hassan rounding out your top 5. What a start from the likes of Dan Underhill, Mo Hassan, and in fact Adam Nather as well. They've all gone up at least 5 places or more on that first lap. Those who've had a problem, well, we saw Mikey Nichols taking to the grass. That, unfortunately, has put him right to the back of the field.
And, of course, Kurt Holmes being pushed wide on that run-up towards Spoon Corner. And, of course, incurring the jump start. So that will drop him a few more places at the end of the race as well. So, yeah, that's all gone wrong for him on the first half lap of the race as well. Still 10.5 minutes to go in this race. And shaping into a nice contest here between Joe Holmes and Anwar Barul-Smith, two of the informed drivers this afternoon, who've both been on top form, just breaking away slightly from the very impressive Adam Nather in third place. Daniel Underhill, of course, as the rest of the field come charging through. And Mo Hassan is on the move here. Makes up a position to 5th position. Adam Wright and Tim Penny right on his tail. Johnston Valance and Scott Parker rounding out the top 10.
The issue for Barul-Smith is that he hasn't got a buddy. He hasn't got someone to push up onto the back of Joe Holmes with. And the early indication here is that Joe Holmes, who we know has had impressive pace, he's the only driver to have dropped below the 51-second mark, as Adam Wright has a look here. And Mo Hassan, that is for 5th place. He makes the move stick, and Tim Penny follows through as well. So that's up to 5th and 6th, respectively, for Adam Wright and Tim Penny in the 3 and the 6. And they'll now try and chase down Dan Underhill there in the 120 kart. But has Anwar Barul-Smith, and let's make no mistake about it, folks, Anwar Barul-Smith is one of the fastest human beings in a Club 100 Rotax Evo kart, but has he got the pace to live with Joe Holmes? Well, Joe Holmes just set a 50.636, Anwar just set a 51 dead. One of the faster laps we've seen this weekend, but it's not quite enough at the moment to take the fight to Joe Holmes. He's going to have to dig deep, Will Barul-Smith, if he's going to take the fight to the front. Meanwhile, Daniel Underhill positions his car perfectly, just enough to dissuade the move on the inside from Adam Wright, but not so much that he's right up to the left-hand side and has a compromised line through the carousel. Beautifully done there.
Yeah, that was a nice move going through the carousel to block that one off. As we see, of course, Joe Holmes is starting to control this race from the front. He's dictating his own pace out there and leaving Brule Smith behind ever so slightly. The important thing here now is for Adam Natter and Daniel Underhill, the driver we're looking at right now with Adam Wright and Tim Penny. They just need to try and push on to get up with those podium finishes. There go the top two. Nice and comfortable out at the front. There's a comfortable gap there between them and the third place Adam Natter. So, and I don't think that's going to go down too well from Adam right down the inside, sending the cone flying.
We shouldn't make any form of race stewardship calls here on comms.
That
looked like a cone penalty might be coming in.
We shall wait and see, but that was a cone warning for Adam Wright, so it was worth a go though, wasn't it, on the inside there?
I concur with the cone penalty. I do think Adam Wright might just have clipped that one as they come down the hill to finish off the lap. But he will. It is just a warning, though. That's not a penalty, so he's still in this fight.
All good.
That is different to the rules a few years ago, by the way. It used to be if you hit any cone, it would be an instant one-place penalty, but a little bit of leniency being added to that rule a couple of years ago.
He'll be aware of that, of course. So he'll have another go here, but don't want to be too aggressive. This time he tries the inside, but I think Underhill saw that one coming this time and guards the inside a lot more. Sitting there is Tim Penny, and he's just watching this one develop here, just trying to get involved. There he goes, nice and wide on the outside, just trying to take advantage of any kind of coming together or fight for that position. Oh, but he just got a wheel onto the glass there. Shouldn't lose him too much time, though.
And it's all bunching up behind them as well. What was a 3-kart battle over 4th place is now an 8-kart, possibly 9-kart battle. And he has got the job done. That's a really nice move into compression corner from Adam Wright. Judged that one really nicely and just in time as well, because they've been joined by a few playmates here, have these three.
Just noticed actually Adam Wright did pick up a contact warning at the same time as getting the cone warning on that attempted move on the previous lap. So again, it's only a warning, so it's not going to be an issue for him as it is, but he's just got to be a little bit careful, but not going to bother him too much right now as the hard work's been done for the time being at least, and it looks like he's now clear in that 4th place, but can't afford to relax here. He'll be trying to close that gap on Adam Natter in 3rd position.
The pace from Joe Holmes at the front of this race is absurd. 50.530, the fastest lap, and he has a gap of 3 seconds over Anwar Brule Smith. That is an unhappy, I'm sure, driver number 20. That is Scott Parker. Oh, and is that? Oh, and that's the birthday man. That's the birthday man. Well, you got the heat win, Scott. Focus on that. Focus on that. But that's there. Your heart goes out to him. That's not what you wanted in his A final race of the day.
A couple of decent pubs in Llangollen to down the sorrows around here if needs be.
Yeah, absolutely. And to celebrate the heat win.
There we are.
We'll focus on the positive there. But it's still running in this one. And look, you'll bag some decent points even if you're finishing towards the back of an A final. So
the qualification itself. So you've got to try and take the positives from that. But he's still, like I say, he's still in contention as he looks to try and get back up there. There is the number 3 of Adam Wright, who has just pulled away slightly from Daniel Underhill. And he's desperately trying to close up with Adam Natter, who sits on the final podium spot. I think at the moment Joe Holmes is really, again, 50.4. There he goes, all on his own. And we'll just briefly cut to the leader because he's been on his own so far right now, and just goes to show how well he is running this one so far.
Yeah, just set another fast. Sorry, another fastest lap. Sorry there, Chris. 50.480. He's just showing off a little bit now. Holmes there, though, getting through on James Johnston. He's on a recovery drive, of course, after the drama on the first lap. Shout out as well to Alex Pritchard, who you just saw at the bottom of your shot. One of your promotees from the B final, of course. Yeah, he's now knocking on the door of the top 10. So really good recovery, you would say, to the day for Alex Pritchard after some difficult heats.
And this is one of these things, we were saying this before earlier on, of course, for some of the lightweight drivers, is you've just done the one final. People would perhaps think, oh, he's going to be tired now, you're going to be tired. But I think sometimes it has the opposite effect because you're nicely warmed up, you're drilled, and you're used to the track. And you can just build on that momentum from the one final and carry that through straight onto the track again.
Absolutely.
And you're not sat in the Parc Fermé stewing waiting for your race to start either.
Absolutely. Kurt Holmes going for the move now on Dominic Valance. Can he make that one stick? He can. And that's left Valence exposed to attack from James Johnston. Bit of a pass on the grass there, but did keep 2 wheels in on the circuit. And that's a cheeky little move there from James Johnston, but he gets the job done. And he's up into 9th place now as the driver of the 51.
Kurt Holmes has got it together quite nicely here after that bad start. And, of course, he did get the penalty for jumping the start, so he will lose some places. But, no need to throw the towel in, of course, because even if he gets penalised, well, he will get penalised, but he's still on course to get a reasonable points haul here.
Yeah, don't forget a jump start penalty hanging over Kurt Holmes as he pursues, and we've got yellow flags out at the top of the track. That's because there's a stationary cart.
On the run down to Carousel, where we're coming up to now, I believe. So
is,
see who it is. Driver okay, I hasten to add, but you'll see that driver just on the side of the course.
Oh, it's Glenn Orford, is that?
Glenn Orford, is it?
It is indeed. He's dropped to the back of the pack, so disappointment to the driver of the number 34. I haven't seen any penalties come in for drivers who were in his vicinity.
Track limit warning for James Johnston.
Yeah, okay, that might have been the pass on the grass.
I wonder about that one. Well, it's only a warning, so it's just a little word in the driver's ear, you would say.
Absolutely. Here is, that was Adam Natter, who we've barely seen, because he's having a quiet race as well in 3rd place.
It's
although
the wrong
I say
kind of quiet here, because they're catching him up ever so slowly here.
Absolutely. Adam Wright is on a charge here and is eating into that lead in 3rd place, and Tim Penny's going with him. And then this is the next battle back from Tim Penny. That battle, in fact, there is the battle closing in on Adam Natter for 3rd place.
Adam Wright's hauling here at the moment. He's really done well to catch up with Adam Natter, who's been putting in some nice lap times here. It's by no means a case of Natter being slow at all here. He's just been reeled in, though, by Wright, who, he's really been on top form today, the number 3. Tim Penny right on his tail of the number 6 there as well in 5th position. Here they come down. A bit of a mistake there from Natter. Tiniest of mistakes there. The back end just stepping out of that nasty little off-cambered section on the run down to the final corner. And I think that Adam Wright will smell blood here, but he's got to make the move stick, as will Tim Penny behind here. This is all getting very close in the fight for 3rd. And Wright having a little peek down the inside here. He comes through the spoon corner up towards the very top of the circuit now. And down the inside, but no, Adam Natter guards that inside line. And good recovery there from Natter after that little mistake on the previous lap.
Yeah, and how much have we been speaking already this weekend about how it's a sequence of corners, not a single corner. There's a big move, though, from Adam Wright. And Tim Penny will follow through as well. And yeah, heart goes out to Natter. You were absolutely right, Chris. He positioned it so nicely to deal with the fact that he had that tiniest mistake almost a lap ago. But sadly into the carousel, sadly from his perspective in the carousel, he wasn't able to hold off Adam Wright, who...
neat move there from Tim Penny as well, I think.
Yes, exactly.
Just sneaking down the inside there, saw half a chance and went for it cleanly.
Absolutely. Picking his moves well here is Tim Penny. Well, this gets interesting because the gap now that they need to close up is 6.7 seconds. So you would... 7.4 seconds. So you would have thought that the gloves come off now between these 3. And indeed, Adam Natter's fighting back. Adam Natter trying to get back at Tim Penny, but it stays as they were into the carousel.
I think these guys, they'll be far enough down the track now to see there's only 2 carts ahead of them, I would say, when you look at their position on the track compared to the 2 leaders. So I think they know the gloves are off here.
Kurt Holmes has got by on Dan Underhill and is actually reeling these guys in as well. So if they really start to fight on this last lap, then they may get more than they bargained for from those catching up to them. We are on the last lap, though. Here is your race leader, Joe Holmes, and look at this gap that he's got behind him. 7.2 seconds it is back to Anwar Barul Smith. This is a truly impressive run.
The thing is here as well, how it is, he's just looking so... he looks slow when he's going round. He's just keeping all the momentum nice and smooth. Minimal input on the steering wheel, it seems. Just making it look like a pleasurable Sunday outing in the kart, really. But he is absolutely flying here.
Yeah, absolutely.
Very smooth indeed.
Yeah, well, he's had, as we look at the picture-in-picture there of the battle between Wright, Penny and Natter, this man here has, frankly, he's made it look easy. A fantastic win, a decisive win for Joe Holmes for round 3, and he extends his championship lead. Anwar Barul Smith finishes in 2nd place. It'll then be a gap of some 7 seconds or so back to this pack here. Coming into your shot, Adam Wright will finish 3rd to round out the podium ahead of Tim Penny. And Kurt Holmes did catch up on the last lap and got by on Adam Natter. It's not going to deprive Natter, though, of the Class 2 win for round 3. Mo Hassan finishes 7th after a great day's racing from him and finishes 2nd in that Class 2 subclass. Alex Pritchard in 8th. James Johnston finishes 9th. Great day's racing for him and closes out that Class 2 podium. Dominic Valence rounds out your top 10. Finishes in that Class A final. Daniel Underhill next in 11th. Miguel Hall in 12th. Stuart Jones in 13th. Ahead of Mikey Nichols in 14th. Pepe Lucchesi, Lucchesi doing really well there in 15th place as well. Jacob Harris. A lot of our promotees showing what we were talking about, having really good pace when they go back out on track. So well done to Jacob there. Sam Iddles in 17th. Bill Taylor. Oh, that was close for the super heavyweight. It was 0.4 of a second in the end between Bill Taylor and Richard Newton, but Bill Taylor just takes the win for round 3 for super heavyweights ahead of Richard Newton. And it was Stuart Kirk, if I remember correctly, who was the highest placed super heavyweight in B final, so he'll close out that podium. Then it was Heinrich Watson Miller, Matt Jones in 21st, Jonathan Wilson in 22nd, Scott Parker. Commiserations to him for the drama there, but he had that heat win, and a happy birthday to him there in 23rd place. Stephen Jennings in 24th, ahead of Glenn Orford, and Gerard Moore, I think, was a retirement there, 6 laps down.
I would
He's
say
been
there as well. Despite how quick Holmes was there, only 30 seconds essentially covering the entire pack there. So
true,
very competitive final there throughout the field as well. And I would say congratulations, of course, to Adam Natter, Mo Hassan, and James Johnston, the Class 2 podium finishers, who have all been in top form today, especially Johnston in that final to bag the final podium spot there. I think they all did very well indeed as well.
Absolutely. So that concludes our day's racing, our weekend's racing here at Glanny Gores with Club 100. So there's always a few thank yous that we've got to go through. Bit of housekeeping first off, by the way. Our next in action with Club 100 action is the cadets and juniors at Wilton Mill. That's on the 11th and the 12th of May, and the seniors will next be in action. At least I think in a broadcast sense, they will next be in action at Ella Park on the weekend of June the 1st and 2nd. So be sure to join us for that with Alpha Live for the broadcasts of those. So that's when Club 100 are next in action for you in a broadcasted sense. But don't forget, you could go and watch the back catalogue of everything that Alpha Live has. We're in the month of April, folks. We've already done like a whole BUKC season and the cadets and juniors last weekend and all of that. So there's plenty of stuff for you to go back and enjoy. Let's reel through some important thank yous, though. Thank you massively to all of the marshals, the track staff, and the medical team here, without whom we couldn't go racing. Thank you to the site team here at GYG as well for always making us feel welcome and having a very nice place to do commentary from as well. She's probably... we haven't mentioned the sofa that we can chill on in this comms room. Thank you very much as well to JV and all the team at Club 100 who maintain these karts and make this series happen. It provides us with some fantastic racing, and as well, thank you to Alpha Live who have given you the stream. It's been a pleasure to work alongside them once again. Thank you to Mr. Stuart Rice, who's been calling the shots on the production desk, to Morgan Jones, who's been generally running around and making everything work in the background, and to our camera crew today, to Rob, to Jake and to Molly. Thank you very much for all your efforts bringing people the pictures of this round. And yeah, check out Alpha Live, show them some love, like, share, subscribe, hit that notification bell. So much stuff that they've got going on. You're allowed now, once we've wrapped up here, you can go back and watch all the other Alpha Live stuff from this weekend. But thank you for sticking it with, well, come on, this was the best one, right? But no, you can go and check out Alpha Live on YouTube, see all of the stuff that they're putting out. My name's been Howard Mitchell. If you like what you've heard from that side of things, Double Dash Motorsport Media, check us out at Double Dash MM on our various forms of social media. And Chris, it's been a pleasure to share a Cobbs box alongside you again,
it's been a while, hasn't it? But great to be along, and great to check out Club 100, and great as well to be at Glanny Gores once again after it's been a break of a few years to come back here. And as you see from some of these ambient shots at the end of the meeting here, we've been looking around the track. A very scenic circuit up here at Conway. We're kind of on the outer fringes almost of Snowdonia, Ballard Lake, not too far away. It's a very nice part of the country. If you've not been to Glanny Gores before, if you want to take a lap in a corporate kart around here, there's a few places better for karting in terms of the scenery and the track as well, of course. So yeah, it's been fantastic to be here, and glad to be invited along, and really enjoyed the day.
Absolute pleasure to have you, sir. And may it not be as long again until we're next in the comms position together. And indeed, do check out Glanny Gores. Fantastic place to go racing, go karting. If you're interested in Club 100, club100.co.uk, check that out. Give the office a call as well. They're always happy to help if you've got any questions or queries. And yeah, I think that wraps up just about everything to run through here. So thank you very much, folks, for joining us. And until next time, do take care. Bye-bye now.